Chapter 2185. After pouring the spiritual tea for Xiangyang said with a smile, "Junior brother Cui, your cave is still short of people. After you marry Qiming, you should accept a disciple." He, senior brother is right. Cui Hongshan said with a smile. However, I'm used to being frugal and don't like to take any disciple. If I find a good-for-nothing, it won't be enough for me to worry about. And if I want to accept a disciple, I'm afraid it has to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Then after dual cultivation, you can have a child and train him yourself. Xiangyang knew he was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Alas, how can it be that easy? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, "First, not all children are as smart as Li Er. Who knows what will happen if we have another child in the myriad Thunder Valley? Second, this matter still depends on Qiming. Senior brother, didn't you see Master?" "Sure, Master's matter is not something we can discuss." Xiangyang hurriedly stopped him. Let's not talk about this. Cui Hongshan said with a smile. "I don't know why senior brother is looking for me. Actually, I have something to ask of you, junior brother," Xiangyang said as he stood up and bowed respectfully. "Don't." Cui Hongshan was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand. "Senior brother, what are you doing? If you have something to ask, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." "Well, since it's like this, I won't be polite." Xiangyang sat down and set up a mute restriction. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior brother Cui, do you still have the Thunder Beast's inner core?" "Yes." Cui Hongshan said curiously, "I still don't dare to use it." However, Cui Hongshan's face changed immediately. He seemed to think of something and said coldly, "What? Senior brother, are you here to ask for it on behalf of Xiaohua?" Xiangyang was very embarrassed and sighed. Junior brother Cui must know that this Thunder Beast's inner core was obtained by Xiaohua. Senior brother, no need to say it. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, "Little brother has already heard these words from eldest senior apprentice brother. Little brother also understands in his heart that these words were fabricated by eldest senior apprentice brother because he wanted to change Xiaohua's impression in front of master. When this guy came back and heard that his little brother had taken the lightning beast's inner core, he was not convinced. Or perhaps, he needed the Thunder Beast's inner core right now, which was why he encouraged eldest senior brother to come here and ask for it. Eldest senior brother, he saw that you were kind, so he came to deceive you. Why did you let him use you like a flying sword? Besides, this inner core was given to me by Master. If he wants it, he can ask Master for it. As long as Master says so, I will definitely give it to him." Ahem. Xiangyang's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, "Actually, that's what I thought too. However, there's already a gap between you and him, and he just built his foundation. If he directly asks Master for it, do you think Master will give it to him?" "Why would I give it to him? With his aptitude and the fact that he just entered foundation establishment, he dares to covet the Thunder Beast's inner core?" Cui Hongshan said disdainfully. "So," Xiangyang said embarrassedly, "he had no choice but to ask me for help. Eldest senior brother, you're too easy to talk to." Cui Hongshan looked at Xiangyang snappily. "You're such a nice guy. If he wants it, then let him beg me himself." "Junior brother Cui." Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua would never come to beg Cui Hongshan. He smiled apologetically and said, "Do you think he will come? He wants to benefit himself, but he doesn't want to beg others. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Cui Hongshan was so angry that he laughed. "Does he think I'm so easy to bully? This Thunder Beast's inner core is related to my Golden Core's hope." Xiangyang chuckled again and said, "Xiaohua also knows that this is related to your cultivation, so he is embarrassed to speak. Isn't it because Li Er wants to be his adoptive father? Just now, he brought it up in elder brother's immortal's cave. Since he has spoken, how can elder brother not give him face? However, he still said that he will definitely return junior brother Cui's favor, and he will definitely make junior brother Cui satisfied." "Tease him?" Cui Hongshan sneered. "I don't know where he got it from last time." At this point, he suddenly realized that he had made a vow and immediately shut his mouth. Little brother doesn't believe that he has anything good for little brother. I'm afraid that once this Thunder Beast's inner core is sold, it will be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Seeing that Cui Hongshan didn't relent, Xiangyang said again. However, junior brother Xiao doesn't intend to take it all. He said clearly that junior brother Cui only needs to leave 10% of the entire inner core. He still has the nerve. I have 40% of this Thunder Beast's inner core, and he actually dares to ask for 30%? Cui Hongshan was furious. Doesn't he know? I'm going to use this Thunder Beast's inner core as a betrothal gift. If there's no such thing, what does my 10,000 Thunder Valley have that the converted Thunder Palace would like? Cough cough, junior brother Cui. Isn't there still 3 years? No one can guarantee that there won't be any good things in these 3 years. Xiangyang said step by step, and Cui Hongshan was somewhat moved. If he directly asked for 40%, Cui Hongshan would never give it to him. Now that he left him 10%, it could be considered a trick. Eldest senior brother. This is related to junior brother's future happiness. Cui Hongshan was somewhat helpless. Junior brother knows that eldest senior brother and Xiao Hua have deep feelings for each other. But has eldest senior brother thought about junior brother? Xiangyang still didn't get angry and explained. Senior brother also thought about it. These days I've been preparing, but there are still 3 years, so there's no need to be too anxious. On the other hand, junior brother Xiao. Okay, eldest senior brother, Xiao Hua's matter is a matter, but junior brother's matter isn't a matter. Cui Hongshan stood up and said, junior brother still has a technique to comprehend, so I won't keep eldest senior brother any longer. Junior brother Cui. Xiangyang was anxious and said with a bow, you and Xiao Hua already have a grudge. This is a good opportunity for you two to eliminate the grudge. Senior brother really doesn't want to see 2 disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. And, if it doesn't work, senior brother will kneel in front of you. Io. Eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to let Xiangyang kneel. He immediately pulled him inside. Eldest senior brother should go back first. Let junior brother think about it again. Sigh, okay. Xiangyang sighed. Looking very old. He waved his hand and said, I hope junior brother Cui can think about it carefully and understand senior brother a little. After saying that, he removed the mute restriction and walked away. Seeing Xiangyang return, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and asked indifferently, how was it? Eldest senior brother, that guy didn't want to take out the Thunder Beast's inner core, right? Of course not. Xiangyang said with a smile. Junior brother Cui knew that junior brother Xiao wanted to use it, so he was very happy. However, he was a little hesitant because this inner core was his betrothal gift, so he wanted to think about it again. Hee, eldest senior brother, don't say any more. How could junior brother not know what kind of character that guy is? Xiao Hua sneered. Since he didn't want to give it, then don't blame junior brother. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2186. When Xiangyang heard this, he jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua. Junior brother Xiao, what are you doing? No matter what, he's still your fellow disciple. Don't do anything to hurt him. Xiangyang knew that Xiao Hua dealing with Cui Hongshan was as easy as lifting a finger. Even Xiangyang doubted whether his master could be Xiao Hua's opponent. How could I? Xiao Hua patted Xiangyang's shoulder and smiled. How could I kill the innocent? At this moment, Yan Qinglian quickly walked in with a smile on her face. Haha, how was it, eldest senior sister-in-law? Did master's wife succeed? Xiao Hua smiled. He was about to walk out when he stopped. Yan Qinglian's face was full of smiles and even a little red. She said, Junior brother's words are really useful. Master originally didn't want to give it to you. But master's wife just said a few words and master immediately obediently gave it to me. Xiangyang was confused and asked, what's going on? Hee, isn't it because junior brother wants master's Thunder Beast inner core? Yan Qinglian tossed her hand and took out a jade box with a talisman on it. She handed it to Xiao Hua. This is 20% of the Thunder Beast inner core. Junior brother, keep it. Good boy, junior brother. What are you doing? Xiangyang was even more stunned. You already got 20% from master. Why do you still want 30%? Junior brother naturally has a use for it. Xiao Hua took the jade box and put it into his space without even looking. Oh right, what did master's wife say? Master just obediently gave it to you? Xiangyang wanted to stop Xiao Hua and deliberately asked. Hee, It's very simple. Xiao Hua smiled. Master's wife only needed to say, Xiangyang used the Thunder Beast inner core to get Xiangzhili's gift. You only need 10% of the Thunder Beast inner core to step into the golden core stage. Then what are you keeping the other 20% for? Ah? Can it be like that? Xiangyang was stunned and then immediately understood. So, Master had no choice but to give the other 20% to Master's wife for safekeeping. So you got it? Hee, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled and was about to leave again. How could Xiangyang let him harm Cui Hongshan? He hurriedly said, Junior brother Xiao, let's wait. Yan Qinglian also knew what was going on and was very anxious. At this moment, Xiangzhili ran out and shouted, Father, Mother. What happened? Xiangyang was curious. He was about to scold Xiangzhili when he noticed the jade box in Xiangzhili's hand. Just now, the boy was playing outside the cave when a message talisman suddenly flew in. I don't know who sent it, so the boy followed the instructions on the message talisman and walked into the thicket in the Myriad Thunder Valley. He found a jade box inside. Boy doesn't have enough magic power to open this talisman. Xiangzhili's little face was filled with excitement as he held up the jade box. Xiangyang was taken aback. He took the jade box, but when he saw the familiar talisman on the box, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He passed the box to Xiao Hua. This is for you. Xiao Hua was really surprised. Who threw it? Father, how did you know it was foster father? Xiangzhili was very curious and asked, when did foster father throw this jade box outside? Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed. He received the jade box and said, foster father accidentally threw it. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome, foster father. Xiangzhili skipped out of the cave again. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other. Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, little junior brother, you see. He doesn't seem to be as bad as you think, right? Hee. This was originally little brothers. Xiao Hua curled his lips. He clapped his hands and took out 3 more jade boxes. He passed them to Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian respectively and said, little brother doesn't owe anyone anything. One of these is senior sister's, one is master's wife's, and the last one can be the betrothal gift. Xiangyang slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He sighed and said, Ai, little junior brother, so you didn't use this lightning core. Since that's the case, why didn't you take it out earlier? This female lightning beast's inner core is naturally suitable for female cultivators to consume. Little brother just said that it was naturally useless. I just wanted to see what other people thought. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, if he didn't take it out, he wouldn't even get 10%. Why? Xiangyang shook his head. He took the jade box and turned around to leave. What could Yan Qinglian say? She also shook her head slightly. She felt helpless for Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan's quarrel. However, Cui Hongshan took a step back. Xiao Hua, who seemed weak but was actually incomparably strong, finally understood a little. What? Xiao Hua said coldly, isn't it because you can't refuse? That's why you threw it away. Would it kill you to generously give it to me? Is a disciple of a cultivation family so arrogant? Don't think that just because you took the lightning beast's inner core, I will think highly of you. This belongs to this young master to begin with. Immediately, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the jade chair in the cave and quietly adjusted his breathing. However, Xiao Hua's simple breathing adjustment couldn't affect the spirit energy that was scattered in his meridians and body. He also couldn't refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians. After thinking for a moment, he realized that unless his dragon transformation art and heavenly man-body enhancement technique made further progress, there would be no chance. Otherwise, his body and meridians would really collapse. And it seems, I have to go into seclusion for a while. Xiao Hua thought for a long time and made a decision. Before going into seclusion, I have to open a cave first. But, do I really have to leave my life tablet in Zhenlei Palace? Xiao Hua knew that there was something wrong with his blood. He really didn't want to leave anything behind in Zhenlei Palace that could be used against him. However, the next day, when Xiangyang brought Xiao Hua to Zhenlei Palace, Xiao Hua found out from Xiangyang that only Foundation Establishment disciples who finished making their life tablet and left it in Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall could get a command tablet from the master in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. Only Foundation Establishment disciples could use the command tablet to get a spirit-seeking mouse and open a cave in the territory of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Forget it! Xiao Hua shook his head helplessly when he thought about how the Imperial Thunder Sect had so many rules. Naturally, they were afraid that some disciples wouldn't follow the rules. Xiao Hua came to Jade Archive Hall when he first entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. At that time it was also led by Xiangyang, but this time it was different from the previous time. The people who were laughing at Xiangyang's 100 years of foundation building were no longer laughing. Instead, they were replaced with respect. Some of the Foundation Establishment middle-stage Marshall brothers even pulled Xiangyang to ask him how to teach their children. Looking at the eager faces of these Marshall brothers, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. Not only was he moved by the change in their attitudes, but he was also moved by their sacrifice for their children. Of course, many disciples also recognized Xiao Hua. They also knew that although Xiao Hua didn't build his foundation in 100 years, it took him a long time to build his foundation. Although there was some contempt on their faces, their words were much better than the first time. There were also more words of encouragement. There were even a few Marshall brothers who took out early-stage Foundation Establishment medicinal pills and gave them to Xiao Hua. Xiangyang stole a glance at Xiao Hua. He was still afraid that Xiao Hua would get angry, but Xiao Hua was calm. He reached out his hand to accept them and thank them. There was nothing unnatural about it, which made Xiangyang very confused. When there was no one around, Xiangyang asked, "Little Marshall brother, these medicinal pills. Do you still need them? There's no reason for you to give them a favor." Tsh. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and curled his lips. What's there to give them a favor? Aren't they a little too ungrateful? If you don't take the medicinal pills that they sent to you, the heavens will be angry. In the future, no one will give you any. Besides, even if I don't use them, they're still right? Leave them for him. Ha ha ha. Xiangyang laughed and patted his stingy little Marshall brother. Not long after, Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Jade Archive Hall. Sure enough, there were 2 or 3 12th layer aura refining disciples standing in front of Jade Archive Hall. They were on duty. Ha! Xiao Hua didn't use his divine sense, but he could clearly see that the one who was berating the other 2 was Zhen Liang, whom he taught with his fists in the past. Hearing footsteps, Zhen Liang turned his head while cursing. I'll be honest with you. It's your fortune that Senior Marshall brother called you to be on duty? Ha! Zhen Liang immediately shut up because he saw Xiao Hua. He had been on duty in Jade Archive Hall for such a long time, and the only one who came out to beat him was Xiao Hua. How could he forget? At this time, he saw that Xiangyang, who had become very famous in recent years, had unexpectedly brought Xiao Hua, who was at Foundation Establishment, over. Naturally, his face was very unsightly. Junior greets Marshall Uncle Xiangyang. Junior greets Xiao. Marshall Uncle Xiao. When Zhen Liang called Xiangyang, it was smooth, but when he called Xiao Hua, it was really hard for him to say it out loud. Unfortunately, this was the rule of cultivation sections. Although you have advanced 100 li, but the younger generation is catching up with you, you have no choice but to lower your head and call them respectfully. Isn't this also a kind of spur? Xiao Hua had always been a person who held grudges and was very narrow-minded. Although his face was all smiles, his mouth had already said, "Oh, so it's Marshal Nephew General previously. I had to trouble Marshal Nephew Gen when I was registering for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Now that I've reached Foundation Establishment, my natal spirit tablet is still Marshal Nephew General. I've really troubled you. I'm really sorry." Haha, it's no matter. Zhen Liang's face was very awkward, and even his face was red and hot. Oh, that's right. I remember that there's also someone called Zhen Ming. Where did he go? Xiao Hua looked around, pretending to be looking for him. Why don't I see him? Marshal Uncle Xiao, Marshal Uncle Zhen Ming has also reached Foundation Establishment. He has already been transferred to another place. A trace of resentment appeared on Zhen Liang's face, as if there was some hidden story. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say something, but Xiangyang stopped him and said with a smile, "Marshal Nephew Zhen, my junior Marshal brother has also reached Foundation Establishment. I'll have to trouble Marshal Nephew Zhen to invite Senior Marshal brother Zhen over." Ugh! Seeing Xiangyang's bearing, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that he was very small. The small in his heart was forced out and revealed without a doubt. Of course, Although Zhen Liang hadn't reached foundation establishment and although he did make some small moves against him that day, he had still beaten him up that day. Xueqi said that they were even. But now, he was using Zhen Liang's shortcomings to ridicule him. It seemed, it was the same as when he hadn't reached foundation establishment yet. He didn't seem to be much more noble than others. Chapter 2187. Immediately, Xiao Hua's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a kind of shame that came from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, martial nephew Zhen Liang." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Zhen Liang was stunned and almost took half a step back. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would punch him again. However, Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Zhen Liang with a pleasant expression. He had the demeanor of a martial uncle. Xiangyang was also slightly stunned. Soon after, he smiled and knew that Xiao Hua had understood that he was wrong. "Okay, martial uncle Xiao and martial uncle Xiang, please wait for a moment." Zhen Liang also understood and cupped his hands. At this time, he was very willing to call Xiao Hua martial uncle Xiao. Not long after, Deacon Zhen Zhen came. When he saw Xiao Hua, a trace of understanding appeared on his face. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, you finally reached the foundation establishment stage? It really wasn't easy. Your master is going to be happy now." "Hee, martial uncle Zhen is joking," Xiao Hua said respectfully. "Even if I reach the gold core stage, my master won't be too happy." "Haha, this is the trouble of being a master," Zhen Zhen said with a smile. "Your disciple will always be a child who can't grow up. Even if you are a nascent soul stage cultivator, you still want to see if you can split your spirit earlier." "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. Then, Zhen Zhen opened the door of the Jade Archive Hall and said with a smile, "I still have some things to do with the Palace Master, so I won't stay here to accompany you." Then he said to Zhen Liang, "Zhen Liang, accompany the two martial uncles and watch them refine their life spirit tablets. Then, give them the tablets." After saying that, he threw a tablet to Zhen Liang. Then he cupped his hands at Xiao Hua and Xiangyang and walked away. "Hee, martial uncles, please." Zhen Liang didn't find it strange. He smiled and raised his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua and Xiangyang to enter. When Xiao Hua arrived at the place where he placed the jade tablet, he sensed it. Even the yellow restriction couldn't block it. After Zhen Liang removed the yellow restriction, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip, handing it over to Xiao Hua. "Martial Uncle Xiao, this is the method to make a life spirit tablet. Please take a look." As for Xiangyang, he pointed at a cyan jade slip next to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "That's junior brother Chui's life tablet. Now, all of the adult disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley have reached the foundation establishment stage." His tone was somewhat weathered. Haha. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and understood. However, after a while, Xiao Hua's face revealed a difficult expression. He smiled apologetically and said, "Junior nephew Zhen, this refining method is a little difficult. I'm afraid my magic power is not enough. I wonder." Hee, Zhen Liang said understandingly. "Disciple understands. I'm sure martial Uncle Xiang accompanied me here for this reason. However, only I can refine this natal spirit tablet. Martial uncle can't be lazy, you know?" As he spoke, Zhen Liang looked at another part of the Jade Archive Hall and shook his head, saying, "The restriction over at Xuanlei Palace is a little loose. It's all because these newcomers don't know the rules. Martial uncles, please refine it. Disciple will go over there and take a look." Seeing Zhen Liang tactfully leave, Xiao Hua smiled. Really, he didn't expect that just one sentence from him would cause Zhen Liang to change so much. Alas, what a pity. If this guy had understood earlier and had such a temperament, perhaps even reaching the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be a big deal? As Xiao Hua thought about it, he slightly formed a seal in his hand, and the surrounding spirit energy surged. As Xiao Hua's seal set off a gust of wind, there was a soft kachub sound, and a layer of golden brilliance appeared on the jade token. Xiao Hua's life spirit tablet was refined by him in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Seeing this, Xiangyang sucked in a breath of cold air, sweat. It seems that every time Xiao Hua reveals some of his strength, the onlookers are all like this. It wasn't only because of the golden light on the jade slip, but also because Xiao Hua had already revealed the golden light the first time. What shocked him was Xiao Hua's refining technique. It was very clear that Xiangyang himself had also come here in the past because of helplessness. Even Cui Hongshan had come here with Xiangyang. Xiangyang knew how difficult it was to refine this natal spirit tablet. He himself, under helplessness's guidance, spent a lot of effort, and barely succeeded in refining it. Cui Hongshan wasn't that strong. Xiangyang had guided him for half a day, but he also barely succeeded. This was also the reason why Zhen Zhen didn't wait here. It was also the reason why Zhen Liang left. It was very embarrassing for a disciple who had just reached the foundation establishment stage. But what about Xiao Hua? It was as easy as lifting a finger. As easy as lifting a finger. Previously, Xiangyang really thought that what Xiao Hua said was true, but he didn't expect him to succeed with just a lift of his hand. Xiangyang glanced at Zhen Liang and hurriedly said, "Junior brother, refining this natal spirit tablet is very difficult. Back then, it took me half a day to refine it. My junior brother Cui from the 10,000 Thunder Valley also took half a day. Don't worry, slowly refine it." Xiao Hua was stunned. He bitterly smiled and thought, "Eldest senior brother, you should have said so earlier." That's right, for Xiao Hua, who was proficient in refining the world, this was really too easy. He only wanted to hide the golden light and didn't care about anything else. Fortunately, the golden light on the natal spirit tablet had already gradually disappeared, and it actually turned into a plain jade slip. It was very simple, very low-key, and very secretive, just like Xiao Hua. Thus, Xiao Hua put on an act for almost half a day, but Zhen Liang really didn't come over. Xiao Hua called out, "Martial nephew Zhen, I've finally finished. Please come over and take a look." Haha, Martial Uncle Xiao is really amazing. Zhen Liang heard him and came over with a smile. Usually, a disciple who just entered the foundation establishment realm would definitely not be able to refine it in half a day. Martial Uncle Xiao actually succeeded in less than half a day. All these years of suffering weren't in vain. Then, Zhen Liang took the natal spirit tablet and took out a fist-sized jade ball. He formed a seal and hid it. The jade ball gradually turned into a fog. Then, Zhen Liang threw Xiao Hua's natal spirit tablet into it. A golden light flashed inside, illuminating the entire fog. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He didn't think that the jade ball would still reveal a strange golden light. Of course, Zhen Liang's face also showed a little surprise. Xiao Hua secretly said in his heart, "Not good. It's a little strange." Sure enough, Zhen Liang frowned and said, "There's something wrong with Martial Uncle Zhao's natal spirit tablet. There should be a vague human figure in this fog." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, "Is it like this for all successful natal spirit tablets? Must it have a human figure? Or is there something else?" "That's not necessarily true." Zhen Liang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Natal spirit tablets are made by using the traces of a cultivator's primordial spirit in their blood. And every cultivator's primordial spirit is different. Ordinary cultivators are all in human form, but there are also some strange ones. Haha, this disciple has also heard of this before. However, this is the first time that Martial Uncle Xiao can't see it at all." Chapter 2188. Then, is this life spirit tablet considered a success? Xiangyang was more concerned about this. Of course. Zhen Liang smiled apologetically. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be any light at all. It wouldn't even be able to be placed into this jade ball. "Oh, that's good." Xiangyang heaved a sigh of relief. Zhen Liang took out Xiao Hua's life spirit tablet and carefully placed it inside the restriction. After activating the restriction, he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Zhao's life spirit tablet has been completed. This is Martial Uncle Zhao's token. You can use this token to go to the spiritual beast hall of the Thunder Palace to receive a spirit-seeking mouse and establish a residence within the Thunder Palace. Disciple congratulates Martial Uncle Xiao." "Haha, congratulations to you too." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a few pills for Zhen Liang. "As long as Martial nephew Zhen puts in the effort, you can also build your foundation. You don't have to be so polite." Zhen Liang stretched out his hand and pushed it over. However, when he saw the pills in Xiao Hua's hand, he was stunned and said in shock, Xueqi pill?" The hand that was pushing out froze there. Haha, I just happened to come across this item when I was out training. Xueqi pushed it slightly and placed the pills in his hand. He explained, since I have already built my foundation, I don't need this item anymore. Martial nephew Jen. Take it. If someone uses it, it's called a pill. If no one uses it, it's nothing. Yes. Zhen Liang thought for a moment and accepted it with a smile. He said, Disciple thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for your kindness. If it was any other pill, Disciple wouldn't dare to accept it. Xueqi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a kotchup sound from the distance of the Jade Archive Hall. Shortly after, he took out a light purple restriction that emitted a strong brilliance, illuminating the entire Jade Archive Hall. Oh no, I don't know which senior from the Thunder Palace was killed. Zhen Liang was shocked. He didn't dare to say anything more to Xueqi and hurriedly flew over. At this moment, 2 disciples guarding outside the Jade Archive Hall also rushed in. When Zhen Liang opened the restriction, he saw a pink spirit tablet with a long crack on it. Moreover, the position of the token wasn't low. Quick, inform Martial Uncle Zhen. Zhen Liang ordered the disciples who had rushed over. A Golden Core Realm Master from Converging Thunder Palace has died. Yes. That disciple didn't dare to be negligent and left after receiving the order. On the other hand, Zhen Liang said apologetically, Martial Uncle Xiao, this disciple originally wanted to ask Martial Uncle for some advice on foundation establishment. You see, there's another urgent matter in the sect. Please forgive me. Haha, this Xiao's matter is already done. If there is a chance in the future, Martial nephew Zhen can come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xueqi cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave now. Then, Zhen Liang respectfully sent the 2 of them out. The situation was completely different from the first time they had come. However, when Xueqi and Xiangyang walked far away, Zhen Liang couldn't help but look at the Thunder Palace's restrictions. His eyes were somewhat strange. Not to mention Zhen Liang suppressing the astonishment in his heart, and not to mention the chaos in the Jade Archive Hall due to the Jindan Cultivator's life tablet breaking. Xueqi and Xiangyang returned to the myriad Thunder Valley from the deafening Thunder Palace. Looking at the lazy big, fat spirit-seeking mouse with dull eyes lying on his hand, Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eldest senior brother. Is this a spirit-seeking mouse? Xueqi held back for a long time and finally couldn't help but complain. Isn't this just a spirit-seeking mouse? Xiangyang also laughed and pointed at Xueqi, saying, Little junior brother, have you seen a spirit-seeking mouse before? If you haven't, don't show any fear. This spirit-seeking mouse is born with a big body. It doesn't have any abilities, so it doesn't need to fight or defend against enemies. It only needs to find places with sufficient spirit chi and some spirit veins. What do you want it to look like? But, this appearance is really throwing the spirit-seeking mouse's mouse. Xueqi didn't say whether he had seen a spirit-seeking mouse before and only covered his mouth as he laughed. This is already not bad. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's silent thunder is quite powerful. Ordinary spirit-seeking mice are useless. This spirit-seeking mouse was used by junior brother Cui last time. Xiangyang also looked at the fat spirit-seeking mouse and laughed. But after saying that, Xiangyang's face was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, Xiaohua's face was not too happy as he muttered. So it's something that someone else left behind. How can you say that? Xiangyang blinked his eyes and was somewhat in disbelief. Then, he looked left and right and said, The rest of the matter is simple. Junior brother Xiao knows that once you release the spirit-seeking mouse, it will naturally find a place with abundant spirit chi. You only need to record the location on the jade slip and place it into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth. It will then return to the deafening Thunder Palace on its own. After a few days, a disciple will bring a cave opening puppet over to help you open the cave. As for the size of the cave, you can decide for yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Obviously, Xiangyang was afraid that he would say something wrong and make Xueqi unhappy, so he waved his hand and flew off into the distance. TCH, what spirit-seeking mouse? It's simply a spirit-seeking cat. Xueqi waited until Xiangyang had flown far away before he waved his hand and little silver flew out of the space. TCH, the spirit-seeking mouse in Xuehua's heart suddenly opened its eyes, and the fur on its body stood on end. Its 2 small eyes widened as it stared straight at little Silva, who was several times smaller than it. Little Silver flew in the air and looked left and right in bewilderment, as if it was very unhappy that Xuehua had taken it out. Hearing the spirit-seeking mouse's tch, it turned its head slightly and didn't care. It only stretched out its two small front paws and put them next to its mouth with a pu sound, which sounded like a snort. The spirit-seeking mouse immediately jumped down from Xuehua's hand and obediently lay down in the air. Its whole body was trembling, and its puffed-up fur immediately fell down smoothly. With a whoosh, Little Silver flew to Xuehua's hand, which was precisely where the spirit-seeking mouse had been in a daze just now. Its small tail curled around Xuehua's little finger with great familiarity before it obediently crouched down. "Don't lie down." Xuehua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hurry up and find me where the spiritual energy is." Unfortunately, Little Silver didn't pay attention to him. It didn't understand what Xuehua was saying at all. Xuehua looked at the space again. Well, Little Yellow was sleeping again, so it probably couldn't hear what he was saying. "Go!" Xuehua waved his big sleeve and threw the spirit-seeking mouse forward, saying, "Go find a cave for this young master." It was a pity that the spirit-seeking mouse didn't listen to him at all this time. It still lay obediently in the air, not daring to move at all. "Damn it!" Xuehua smiled. He naturally knew what was going on. He had no choice but to put Little Silver into the space and throw the spirit-seeking mouse out again. When the spirit-seeking mouse suddenly saw Little Silver disappear, it was still surprised. It actually flew in the air for a moment before shaking its fur and looking high and mighty again. "Fuck, isn't this the legendary when the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes the overlord?" Xuehua smiled again, but before he could smile, the meridians in his body trembled again. Then his whole body shook involuntarily, as if he was having a spasm, and an earthy yellow color flashed across his face again. "Ai, I have to hurry and think of a way." Xuehua knew that the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his meridians and body was restless again. Fortunately, the spirit-seeking mouse, which hadn't been forced by Little Silver, could still be considered loyal to its duty. It found a cave for Xuehua in a secluded place in 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xuehua's divine sense swept out. It wasn't close to Helpless, Xiangyang, and Cui Hongshan's cave residences. He unconsciously nodded, carved the location into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth, and let it go back. After that, Xuehua didn't go far. He sat cross-legged in the cave residence and closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, Xuehua took out the executioner dream. Looking at the flying sword that could do as it pleased and seemed omnipotent, just like him dancing in the air, Xuehua thought to himself, the flying sword of a sword cultivator is indeed different from the flying swords of a Dao sect. This executioner dream now seems to be able to connect with the gods, and its flying speed is far greater than before. Separate, Xuehua silently chanted, and 32 swift and fierce sword lights instantly flew out, filling the space around Xuehua. The most important thing is that among these 32 flying swords, only one is the main sword. The other 31 are all secondary swords, and the main sword is the eye of the array. It's quite the Tao of dark magic array. It also won't affect the cultivation of sword rendition of the world. Xuehua thought with satisfaction. Since the sword heart energy seed technique is successful, I should also try to separate my primordial spirit. There are many things that I need to cultivate. A single primordial spirit. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate it to the end of my lifespan. The art of splitting one's primordial spirit could only be completed after opening up the cave and going into seclusion. Xuehua then kept Zhu Meng away and took out the jade scroll with the words of the devil world and the refining method of the devil world that he had obtained from Chao Er. Taking advantage of this free time, he carefully comprehended it. This comprehension lasted for 3 days, and Xuehua's face gradually showed a serious expression. The devil world's refining technique was already incomplete, and he couldn't completely understand it. However, from what Xuehua could figure out, it made his heart beat wildly. Because what was recorded was a blood refining technique. It was also the most common refining technique in the devil world. Isn't this a refining technique that isn't in the 5 elements? Xuehua somewhat understood. It's a pity that the refining technique isn't complete. There's only a small part at the front, the blood refining technique that fuses the devil world's materials. However, when Xuehua put the jade slip into the space and closed his eyes to ponder, he somewhat understood. This blood refining technique was suitable for him now. He wanted to refine the great wisdom sword into a 5 elements wishful heaven staff. Didn't he need to fuse these materials together? Blood refining didn't belong to the 5 elements refining technique, and it wouldn't affect his future refining. However, the devil hammer, although it isn't controlled by divine sense, but it's still an item from the devil world. I don't know if it belongs to the 5 elements. Xueqi was a little hesitant, and then he thought of that strange thing that wasn't controlled by divine sense. If that thing is refined together with the devil hammer, I wonder what it will be like. Chapter 2189. Little Junior Apprentice Brother. Just as Xueqi was deep in thought, Yan Qinglian's voice rang out again. Xueqi opened his eyes and saw Xueqi, Xiangyang, and Yan Qinglian in the distance. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted her. How come Master's wife is also free today? Hee, even if I'm not free, I still have to come and take a look. Xueqi smiled and said, You are about to open your mansion. This is a grand occasion for the 2nd-generation disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although your master didn't say anything, he was overjoyed in his heart. I don't dare to trouble Master, Xueqi hurriedly said. Even if that wasn't the case, I would still be happy with the things you gave me. No matter what, I have to come and see what else you need in your cave abode. Xueqi pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You actually schemed against your master. Seeing Xueqi's smiling face, Xueqi knew that she wasn't blaming him, so he quickly explained. Disciple didn't dare to reveal it. Well, no need to say more. Xueqi waved her hand. The previous item was already eye-catching, and now this item is even more troublesome. Let's wait until we can't hide it anymore. Yes, I understand. Of course, Xueqi knew the importance of this Thunder Beast's inner core to the Imperial Thunder Sect. It was much more important than the Earth Crystal Yao milk. Even with Thunder Meng Daoist status, he might have some thoughts about it. How could he dare to say anything? Why hasn't it started yet? Yan Qinglian looked around and said, This concubine thought it was over. You didn't urge him? Xiangyang asked with a frown. But Xueqi thought otherwise and waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Whenever you come will do. If it really doesn't work, I'll do it myself. It's not right for me to do it myself. Xueqi didn't know about Xueqi's background. She smiled and said, Besides, our myriad Thunder Valley doesn't have any puppets. We rely on the methods of the Deafening Thunder Palace. Husband, let's go take a look at the Deafening Thunder Palace. Yan Qinglian said considerately, The opening of the abode is a big matter, and Master is still very concerned about it. Moreover, although Xueqi is in seclusion, if Sun Shu, Qian Diheng and other junior brothers' good friends come over and see that the abode is not ready, wouldn't they become a joke? Ayo! Speaking up to this point, Xueqi came to his senses. He had been busy with his own affairs, plus there was a hidden danger of his strength increasing dramatically, so he had forgotten about this matter. He still hadn't informed these 2 people. Thus, Xueqi smiled and said, There's no need for that. Disciple hasn't notified the 2 of them yet. Xueqi frowned slightly. That's where you're wrong. These 2 are the direct disciples of Sun Lei Palace and Qian Lei Palace. Especially Qian Diheng. His status is extraordinary. It is not easy for them to be on good terms with you. Although we don't have to shamelessly approach them, the necessary etiquette is still necessary. Yes, disciple understands. Xueqi hastily slapped his storage pouch and sent out 2 messaging talismans as he promised Xueqi. However, he disagreed in his heart. Sun Shu is fine, but that Qian Diheng. Damn it, it's impossible for him to not plunder my treasures. Sure enough, in less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng arrived one after another. At this time, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian went to the Thunder Palace to urge him, while Xueqi returned to her abode, leaving Xueqi alone to sit cross-legged. Sensing the 2's divine wills, Xueqi smiled and greeted them in midair. Ha ha! Qian Diheng's laughter was heard. Junior brother Xiao. You've built your foundation as expected. Damn it, I told you. You're definitely fine. Quick. What treasures did you get from your training this time? Quickly take them out and let senior brother see. See if you've been cheated, sweat. Xueqi almost fell from midair. He originally thought that when Qian Diheng said, quick, he wanted to know how he built his foundation. Who knew that he actually followed up with that sentence? Isn't this the legendary dog that can't change its habit of eating shit? Xiaohua secretly criticized. Greetings to junior brother Xiao. Congratulations to junior brother Xiao for building your foundation. Sun Shu had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his face carrying a trace of redness, and his eyes didn't have the slightest bit of astonishment. Obviously, he already knew from Xueqi that Xiaohua had built his foundation. Same to you, same to you. Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Seeing this, Sun Shu's eyes immediately stared at Xiaohua, not wanting to leave for even half a moment. Seeing that Xiaohua actually ignored him, Qian Diheng was angry. He jumped up and said, Xiaohua, I left the old man and hurriedly came to find you. Looking at senior sister Sun's appearance, you've already built your foundation. Why didn't you tell me? Now that I'm here first, you actually talk to senior sister first. This kind of behavior that forgets righteousness in the face of love isn't the Xiaohua in my eyes. Tisk, Xiaohua said disdainfully. What does Xiaohua look like in your eyes? Qian Diheng's face was profound and full of worship. He slightly narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, Xiaohua should be generous, doesn't bother about trifles, and regards brotherhood as the number one. Even if he didn't eat it himself, he would still give the spiritual grass to his brothers. That's what you've seen in your dreams. Xiaohua smiled. He took out a jade box and handed it to Sun Shu. Senior sister Sun, this is a gift from junior brother. Please kindly accept it. It can't be. Junior brother Xiaohua, you've really disappointed senior brother too much. Qian Diheng had a defeated look, but his eyes were looking at that jade box. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu took the jade box. She simply didn't look at it, and her face was tight with sweetness. That. Qian Diheng probed. Senior sister Sun, don't you want to see what it is? Why would I want to see it? As long as it's given by junior brother Xiao, it's all good. Sun Shu was about to put the jade box into her storage bag. Hee. Senior sister should also take a look. If you can use it earlier, Xiaohua said with a beaming smile. What is this? Sun Shu said curiously. Right now, I don't have any use for spiritual pills that can increase my power. That's right. Qian Diheng looked at the spiritual grass in the jade box, also puzzled. TSK, you still have the nerve to say that you're from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiaohua curled his lips and gave Qian Diheng a disdainful look. He raised his palm and stroked his incomparably young face left and right. What is the meaning of this? Qian Diheng was even more confused. He really didn't know what the youth-retaining grass was. Sun Shu was puzzled at first, but she didn't know why, but she suddenly understood. It was simply a female cultivator's sixth sense. Hurriedly. It was simply like a sudden clap of thunder, and Sun Shu immediately put the jade box into her storage bag. Don't. Qian Diheng was anxious. He cupped his hands and said, Senior sister Sun, you can't be like this. What the hell is this thing? Hee. Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also beaming. He was still stroking his face shamelessly and said with a smile, What do you think female cultivators like me care about the most? Chapter 2190. What do you mean? How would I know about you female cultivators? Qian Diheng was confused. What do girls care about the most? Sun Shu didn't mind teasing Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng scratched his head. He really didn't understand. In the end, Sun Shu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. If I guessed correctly, junior brother Xiao gave me a youth-retaining grass. What? Youth-retaining grass? Qian Diheng was startled. He directly flew to Xiaohua's side, grabbed Xiaohua's shoulder, and said with a grin, Junior brother Xiao, we are good brothers. This is a rare good thing in the world. How can senior brother be left out? TCH, Xiaohua pushed Qian Diheng away. Female cultivators care about appearance. What are you, a big man, thinking about? Don't tell me you want to be a pretty boy for your whole life. What's wrong with being a pretty boy? Pretty boys are the preference of the heavens. Qian Diheng mumbled. The heavens made me so handsome, so I want him to stay this way for a lifetime. Besides, if you're a pretty boy for your whole life, why can't you let others be pretty boys for their whole life? All right, all right. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out a jade box. I originally prepared a rare sea beast's inner core for senior brother Qian. Since you don't want it, then take this. What? Qian Diheng snatched the jade box and threw it into his storage bag. His other hand reached out and smiled. Senior brother Qian wants the youth-retaining grass. Senior brother also wants the inner core. You really have no face. Xiao Hua looked at Qian Diheng's outstretched hand and shook his head helplessly. He took out 2 more jade boxes, one for Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Sun Shu smiled. You should keep this for yourself. I don't lack pills in Sun Lei Palace. Qian Diheng took the 2 boxes and put one in his storage bag. He threw the other to Sun Shu and smiled. Senior sister, don't worry. According to my understanding of Xiao Hua, this guy definitely has a lot of inner cores. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take them out. How could Sun Shu listen to him? He turned to look at Xiao Hua. Hee, senior sister, take it. Xiao Hua didn't point it out. We haven't seen each other for several years. Consider it a greeting gift. All right. Sun Shu nodded and obediently put it away in his storage pouch. Junior brother Xiao, when did you build your foundation? Only now did Qian Diheng ask. MN. Xiao Hua gave a simple explanation. It was even less than what he had told Wu Hai. But even so, it still took him quite a while to explain. Oh my. Qian Diheng stuck out his tongue. You really went to the QC. By the way, speaking of this, Qian Diheng suddenly remembered something. Junior brother Xiao, isn't it too wasteful to directly take the youthful grass? This stock of face-retaining grass could be used to refine many face-retaining pills. A face-retaining pill is worth a lot of spirit stones. Nonsense. Xiao Hua sneered. Where did little brother get the pill formula? Hee. Qian Diheng chuckled. Junior brother, it's your fault for not telling senior brother. The Sun Thunder Palace might not have it, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace might not have it. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Palace doesn't have it, this senior brother can still look for it. But, junior brother Xiao, this business. Xiao Hua wasn't very interested in the face-retaining pill. At that time he was just curious. Hearing Qian Diheng's words, his eyes lit up. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook it twice without saying anything. Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to do this. It's only 20%. Qian Diheng was about to cry. Little brother helped you find the pill formula and find someone to refine it. You only provided the youthful grass. It's just that 80%. No one will do it. TCH, little brother only wants the pill formula. Xiao Hua said disdainfully. Ah? Qian Diheng was stunned. He looked at Sun Shu, who was also surprised. But both of them nodded slightly and didn't ask any more. However, Qian Diheng pestered again. Even if it's the pill formula, it's still worth 40%. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng almost pulled Xiao Hua's arm and shook it. He was simply acting spoiled. Fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand helplessly. I'll give you 30%. Little brother doesn't care about anything else. You only care about the pill. Give me the spirit stones. Deal. Qian Diheng immediately raised his hand. Hee. Xiao Hua reached out and clapped hands with him. He also laughed mischievously. AI, something's not right. Sun Shu knew that at this time. He looked around and asked curiously. Junior brother Xiao, your cave. Hasn't it been opened yet? Hee, no hurry. Xiao Hua didn't care at all. It's only been a few days. Senior brother went to rush me. At this time, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian flew back with a gloomy face. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng hurried forward to salute. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't dare to neglect and also hurriedly returned the salute. Xiao Hua saw Xiang Yang's ugly face and smiled. What's wrong? Senior brother. Did you suffer in the Thunderclap Palace? Hee, it's nothing. Xiang Yang shook his head. Now my Thunderclap Palace has a lot of Foundation Establishment disciples. We don't have enough puppets. Junior brother Xiao might have to wait for a while. No matter. Xiao Hua said warmly. It's the same even if I go into seclusion here. Seclusion? Qian Diheng frowned. You just entered Foundation Establishment. What are you going into seclusion for? Sun Shu hurriedly said. Junior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Hee, nothing. Xiaohua saw that he had a slip of the tongue and hurriedly said, Junior brother went to Xueqi and had some understanding. I understand. Qian Diheng nodded and said, since that's the case, you should have a cave. Then he smiled nastily, Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. Today I'll bring the Thunderclap Palace's puppets. I'll see which disciple dares to snatch the cave from my brother. Saying that, Qian Diheng activated a spell and rushed into the sky. TCH, if I'm not arrogant, I won't know you're a Thunderclap Palace disciple. Xiaohua curled his lips, very disapproving. Let him go. Yan Qinglian teamed up and said, you don't know how unsightly the Thunderclap Palace's disciples are. My myriad Thunder Valley's confidence is still not enough. Xiaohua knew that his eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law were angry, so he didn't say anything more. He had puppets in his space, so he could open a cave at will. If it weren't for the Thunderclap Palace's rules, he would have already done it. Besides, he really didn't believe that spirit-seeking cat could find any spirit vein that was more formidable than his little Silver. The Thunderclap Palace's direct disciples were indeed formidable. Sun Shu accompanied Yan Qinglian to talk for a while, and a Middle Foundation establishment disciple came with a smile on his face, following behind Qian Diheng with more than 10 disciples. Humph, seeing that disciple, Yan Qinglian's face was filled with disdain. Clearly, it was this person who made her and Xiangyang suffer. Junior brother Qian, where do you want to open the cave? That disciple said with a very flattering smile. How would I know? Qian Diheng said coldly, it's my brother opening the cave, not me. Do I still need you guys when I open the cave? Yes. That disciple took a look and saw that only Xiaohua was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He hurried over and smiled apologetically. Where does junior brother want to open the cave? Didn't this Xiao already give my jade slip to the Thunderclap Palace? Why are you asking this Xiao? Xiaohua glanced at Xiangyang, whose face was a little ashen, and sneered. That disciple cupped his hands and said, I, Zhen Minghai, congratulate Myriad Thunder Valley's junior brother Xiao for reaching foundation establishment. I'm really sorry. During this time, my Thunderclap Palace has really had too many foundation establishment disciples. Junior brother Xiao just handed me your jade slip, and I haven't had time to look at it yet. Please forgive me. So it's like that. Xiaohua pondered inwardly. This guy's words aren't without reason. It's just that his attitude is too bad. Thus he pointed his chin at Xiangyang and said, this Xiao doesn't care, but I don't know what my eldest senior brother thinks. Seeing that Xiaohua actually didn't call him junior brother or senior brother, Zhen Minghai frowned slightly. After all, this Myriad Thunder Valley was considered the weakest branch in the Thunderclap Palace. Even if Xiangyang was already at the middle stage of foundation establishment and had 2 foundation establishment disciples, Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan, and even Xiang Zhili, the future disciple of Thunder Mesa's spiritual master. But after all, this was all in the future. Zhen Minghai, this kind of disciple with authority in his hands, really didn't attach too much importance to this matter. However, what Zhen Minghai was most afraid of was naturally Qian Diheng, this kind of heavenly Thunder Palace disciple who was even more arrogant than him. Now that things had come to this, how could he not know what to do? Zhen Minghai cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Xiang, junior sister Yan, previously this little one was really too busy and neglected you. This little one apologizes here. Seeing Zhen Minghai apologizing, Xiangyang felt uncomfortable at first, and hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, senior brother Zhen is thinking too much. This little brother didn't know that my Thunderclap Palace had many foundation establishment disciples now, and thought that it was intentional neglect. Since you were really busy, how could I blame senior brother? Hi, that's right. Zhen Minghai took the opportunity to say, I don't know what happened, but during this period of time, there were too many foundation establishment disciples from aristocratic families who entered my Thunderclap Palace. This little one is really busy. Seeing that her husband was so easily forgiving, Yan Qinglian snorted and said, since that's the case, then forget it. However, this immortal's cave must be a little bigger. And that's natural. Zhen Minghai said with a smile. Junior brother Qian has already come forward. If it's too small, the heavenly Thunder Palace will lose face. Immediately, Xiaohua pointed to a location, and Zhen Minghai waved his hand. More than 10 disciples released several puppets and began to work. These puppets of Thunderclap Palace were really crude compared to Xiao Hua's puppets. Not only did they need several disciples to control them together, sometimes they even needed the disciples to use spells. However, these disciples were familiar with the way, and after spending more than half a day's effort, they opened up an immortal's cave that was twice as big as Cui Hongshan's. Opening up an immortal's cave must be paid with spirit stones. Seeing that the immortal's cave was opened late, Zhan Minghai cupped his hands and said with a smile, however, since it's junior brother Chen's good friend, this spirit stone is this little one's gift to congratulate junior brother Xiao on his foundation establishment. Don't. Chen Diheng was unhappy. With a wave of his hand, he took out several top-grade spirit stones and threw them at him, saying, "This little master can't owe your Thunderclap Palace anything. Otherwise, my great-grandfather will deal with this little master." Chapter 2191. Alright then. Seeing Chen Diheng mention Gantian, Zhen Minghai didn't dare to say anything. He took the spirit stones and smiled. "Thank you, junior brother Chen." Sigh, sometimes it's good to be a little arrogant. Xiao Hua whispered as he watched Zhen Minghai lead the disciples away. That's right. Chen Diheng curled his lips and said, "Junior brother Xiao is usually too low-key. That's not what a man should do." Damn it, what does it have to do with you whether I'm a man or not? Xiao Hua glared at him in annoyance. These words sounded familiar to him as if a female cultivator had said it to him before. Yes, Fairy Hong Xia and Xueqi no. Chen Diheng revealed a lewd smile. Let's go, we'll go take a look at junior brother Zhao's cave. Yan Qinglian saw Chen Diheng's outrageous words and Sun Shu's blushing face and hurriedly said with a smile. Sun Shu took the lead and quickly walked into the newly opened cave. Tisk, you still say it's big. Chen Diheng looked and complained again. It's only so, much smaller than mine. What do I need such a big cave for? Xiao Hua glanced at him. Of course. Chen Diheng raised his left hand as if he was going to count. Fine. Xiao Hua knew what he was going to say and hurriedly waved his hand. Don't say any more. You're talking too much. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm too lazy to say it. Chen Diheng began to look around, but unfortunately, after a moment, he opened his mouth again. He pointed at the cave surroundings and began to nag about what to put and what to put. He even raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, junior brother Xiao, great-grandfather has a good impression of you. When are you opening the cave? Let him come over and give you some face?" I have to tell senior brother and master. Xiao Hua just said this when his body started to tremble again. Although it was very subtle, how could the cultivators not notice it? Xiao Hua, what's wrong with you? Sun Shu was anxious. He walked over in a few steps and even asked with a sobbing tone. Chen Diheng's face also had a serious expression. Nothing. After Xiao Hua finished trembling, he smiled and said, "The meridians in my body is a bit not appropriate. I need to go into seclusion for a while." I understand. Xiang Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded slightly. I'll go find master now. Don't. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly said, I'm afraid. Even master can't do it. Why bother him? Xiang Yang had only seen Xiao Hua's methods in the Misty Mountain. He knew that early-stage foundation establishment cultivators weren't his match, and he had also seen Xiao Hua's methods after reaching foundation establishment in the Flame Forest Marsh. He knew that Su Yongyi was extraordinarily powerful, but he didn't believe that a late foundation establishment cultivator like Su Yongyi was helpless against him. He would rather think that it was Xiao Hua who was helpless and scolded him. Why don't we ask great-grandfather for help? Chen Diheng made a prompt decision. I'll go back now. Stop. Xiao Hua immediately berated. I know what I'm doing. Really? Chen Diheng hesitated. You are my god of wealth. Are you sure? Don't worry. Xiao Hua patted his shoulder and said. Go back now and look for that thing. If possible, bring it over before I go into seclusion. Okay. Chen Diheng turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps he said, Then your mansion opening. It's all false reputation. What mansion opening? Xiao Hua said carelessly. Life is still more important. Okay. Chen Diheng finished speaking and hurriedly flew away. Senior sister soon. I've made a fool of myself. Xiaohua turned around and said, I just reached Foundation establishment, and I've already caused so much trouble. It's nothing. As long as you're sure you're fine. Sun Shu was only worried about Xiaohua, and didn't ask for anything else. It's a pity that I can't let senior sister Sun participate in the mansion opening ceremony. Xiaohua blinked, looking very disappointed. Sun Shu was full of concern, and said with a forced smile, as long as you're fine. Then she thought for a moment and said, I'm actually going into seclusion in the next few days. Junior sister Xue's cultivation has improved greatly, and it's really a spur for me. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. And then senior sister Sun, take care. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Seeing Xiaohua sending her off, Sun Shu didn't want to leave, but thinking of Xiaohua's appearance just now, she could only nod, cupped her hands again, and quickly flew away. After the two left, Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, Junior brother, are you sure you don't need to tell master? What can I tell master? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looking at the two. Xiangyang was also sad. He was very clear that Xiaohua now had an earth attribute constitution, and he really couldn't tell master. Since that was the case, he might as well not say it. You're going into seclusion now? Xiangyang asked. Xiaohua said without hesitation, yes, right now. I'll have to trouble senior brother to tell master's wife that I suddenly had an epiphany and must go into seclusion. As for the mansion opening ceremony, let's postpone it. Hee hee. I'm afraid master will be hopping mad again. Xiangyang said with a laugh. It's hard to get a chance to show off. Xiaohua smiled helplessly and said, if Qian Dihing didn't come, this cave mansion would still need half a year to open, and wouldn't the mansion opening ceremony also have to be postponed? I reckon I'll be able to come out of seclusion in half a year. Master's wife will tell master. There's nothing impossible. All right. Hearing that it was only half a year, Xiangyang was relieved. He patted his storage pouch, took out a set of simple formation flags and jade slips, and said, this is the formation I received from Thunderquake Palace. You can set it up yourself according to the jade slips. Xiaohua took it. How about we help you set it up? Yan Qinglian said worriedly. Xiaohua looked at the two senior brothers' concern, and his heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't let them do it, they would definitely be worried, so he nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother and senior sister. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Xiangyang smiled, took the formation flags and talismans, and went to set it up with Yan Qinglian. In the time it took to eat a meal, the cave mansion's formation had already been set up. Yan Qinglian said again that she wanted to move some things from her cave mansion, but Xiaohua stopped her. He only said that he would talk about it after he came out of seclusion, and asked Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian to go back. He raised his hand, waved the formation flags, and sealed the entire cave mansion. AI, junior brother. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiaohua's hurried appearance, and couldn't help but worry. Junior brother Xiao is such a cautious person. For this kind of situation to occur, I'm afraid there's some problem. Although Xiangyang was honest and considerate, his thoughts were also meticulous. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. If he really has a problem, why is he in such a hurry? Even Xue can't wait for him to come out of seclusion? But if Reverend Jingru were to use some sort of method? Chapter 2192. Ayo. That's right. Yan Qinglian came to her senses and covered her mouth. I knew it. Reverend Jingsu's reputation is so bad. How could he let junior martial brother go so easily? He must have a powerful method. But what can we do? Xiangyang was even more certain. After all, Xiaohua had said that there was no way around it. If it wasn't Reverend Jingsu's method, then what was it? Alas! Yan Qinglian sighed and looked at Xiaohua's cave again. It was incomparably desolate. Let's go. Xiangyang waved his hand and said, this matter is the same as before. Don't tell master's wife in detail. Just say that junior martial brother Xiao is going into seclusion. Don't mention anything else. Just in case you make a mistake by saying too much. I know. Let master's wife tell master. Yan Qinglian flew away and answered in a low voice. Xiaohua sealed the cave entrance and sat down cross-legged. He operated his mental cultivation method and the true essence in his meridians flowed smoothly. However, no matter how he urged his mental cultivation method, the earth attributes spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated in his meridians couldn't be mobilized, let alone refined. Immediately, Xueqi sensed the faint sound of thunder in the cave. However, although the faint sound of thunder could stir up the deposited spiritual energy, it was only enough to stir it up. It wasn't enough to activate the spiritual energy. However, this wasn't outside of Xueqi's expectations. He pondered for a moment and thought to himself, my current method should be to refine the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in my meridians and physical body. However, if I want to advance both at the same time, I need to multitask. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure it completely. Rather than that, I might as well split my primordial spirit. One primordial spirit will cultivate the dragon transformation art, and the other will cultivate the celestial body empowerment technique. In addition, the sword heart energy seed technique has been successful. This means that I can combine the primordial spirit strengthening technique, the primordial spirit splitting technique, and the ghost cultivation technique. Since that's the case, I should take advantage of my secluded cultivation to split these primordial spirits out. Every strand of primordial spirit will be dedicated to a specific task. It's better than me cultivating alone. Immediately after, Xueqi thought for a long time. He sat cross-legged, made an extremely strange gesture with both hands, and pointed at his forehead. The spiritual power in his body gradually surged to the gesture in his hands, and his divine sense also contracted. After another incense stick of time, Xueqi's face showed a painful expression, and bean-sized sweat droplets appeared on his forehead again. Just like before, an unparalleled pain, a sharp pain that was tearing himself apart, and a feeling that was worse than death came from Xueqi's head. Although Xueqi was mentally prepared for this pain, when it really came, Xueqi was still unable to resist it. A feeling of extreme powerlessness arose in his heart. Rumble. There was a tremor in the air, and Little Silver once again jumped between the spirit plants in alarm. Little Yellow was also startled awake. Xueqi didn't have time to talk to it in detail. Quick! Xueqi's hands trembled as he made the gesture. As the incantation entered his body, Xueqi felt his mind go blank. His head swayed, and it was as if the entire world had become two overlapping worlds. Seeing that a strand of primordial spirit had smoothly flown out, Xueqi was secretly delighted. He then used a secret technique to channel that strand of primordial spirit into his meridians. Originally, Xueqi had expected some unexpected things to happen during this process, since his meridians weren't like the dream executioners, and would reject it a little. Who would have thought that when the primordial spirit entered his meridians, there wouldn't be any abnormalities at all? There was an incomparably heavy pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and that strand of primordial spirit fell into a deep sleep. Great! If it wasn't for the lingering pain, Xueqi would have clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He knew that the strand of primordial spirit had already successfully fused with his meridians. He only needed to use the secret technique to nurture and strengthen that primordial spirit. After it woke up, it would be able to independently and actively use the dragon transformation art, just like how he was using his own cultivation method. Compared to the blood shadow art, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Fusing primordial spirit into the meridians, I'm afraid that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, only this young master can do it, right? Other people wouldn't even think about it. Xueqi was secretly pleased. This is also because the blood shadow art is used so smoothly that it can go so smoothly. Mother. At this time, Goldie's dry voice sounded. What is this for? Xueqi laughed. This is Mother's ever-changing. Don't be afraid. I reckon there will be more tremors like this in the future. Oh! Seeing that Xueqi was fine, Goldie closed its eyes and prepared to sleep again. Don't be anxious. Xueqi hurriedly said. Tell Little Silver to help Mother find a place. Xueqi hurriedly described a place with abundant spiritual energy. Okay, Goldie chirped a few times at Little Silver. Little Silver nodded and kept somersaulting among the spiritual plants. Then, Goldie fainted. Looking at Little Dusk sleeping, Xueqi was extremely envious. Damn it, look at Goldie. He only needs to eat and then sleep to improve. This young master has to put in a lot of effort and still has to endure the pain. This person is really not much different from other people. At this time, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was in severe pain and he couldn't circulate his energy. Xiao Hua simply lay down on the ground to rest. At this time, the cave's restriction made some noise. It can't be Qian Di Heng, right? Xiao Hua thought. This guy is such a miser? Even more so than this young master? Opening the cave's restriction, as expected, Qian Di Heng was standing in front of the cave, but his face was full of worry. Seeing Xiao Hua's face as white as paper and even more concerned, he clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He said, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, just now I went to see great-grandfather. From what he said, I'm afraid that you've taken too many pills and there's too much medicinal energy in your body. If you don't remove it in time, not only will it affect your realm, it will also destroy your meridians. At this time, you shouldn't cultivate anymore. Instead, you should first expel the medicinal energy. This jade slip contains a secret technique of my thunder-shocking palace, especially for your situation. So it's like this." Xiao Hua was really grateful in his heart. He took the 2 jade slips and scanned them with his divine sense. One of them was naturally the pill formula of the face-retaining pill, and the other was a cultivation method. Xiao Hua roughly looked at it and frowned. He said, "According to this secret technique, won't all these medicinal energy be expelled? It's really a waste." When Qian Di Heng heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Xiao Hua, you don't want to live anymore. What time is it now, and you're still so greedy? Great-grandfather said that because you forcefully wanted to build your foundation, you took too many foundation-building pills, which caused the medicinal energy to accumulate. Although you've already built your foundation, your meridians are newly formed and you still don't have the energy to refine these medicinal energy. If you don't expel it, what else can you do? Don't think about it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Don't think about wasting these pills." Then he said, "As for that face-retaining pill, Junior Marshal Brother doesn't need to be in a hurry to refine it. Right now, you can't easily use magic power. It's better to wait until after you enter seclusion." "Then what did you bring the pill formula for?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Damn it, if I don't take advantage of great-grandfather's good mood, when will I get it? If I give it to you, I won't think about it anymore. Besides, with your greedy face, wouldn't it be more comfortable to take the pill formula? So that you won't be willing to part with the medicinal energy in your meridians." Qian Di Heng waved his hand and said, "Okay, quickly enter seclusion. By all means, don't be unwilling to use the secret method." After he finished speaking, he turned around and flew away for fear of delaying Xiao Hua's seclusion. "This guy really knows my heart." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. His heart felt warm as he returned to the immortal's cave. The pain in his head seemed to have lessened a lot. Only at this time did Xiao Hua have the mind to look at his own immortal's cave. This immortal's cave was no different from Xiangyang's immortal's cave. Except for the place being bigger, the internal structure was exactly the same. As soon as he entered, he saw a hall used to receive guests. Then, there was a small door leading to the back. The back was divided into 2 halves. One half was a nursery with flat ground for planting spiritual plants. The other half was divided into several spaces. Looking at it, it seemed to be a quiet room for refining pills and cultivating. However, at this time, it was empty inside, waiting for Xiao Hua to arrange it at will in the future. Really not creative. I reckon that all the immortals' caves of Thunderous Palace disciples are like this. Xiao Hua instantly thought of Xiangyang's immortal's cave and sighed. There was a trace of helplessness on his face as he clearly thought of Haoming City's immortal's cave. Forget it. How can this young master fix this now? When I have time in the future. Thinking this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, if this young master's entire immortal's cave comes out again, wouldn't it be the legendary "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows"? Then, Xiao Hua's mouth trembled rapidly a few times. It was actually very similar to a rabbit's 3-petaled mouth. "Come out, Little Silver." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Little Silver appeared in midair again. But at this time, Little Silver was clearly no longer astonished. His 2 bright mouse eyes turned, and without waiting for Xiao Hua's instructions, he rushed out in a flash. There was no need for Xiao Hua to tell him anything at all. "Io, don't be in such a hurry." Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, but seeing that Little Silver had already scurried out of the cave that hadn't been sealed yet, he could only sigh. "AI, you still listen to your mother. Last time, You didn't move no matter how I told you to search for the spirit vein. Forget it. I can't cultivate for the time being, so I'll go take a look. Xueqi then flew out of the immortal's cave and opened the array. After Little Silver left the immortal's cave, he sniffed the air with his little nose, which had faint golden threads, and then flew into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Seeing this, Xueqi's eyes turned. He had been a disciple of 10,000 Thunder Valley for a long time, but he had never been on duty there, so he didn't know how his Xueqi was on duty. If he entered 10,000 Thunder Valley now, he might run into something helpless. But given Xueqi's current cultivation, how could a late Foundation establishment cultivator discover him? Thus, Xueqi only hesitated for a moment before his figure flashed and he gave chase. That's not right. Xueqi followed Little Silver into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley, and the faint sound of thunder gradually grew louder. Both silent and loud thunder attacked Xueqi, and even his state of mind was a little disturbed. Xueqi sensed that something wasn't right. Is Little Silver mistaken? How can there be a spirit vein here? Even if there is a spirit vein, it's impossible for me to open an immortal residence here, right? Chapter 2193. However, when Xueqi released his Buddhist consciousness, he saw Little Silver's two bean-sized rat eyes glow, as if he had seen a spirit stone. Could it be that Little Silver has discovered some treasure? That was right. Wasn't a spirit-seeking mouse a rat that searched for spirit objects? It was only natural that Little Silver would be able to discover any treasure. It was just that the spirit-seeking mouse's greedy appearance was really too similar to Xueqi's. After flying for half a day, Xueqi's ears were already filled with the sound of thunder, but Little Silver didn't stop, and instead became even more excited. That's even more wrong. Realization dawned on Xueqi at that moment. This guy couldn't have discovered the treasure in Myriad Thunder Valley. Right? Not good, it's Xueqi. Xueqi's Buddhist consciousness suddenly saw a jade green stone wall overflowing with magic power, and a helpless figure abruptly appeared, his face full of exhaustion. He had taken out a jade token in his hand, and seemed to be sealing the restriction. When he looked at Little Silver again, it was clear that he also felt helpless, and his small figure abruptly dotted downwards like a thin white light, instantly falling into the ground. Little Silver can also escape through the earth? Seeing this, Xueqi's mouth gaped slightly. He really hadn't expected this. But Xueqi smiled bitterly in an instant. Do rats naturally know how to dig holes? So what if they can escape through the earth? Doesn't that whatever nether bat also know how to escape through the earth? Seeing that Little Silver had no choice but to seal the restriction, Little Silver's figure flashed in his direction. Xueqi didn't dare be careless, and his figure flew swiftly as he also rushed underground. Unfortunately, he didn't notice anything unusual at all, and flew away from where Xueqi had stopped earlier, about 10 zhong away. Little Silver flew underground and didn't stop at all, continuing to flee forward until he was finally blocked by a restriction. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Silver opened his mouth and bit at the restriction. Good boy, Little Silver. Xueqi hurriedly called out to Little Silver, but Little Silver ignored him and continued to swallow the spirit chi on the restriction mouthful by mouthful. Xueqi instantly remembered how Little Silver had bitten the imprisonment spell to save him when he had just entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. He knew that Little Silver had the ability to swallow spirit chi. After that, Xueqi released his Buddhist perception and opened his Dharma eyes. When he looked at the restriction before him, he couldn't help but frown. This was an extremely powerful array. There were many restrictions within the array, layer upon layer, and all kinds of restrictions were linked together. It was very difficult to break through. Even if Xueqi's cultivation in array formations had improved greatly, it would still not be easy to break through. Forget it. Let Little Silver try. Xueqi nodded slightly, and his Buddhist awareness swept over. He saw that this was a huge magic array that stretched for dozens of miles, and it enveloped all the valleys in front of it. Lightning flashed within the array, and all kinds of thunder were transmitted through the restriction. My goodness, if the outside of the formation is already so powerful, what about inside the formation? This should be the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xueqi understood in his heart, and his heart was filled with joy. Only a place where thousands of lightning bolts gathered would be able to stimulate the accumulated spiritual energy in his body. Admittedly, the array was powerful, but spirit mice were born to swallow spirit chi. It took Little Silver half a day before he finally bit off a strand of spirit chi in the array. With a crack, a bolt of lightning passed through the array and struck Little Silver. Xueqi was already prepared. He stretched out his hand to block in front of Little Silver. A wave of numbness spread up his arm, and a few strands of spirit chi were actually drawn out of his body by the lightning. At the same time, Xueqi swung his right hand again, and several rabbit spirit talismans hit the flaw that Little Silver had bitten out, blocking the area that was already starting to close up. Little Silver's body was like lightning, and before the lightning could leak out, his small figure scuttled into the array. Slow down a little. Xueqi smiled bitterly. He cast several more spirit talismans to widen the flaw, and then he also flew into the array. See, Xueqi had already imagined the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley countless times before. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. It was a deep valley surrounded by lightning, and the bottom couldn't be seen. But in the middle of the valley, which was several li away, there was a huge cone-shaped mountain peak that seemed to stand out of thin air. Countless bolts of lightning struck the mountain peak from top to bottom, and there wasn't the slightest gap at all. This is the 10,000 Thunder Valley? It's not just 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xueqi didn't dare release his Buddhist awareness or divine will. He only looked at the mountain peak in the distance, which stood tall amidst the millions of bolts of lightning, and sighed with emotion in his heart. Furthermore, the millions of bolts of lightning didn't fall from the sky, but from the void as they struck the mountain peak. Lightning flowed over the mountain peak and fell straight down into the deep black abyss below. Little Silver? Xueqi cried out in surprise. Little Silver's small body shuttled through the lightning with great familiarity. He had already flown more than 1,000 zhong, and his target was the mountain peak in the center of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. At this point, how could Xueqi not know what Little Silver was thinking? Little Silver probably really regarded the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley as a treasure. Or perhaps, Little Silver wanted Xueqi to open up his cave residence here? Fuck, if that was the case, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Wouldn't Thunder Palace immediately pull out Xueqi's tendons and skin him alive? Squeak squeak. Little Silver flew another li, unease on his face. He didn't dare move forward anymore and just stood in midair, his two front paws clasped together as if he was bowing, his eyes flashing. I understand. Xueqi nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, he put Little Silver into his space. Then he activated the Bright Thunder Escape and flew toward the mountain peak. The Bright Thunder Escape was swift to begin with, and in this space filled with lightning, he was even more like a fish in water. An unprecedented feeling of comfort actually emerged when he used the lightning escape technique. Xueqi's heart suddenly stirred as he thought to himself, the lightning escape technique should be used to escape amidst lightning. The Imperial Thunder Sect had this 10,000 Thunder Valley. Was it where they cultivated the lightning escape in the beginning? It's just that the secret technique to avoid lightning was lost, and many cultivators didn't dare train here, so this place was abandoned? Don't you remember what Xueqi said? Guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley is a very difficult task. At first, it was highly valued, but later on, it wasn't so well received anymore. Just as he was thinking this, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the air. Xueqi didn't have time to dodge at all before it struck him. A wave of numbness and soreness came from his body, and he fell from midair. Hiss! Xueqi didn't dare be careless. His Phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body and flapped its wings to stabilize his body. Crack crack. Before Xueqi could react at all, several bolts of lightning appeared and struck his Phoenix Dharma body repeatedly. Sizzle. Electric light flowed into Xueqi's body. Chapter 2194. Haha, great. Xueqi was overjoyed. This lightning not only mobilized the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his body, it also accelerated the refining of spiritual energy. This lightning is obviously different from the heavenly lightning of the lightning tribulation, and even more different from the thunderstorm of the Qianhe Sea. Xueqi was somewhat enlightened. Looks like there are many types of lightning in this world. Let's go. Xueqi obviously couldn't cultivate here. His figure swayed again, and he flew towards the mountain peak. During this period of time, the lightning became even more concentrated. The phoenix body couldn't take care of it in the end, so Xueqi had no choice but to release the Buddha Saraira. The lightning struck the Saraira, and like a brush, it gradually filled the Saraira with gold color. Escape. When he got close to the mountain, Xueqi used the earth escape technique, and his figure jumped into it. Fortunately, even though there were tens of thousands of lightning strikes, the mountain peak was still a mountain peak. Otherwise, Xueqi wouldn't be able to escape. Once he entered the mountain peak, Xueqi didn't hesitate anymore and directly escaped downwards. He only stopped when he couldn't escape anymore. The inside of the mountain peak was the same as the outside of the mountain peak. All kinds of lightning struck Xueqi from different void flashes, as if the mountain peak was void. The lightning flickered, lingering around Xueqi's entire body. Xueqi closed his eyes tightly, and the lightning on his body either merged into his body or merged into the mountain peak again. The earth crystal Yao milk spiritual energy in Xueqi's body also slowly flowed within the lightning. It was refined by Xueqi's celestial body bestowment technique. On one hand, it was refined into his body, and on the other hand, it was sent into his meridians. Looking at Xueqi's meridians again, there was also lightning striking. The spiritual energy in his meridians was the same as in his body, and it was drawn out like a gurgling stream. The hidden danger of Xueqi's cultivation was actually slowly dissolving in this unimaginable way. Although Xueqi didn't deliberately use his mental cultivation method, his cultivation was still slowly improving. 10 days later, Xueqi waited for the pain to disappear, and split his primordial spirit again. This time, his primordial spirit merged into his body. He focused on practicing the celestial body bestowment technique. This was also Xueqi's attempt. In his mind, the celestial body bestowment technique was different from the earth attribute mental cultivation method. He couldn't multitask, and since he had to practice the celestial body bestowment technique and mental cultivation method, he might as well try to merge his primordial spirit with his body. Who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? This was truly beyond his expectations. Even Xueqi himself suspected that his physical body was alive just like his meridians. Another 10 days passed, and Xueqi split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into his bones. The bone tempering technique of the Sunset Island was different from the Big Dipper magical fist technique. It was a type of mental cultivation method that was similar to striking. Now that the lightning had fallen, it was the best time to practice the bone tempering technique. Xueqi didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Another 10 days passed, and Xueqi split his primordial spirit again. This time, Xueqi wanted to merge his primordial spirit with the Phoenix Dharma body. However, when he thought about how the Phoenix Dharma body already had several types of soul essences, Xueqi admitted that his primordial spirit was inferior to the Phoenix Dharma body. Thus, after a brief thought, he sent his primordial spirit into the Buddha Saraira. Another 10 days passed and Xueqi split his Yuan divinity again. This time, the Yuan divinity was fused into Xueqi's dimension, the heavenly Tao starry sky. The heavenly Tao starry sky was originally formless, but Xueqi already had a trace of his primordial spirit follow the fire origin into the space and merge with the starry sky. This trace of primordial spirit also entered the starry sky extremely smoothly. Another 10 days passed, and Xueqi split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into the hand of karma. This hand of karma was truly vast. Xueqi didn't expect to be able to control the entire hand of karma, but if he could have a trace of his primordial spirit in the hand of karma, he should have sufficient time to comprehend karma, right? Another 10 days passed, and Xueqi split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit didn't merge into any place, but stayed alone in the space. Xueqi waited for this primordial spirit to awaken and strengthen, then he would comprehend many of his jade slips. Finally, another 10 days passed, and Xueqi thought for a long time. He felt that apart from the 8 sword pellets, there was nothing else he needed to comprehend with his primordial spirit. Just as he was about to merge his primordial spirit with the unrepaired sword pellets, Xueqi's heart stirred, and he thought of his own space. This space was behind his head, but it wasn't under his control. If he could have a primordial spirit as the master, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? However, when he truly tried to control it, he ran into trouble. This trace of primordial spirit couldn't merge into the space, and was left alone outside like the primordial spirit he used to comprehend the jade slips. Helpless, Xueqi thought of the mysterious place where the soul strands had penetrated. Thus, he sent his primordial spirit into the dark clouds along with the soul strands. He used this primordial spirit to comprehend the green seal text and soul cultivation methods. The 8 sword pellets had yet to be completely repaired, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit couldn't merge with them. Moreover, at this time, Xiaohua faintly felt that splitting his primordial spirit had a great use. Splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and putting it into the sword pellets was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now, Xiaohua had split his primordial spirit into 8 different strands to comprehend 8 different cultivation methods. Each strand had its own responsibility, and each strand did their best. After doing all this, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had a splitting headache, it was really uncomfortable. Anyone who split their primordial spirit 8 times in a row would feel uncomfortable. However, Xiaohua was even more delighted in his heart. He had grasped too many cultivation methods. Just relying on one primordial spirit to cultivate, it was already not bad to be able to cultivate one cultivation method to the extreme, not to mention these 7 or 8 cultivation methods. Even if it was a Confucian cultivator, soul cultivator, or Buddhist cultivator, these 3 cultivation methods that were on par with the Tao sect, it was impossible to successfully cultivate them, let alone something as unpredictable as the heavenly Tao and the hand of karma. Perhaps when these primordial spirits awaken, I will have some accomplishments. Xiaohua immediately closed his eyes. First, before the primordial spirits awakened, he activated the immortal body bestowment technique, relying on the lightning strike to refine the spiritual energy in his body. In his heart, he secretly planned for the future. Just as Xiaohua thought, 100 days later, these primordial spirits gradually awakened. Xiaohua didn't feel any special discomfort. It was only at the beginning that he felt like he was waking up from a dream, and it was a very strange feeling. As the primordial spirits began to operate their cultivation methods, different feelings and understandings were transmitted to the main primordial spirit, and through the main primordial spirit, it was shared with the other primordial spirits. Xiaohua slowly adapted to this strange cultivation method. More than a year later, whether it was in his meridians or in his body, half of the earth attribute spiritual energy had been refined, and the remaining sediment was even more difficult to refine. While Xiaohua was refining his spiritual energy, he was doing other things. The first thing Xiaohua did was to take out the 50% of the male lightning beast's inner core that he had obtained from Helpless and Cui Hongshan from the space. The lightning beast's inner core flashed and immediately attracted countless lightning strikes, all of which struck the inner core. Xiaohua formed several seals and condensed the male lightning beast's inner core above his head. Then, he also took out the remaining 80% of the female lightning beast's inner core. After forming seals, he took out 60% of it and put the remaining 20% back into the space. Similar to the male lightning beast's inner core, countless lightning strikes struck out at the same time. Moreover, between the male and female cores, there was actually purple lightning that connected them together. Seeing this situation, Xiaohua was even more certain that his guess when he saw Xueqi's foundation building on the heavenly sea should be correct. Then, Xiaohua took out 9 drops of the male and female lightning beast's blood and condensed them on the surface of the 2 inner cores. When the blood went deep into the inner cores, Xiaohua formed seals one after another. It was exactly the same as refining the thunder pill. Finally, Xiaohua pointed his finger, "Go." The 2 inner cores spun and entangled together, and like melting liquid, they were poured into the Phoenix celestial body by Xiaohua. Kachacha, the Phoenix celestial body flashed with lightning, and lightning also appeared between its wings and claws. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the Phoenix celestial body as the cauldron, and the male and female lightning beast's inner cores as the core liquid to refine the thunder pill. It was precisely embedding the 2 inner cores into the Phoenix celestial body to form the inner core of the celestial body, which was similar to the innate inner core of the lightning beast. Then, when Xueqi was building her foundation, the innate seals of the lightning beast's hands appeared in Xiaohua's mind. His hands also slowly waved. Not only were more than a dozen lightning bolts controlled by Xiaohua, but lightning bolts that were several times more powerful than the thunder palm were also suddenly born in his palm. Not only that, at the same time that the 2 inner cores in the Phoenix celestial body were rotating, in the depths of the myriad thunder valley, a purple light spot that was both big and small, which was invisible to the naked eye, divine sense and even Buddhist sense, was attracted by the yin and yang lightning bolts. It slowly flew out from the depths of the valley, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Its appearance was actually similar to the earliest fire origin. Xiaohua used nearly 10 days to properly embed the inner cores of the Phoenix celestial body. He saw the thin and long lightning bolt strike the phoenix celestial body, and threads of light entered the body, seeping into the yin and yang inner cores, increasing the number of inner cores. Moreover, in a short period of time, strands of Hotian impurities turned into green smoke and flew out from the inner cores. Xiao Hua was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that he had found the correct method to embed the lightning beast's inner cores. This was what Xiao Hua saw. What Xiao Hua didn't see, or perhaps what Xiao Hua didn't expect, was that in Xiao Hua's lower dantian, on both sides of the extremely small virtual spot, 2 more virtual spots flashing with lightning bolts appeared. However, they were even smaller, and even more inaudible. After arranging the lightning beast's inner cores, Xiao Hua once again took out the Great Wisdom Sword. In his mind, he carefully recalled the Demon Realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood essence touched the Great Wisdom Sword. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's hands waved again. However, this time, Xiao Hua didn't make any strange hand seals. Instead, he used the hand seals that controlled the lightning bolts just now. Under Xiao Hua's control, numerous lightning bolts fell down, striking the Great Wisdom Sword. The lightning bolts were very uniform, and also contained an indescribable rhythm. If one were to listen to it, it would actually sound like a sonorous and powerful rhythm. Even if one were to look at it with their eyes, it would be a magnificent scene of splashes of splendor. This lightning strike technique was precisely the Demon Realm's blood fusion technique. However, Xiao Hua had changed the Demon Realm's demon weapon to lightning. Following Xiao Hua's blood fusion technique, the blood essence gradually plated a layer of faint golden light film on the surface of the Great Wisdom Sword. Next, Xiao Hua took out that strange object again, and similarly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Just like the Great Wisdom Sword, the lightning bolt struck it, and not long after, another layer of golden light film plated on the fist-sized object. Chapter 2195. Combine. Xiao Hua shouted. That thing collided with the Great Wisdom Sword. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and struck out with a different lightning strike rhythm, hitting exactly where the two came into contact. After an unknown amount of time, that thing turned into a ball of membrane, wrapping around the Great Wisdom Sword. At this time, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He took out a few pieces of the silver-plated sword, looked at them, and threw them into the space. He took out the 2 demonic hammers, shook his hands, and like before, used the blood fusion technique to stick the 2 demonic hammers together with the Great Wisdom Sword. In the end, Xiao Hua's hands swung once again, forming different hand seals. The rhythm of the entire lightning strike changed again, completely enveloping the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword, the Devil Hammer, and that inexplicable thing. Xiao Hua's blood essence had already completely transformed into a golden substance, gradually seeping into the 3 things, and the 3 things immediately fused together. Looking at the golden substance that was continuously rolling around in the lightning above his head, Xiao Hua smiled and secretly said, "In any case, this young master has finally found the method to refine the Great Wisdom Sword. Even if I can only fuse these things together now, this is still a big improvement. The lightning strike method should be outside of the 5 elements. This young master is really smart. The blood fusion technique doesn't touch the 5 elements at all. It's just that I don't know when this blood fusion technique will succeed, so I'll just let them roll around here." After another month, Xiao Hua saw that the Great Wisdom Sword still couldn't completely fuse, so he ignored it and took out the few pieces of silver-plated sword. Looking at the few pieces of demonic tools, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with emotion. Really, since Xiao Hua first stepped into the cultivation world, entered Jingbo City, was forced to buy the demonic spear tip from Shi Wuming at Mingcue Mountain, and finally got the last piece of the demonic spear shaft from Kwa Chiao this silver-plated sword was finally gathered. This was almost the entire process of Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, Xiao Hua was very gratified. A demonic tool that could make the heavenly demon sect master remember was definitely not an ordinary item. Xiao Hua only sighed with emotion for a moment, then spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence. Just like the Great Wisdom Sword, the silver-plated sword was fused together. Naturally, Qiu Yinlu couldn't completely fuse with the Great Wisdom Sword. Xiao Hua only needed to connect the broken parts, which should be easy. However, when Xiao Hua's blood was fusing, he actually discovered that there was an extremely strong repulsive force within the Dragon Silver Gilt, which wanted to expel his blood essence from the Dragon Silver Gilt. Xiao Hua was unable to infuse his blood essence into the demonic artifact, so he could only use his blood essence to connect the few segments together. Thus, the seemingly complete ancient dragon silver gilt was absorbed into his space. After all, Xiao Hua didn't have the complete refining method of the devil realm, not to mention how to repair the ancient dragon silver plating. Another half a year passed, and more than 70% of the accumulated spiritual energy in Xiao Hua's meridians and body had been refined. Xiao Hua's cultivation level rose again, and he finally entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Another portion of new meridians had been opened. Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist consciousness, and even space expanded once more. Just as Xiao Hua was advancing, Helpless happened to be on guard duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Helpless sat inside the Myriad Thunder Valley's restriction, inside an immortal's cave protected by layers of restriction spells. Seeing lightning suddenly flickering on the mountain peak in the distance, countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocking in, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly threw out a misty green copper mirror in his hand, and spat a mouthful of true essence into it. Thus, he could see all the movements on the mountain peak. Strange, the lightning on Jilei Peak is 20% more than before, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased by 40%. Could there be some unforeseen event? Helpless slightly frowned. However, he was very clear in his heart that although his magic artifact could observe the entire Myriad Thunder Valley, most of its range was the entire abyss and restriction spells, as well as the surface of Jilei Peak. If it went any deeper, there would be lightning interference, and it would be impossible to detect. Just like his divine sense, although much stronger than ordinary cultivators, he still couldn't rashly detect Jilei Peak. Should I report this to the shocking Thunder Palace? Helpless was somewhat hesitant, but he was clear in his heart that the current Myriad Thunder Valley was no longer as useful as before. This little change might not be able to attract the attention of the masters of the shocking Thunder Palace. Forget it. It's I's duty anyway. How can I not report it? After making the decision, Helpless put away the copper mirror, came out of the cave, opened the restriction spell, and flew towards his own immortal's cave. Oh! Xueqi! Helpless flew past Xiao Hua's immortal's cave. As usual, he took a look. Xiao Hua's immortal's cave was still sealed, and there were no abnormalities. Unlike before, today there was a pretty female cultivator standing quietly in front of the sealed immortal's cave. Xueqi naturally saw Helpless and immediately saluted respectfully. Greetings, Martial Uncle Helpless. Oh, get up. Helpless smiled and helped Xueqi up. He looked her up and down and nodded. As expected of the lightning beast's bloodline, it's extraordinary. You just stepped into the foundation establishment realm, and after a few days of closed-door cultivation, your cultivation has advanced so much. No disciple of my Myriad Thunder Valley can compare to you. Alas, if that little bastard Xiao Hua could be as well behaved as you, he could be as good as you are. This old man's heart will be at ease. I don't know which part of that little bastard you've taken a fancy to. Xueqi's face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, Martial Uncle Helpless, you know that not only is Xiao Hua's cultivation. Forget it. Let's not talk about cultivation. Xiao Hua's heart is kind, and his actions are straightforward and upright. Even if he's a low-level cultivator, he's still the target of my admiration. Besides, I seem to know more about Xiao Hua than Martial Uncle. I feel that Xiao Hua is the one I've entrusted my life to. Even if I die for him, even if my body is torn to pieces, I'm still willing. You silly child. What are you talking about? Helpless shook his head and said, This old man feels strange because I don't understand Xiao Hua. His foundation is lacking, and his aptitude can't be considered particularly good. Normally, he should wholeheartedly focus on cultivation, and perhaps have some achievements. However, he has too many distractions, and he seems to have dabbled in too many things. Even if he's finally reached the foundation establishment realm, in this old man's eyes, it's difficult for him to achieve great success. If you have the chance in the future, you have to persuade him. Cultivation is really too important for cultivators. A trace of understanding flashed across Xueqi's face, and then she became somewhat resolute. She nodded and said, This junior understands. If there's a chance, I'll definitely explain it to him. However, this junior also wants to find a time to explain it to Martial Uncle in detail. Perhaps Martial Uncle can change your view of Xiao Hua. What's so special about Xiao Hua? Why don't you tell this old man now? Helpless was somewhat curious. However, Xueqi shook her head slightly and said, "Okay, Martial Uncle knows that some things can't be said, but the time isn't right. When the time is, this junior will naturally say it. At that time, Martial Uncle Helpless will also have some choices." Ha ha ha. Helpless laughed loudly. "This old man knows. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's second disciple, Xueqi, is about to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Qiming of Converging Thunder Palace. When the two of them are done, it'll naturally be your and Xiaohua's turn. At that time, this old man really wants to hear what kind of strange story you have with Xiaohua. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it." Chapter 2196. Xueqi's face froze for a moment before her face flushed red. She said shyly, "Martial Uncle is right. Junior. Ha ha." He helplessly smiled again. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure flew up and he said, "This old man won't talk to you anymore, so as to avoid making you feel embarrassed. When Xiaohua comes out of seclusion, this old man will have his master's wife go find Martial Uncle soon. Goodbye, Martial Uncle Helplessness." Xueqi bowed her head, but there were tears in her eyes and her face was pale. Unfortunately, Helplessness felt joy in his heart. How could he see it? When Helplessness walked far away, Xueqi's gaze was filled with longing, unwilling to leave immediately. She lingered in front of the cave for a long time before leaving a message talisman and flying back to Xuanlei Palace. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that Xueqi came out of seclusion to find him. He also didn't know that the phenomenon of him entering Foundation establishment late stage attracted Helplessness's attention. He was still leisurely looking at the great wisdom sword being tempered by lightning. From time to time, he would use spells to control the lightning to change its rhythm. By now, Xiaohua had already opened up new meridians, and the natural energies inside his body and meridians were still being slowly refined by the two strands of nascent divinities. Therefore, Xiaohua began to refine the black spots inside his meridians again, pushing his cultivation base and stabilizing his cultivation base. Xiaohua would never take out Taoist Jing Si's one Qi divine furnace from the space if he didn't have any assurance. Xiaohua had even calculated that when the wisp of primordial spirit had free time, he would refine this magic weapon in the space and take it for himself. At this time, he took out his three-legged vermilion bird phoenix rune furnace and ignited it with the Samadhi true fire. He threw the youth-retaining grass and other spiritual herbs into the furnace and began to refine the youth-retaining pill according to the recipe that Qian Dihang had given him. The streaks of lightning struck the furnace and added some magical effects to the youth-retaining pill. The face-preserving pill was just a normal pill. However, the face-preserving grass was rare. Otherwise, Gantian Mountain wouldn't have casually given the pill recipe to Qian Dihang. To Xiaohua, who had refined the Ling Lei Dan before, this kind of Dan was as easy as lifting a finger. He had earned so many spirit stones just by cultivating leisurely. Unknowingly, more than half a year had passed. Xiaohua had already been in seclusion for nearly 3 years. Just as Wu Xian expected, after he sent out the message talisman, he made a special trip to the deacon of 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 the 10,000 Thunder Valley and Jilei Peak, who still didn't take the matter of the Jilei Peak seriously. Soon after, Xiaohua's meridians returned to normal, and the sudden appearance of the lightning and heaven-earth spiritual qi also disappeared. Helplessly, he could only put this matter aside. He was still on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Xiangyang and Xueqi were also patrolling the outskirts of 10,000 Thunder Valley. On this day, Helpless was cultivating with his eyes closed. He released his divine sense slightly and used the lightning within the 10,000 Thunder Valley to refine it. This was a secret technique he had discovered by chance when he was on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although it wasn't a complete secret technique, the pure torture and refinement allowed his divine sense to be stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Suddenly, he felt that there was some movement in the restriction outside the 10,000 Thunder Valley. He withdrew his divine sense and took out the copper mirror. When he saw that there was an early gold core stage cultivator outside the restriction looking at him coldly, he immediately put away the copper mirror and opened the formation. He respectfully greeted him with a smile. Junior has no choice. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhen Shichao Zhen. Zhen Shichao raised his hand in greeting, but his eyes were looking behind Helpless. He asked, half a year ago, You reported to Thunder Palace twice, saying that there was something wrong with Jile Mountain?
Yes.
Helpless nodded his head in reply, but then he hesitated and said, however, that abnormality only lasted for a dozen days, and then it gradually calmed down. Now it has been a few months, and it hasn't appeared.
And can you leave an image?
Zhan Shichao seemed to have expected helpless answer, and his tone was still indifferent. Martial Uncle Zhen, Jile Mountain, can never leave an image. Helpless reminded him. This is the rule of Thunder Palace.
Humph, when was that rule?
Zhan Shichao sneered, the current Jile Mountain is no longer as important as before. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, since you don't have an image, and there is no abnormality now, how would this old man know where this abnormality came from?
Yes.
Helpless had no way to refute, and could only lower his head and agree.
Forget it.
Zhen Shichao sighed. Since you coaxed me here, I have to take a look. Saying this, Zhen Shichao flew into the myriad Thunder Valley, and with a clap of his hand, a lightning protection ring flew into the air, surrounding him, and then flew towards Jile Mountain. Along the way, countless lightning bolts struck Zhen Shichao's body, but they were all absorbed by the brilliance emitted by the lightning protection ring. Not a single lightning bolt struck Zhen Shichao, and when they were within 10 feet of Jile Peak, the lightning protection ring had turned purplish-red, and Zhen Shichao's body began to glow. It was obvious that the lightning protection ring could no longer absorb all the lightning bolts. Zhen Shichao didn't dare to get any closer, and with a clap of his hand, he took out a square bronze mirror about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. He spat a mouthful of true yuan on it, and the surface of the mirror emitted a blue brilliance. When Zhen Shichao formed a seal with his hand, a wave of ripples appeared, and various lightning bolts flashed in Jile Mountain. Poor Xiao Hua was now proudly cultivating with a smile on his face. How would he know that someone was exploring Jile Mountain?
Ha!
Why is the lightning so strange here? Zhen Shichao carefully observed until he saw the lightning bolts of the Great Wisdom Sword. At this time, the Great Wisdom Sword and the Devil Hammer had merged together, forming the shape of a long rod. The Devil Hammer had already turned into a shell that covered the outside of the Prajna heavy sword. However, because it was only blood fusion, the Devil Hammer had yet to truly fuse with the Prajna heavy sword. As such, the shape of the Prajna heavy sword did not change much. Of course, because it was a rod, the lightning bolts around it were also in the shape of a rod, which made Zhen Shichao realize something was wrong. Then, Zhen Shichao pointed at the magic treasure again. A wave of spiritual power came from the magic treasure and shrouded Jile Peak. The scene of Jile Peak flashed in the mirror bit by bit. Oh, there's someone! The fluctuation of magic power woke Xiao Hua up. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept out and immediately perceived the fluctuation of spiritual power from the magic weapon. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately put away the Great Wisdom Sword into the space along with the Pill Furnace and Dharmakaya. He didn't dare to hesitate and urged his magic power to escape towards the bottom of Jile Peak. At this time, Xiao Hua's spiritual power doubled again, and he went even deeper. When the place where the Great Wisdom Sword was appeared, it was normal, and there was not the slightest abnormality. Strange. When Zhen Shichao withdrew the spiritual power and looked again, the rod-shaped lightning bolts had disappeared again. Maybe it's the lightning's abnormality? Zhen Shichao looked around, and he had already come to a conclusion. He continued to look down. However, the use of his lightning avoidance ring was limited. After looking for half an hour, there was still a lot of time before Xiao Hua went down. Zhen Shichao felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he put away the magic weapon, turned and flew to Wu Xian, who was waiting respectfully in the cave, and said faintly, I have already looked, there is nothing unusual in Jile Mountain. Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Zhen. Wu Xian cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Disciple's report gave Martial Uncle Zhen a false alarm. And no matter. Zhen Shichao waved his hand and said, it's your duty, you can't be blamed. Moreover, the myriad Thunder Valley has been peaceful for so long, it's normal for there to be some abnormalities. Then, Zhen Shichao took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Wu Xian, saying, this is the spirit stones and elixirs rewarded by the myriad Thunder Valley this year. Consider it as compensation for the hard work of the myriad Thunder Valley disciples. Wu Xian was stunned and hurriedly said, Martial Uncle Zhen, there is indeed something unusual about Jile Mountain. Disciple is not trying to be sensational. This old man didn't say anything about you. Zhen Shichao was even more certain. He threw the storage bag to Wu Xian and smiled. The disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley have indeed worked hard. You have also worked hard. The thunder and lightning of Jilei Mountain is really powerful. Even this old man can't go near it. It has indeed been hard for you to keep watch here. This reward from the palace is only right.
Yes.
Wu Xian's mouth was filled with bitterness. He took the storage bag and smiled apologetically. Thank you, Martial Uncle Zhen. Zhen Shichao came out of the cave and walked out of the array. He instructed, the myriad Thunder Valley is a very important place for my thunderous palace. This old man remembers that there is a special rule in my thunderous palace. If anything happens to the myriad Thunder Valley, the patrolling disciples will be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. In the worst case, they will be killed on the spot. Wu Xian, the burden on your shoulders is very heavy. You must take good care of this place and don't let anything happen to it. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to answer to the thunderous palace and the sect master. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Xian replied respectfully and accompanied Zhen Shichao to the outskirts of the myriad Thunder Valley. However, he didn't really care about it. He didn't know when this sect rule came into effect. Now that he had sent out 2 transmission amulets and specially went to the Thunderous Palace to invite Zhen Shichao over, he was still being treated as if he was trying to take credit. Zhen Shichao's words were just a fake reprimand. Ever since you started guarding the myriad Thunder Valley, this old man has come here many times. Zhen Shichao encouraged Wu Xian again. Now that your cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, if you have any opportunities, quickly condense your core. Also let your disciples come and keep watch. I heard that Xiangyang is already in the middle stage of foundation establishment. It should be time for him to enter the myriad Thunder Valley. Your other 2 disciples seem to be pretty good too. Let them come in and take a look. Nurture them as soon as possible. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Xian smiled helplessly and didn't know how to explain. He then said, this disciple has 3 disciples. The one with the lowest cultivation, Xiao Hua, has only been in foundation establishment for a few years and is far from being able to guard Jilei Peak. However, the second disciple, Cui Hongshan, has steadily improved his cultivation. After this year's dual cultivation ceremony, this junior will take a look and focus on nurturing him. After 10 years, he will be able to guard Jilei Peak. Dual cultivation? Zhen Shichao laughed. Which female disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley has a marriage alliance with? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. It's Dui Qiming from the Thunderous Palace. Oh, I seem to have some impression of her. Zhen Shichao nodded and then said, plans can't be compared to changes. I'm afraid your perfect plan will fail. Chapter 2197. What do you mean? Helpless was shocked and hurriedly asked, Martial Uncle Zhen, please teach me. It's nothing. Zhen Shichao flicked his sleeves and didn't stop moving. He smiled and said, there are some secrets that you don't need to know. This old man is just casually saying, when the time comes, you will naturally know. Xiao Hua moved to the bottom and waited for the magic power on the mirror to gradually disappear. Only then did he slowly move to the top of Jilei Peak. What he didn't know was that when he entered the depths of Jilei Peak, the extremely bright purple light was already less than 100 miles away from him. However, that light was very mysterious and its fluctuations were also obscure. It was difficult to attract Xiao Hua's attention. Xiao Hua flew back to his original location and quietly released his Buddhist sense. When he saw that Helpless had sent Zhen Shichao out without closing the restriction on the array, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought to himself, since I've already attracted Master's attention, I'm afraid I can't stay here any longer. The stagnant spirit energy in my meridians and body has already been eliminated. The inner core of the Phoenix Dharma body will never be refined. It's better to come back later when I have time or even when I'm on duty. Now that the array is open, I don't need little silver to make a hole anymore. It's better to get out as soon as possible. Xiao Hua thought and hurriedly flew out of Jilei Peak. He unfolded his Phoenix Dharma body and blocked many lightning bolts while he calmly flew out of the restriction. However, as soon as Xiao Hua came out of the restriction and released his Buddhist sense, he saw Helpless flying back. Xiao Hua had an idea. He didn't use any invisibility talisman and turned around to fly back to the restriction.
Xiaohua.
Helpless naturally saw Xiaohua's back and asked curiously. You came out of seclusion?
Ayo, master. Why aren't you in the array?
Xiaohua heard Helpless call and pretended to be astonished.
He turned around.
Master went out for a while.
I have something to do.
Helpless glared at Xiaohua. When did you come out of seclusion? Why didn't you stay in seclusion for a few more days? Looking at you. You didn't make any progress. What did you comprehend? Did you come out of seclusion without fully comprehending it?
He master knows.
Xiaohua immediately smiled apologetically. Disciple just came out of seclusion. I missed master, so I came to the inner valley.
Humph, don't try to be glib.
Helpless, Xiaohua didn't answer. Knowing that Xiaohua hadn't made any progress, he didn't dare to say more. Instead, he scolded, if you could use your glib tongue on cultivation, I'm afraid you wouldn't be any worse than your senior brother Cui. When Xiaohua heard the helpless mention of Cui Hongshan, he was a little unhappy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face.
That's good too.
Your second senior martial brother is going to have a dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Qiming of the Converging Thunder Palace in a month's time. It's good that you've come out of seclusion. Although your cultivation isn't high enough, you can still do some chores for my myriad Thunder Valley. Don't waste any more time here.
Hurry back.
Helplessly hesitating, he seemed to recall Zhan Shichao's ambiguous words. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he continued to give orders. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed in salute, then turned around and flew out of the valley in a grandiose manner. Sigh, when will you make this old man worry? Helplessly looking at Xiaohua's figure that could be considered fast flying, he shook his head and said, your cultivation hasn't made any progress, but your lightning evasion technique has improved. This guy only wants to escape? Xiaohua didn't know what Helplessly was thinking. As soon as he broke away from Helplessly's gaze, he immediately used the Bright Thunder Evasion to rush back to his cave.
Ayo!
This young master's Bright Thunder Evasion. When Xiaohua used the Bright Thunder Evasion, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, when magic power was sent out from his meridians, there was also some lightning. Xiaohua actually felt that his Bright Thunder Evasion was about to advance again.
Why is this?
Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, but he couldn't figure out the reason. After all, he had done too many things on Jilei Peak. Who knew which aspect had promoted the progress of the Bright Thunder Evasion? However, since his lightning evasion technique had entered the Thunderclap realm from the Thunderclap realm, he was also extremely happy. As long as he reached the Thunderclap realm, even if he ran into an early nascent soul cultivator like Taoist Jingru, he would be able to calmly escape. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew back to his cave. Outside the cave, there were several summoning talismans. Xiaohua crushed the summoning talismans. 3 of them were from Qian Di Heng. This guy didn't have anything else to say, only asking when he could get the face-retaining pill for 3 years in a row. Another one was from Sun Shu, only asking if Xiaohua had exited seclusion. The remaining one was from Xueqi. Xueqi's summoning talisman was even shorter. Husband, I haven't completely exited seclusion. Today, Master had an urgent matter and called me out, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that husband was actually in seclusion. I'm very relieved. I hope that after husband exits seclusion, you'll have another level of cultivation. If you run into that old ghost Jingru again, you'll be able to kill him with one sword strike. Not only did the summoning talisman not mention anything else, there was also no worry in her tone. It seemed that Xueqi was at ease with everything about Xiaohua. So much so that Xueqi believed that as long as Xiaohua exited seclusion, he would definitely have the cultivation to kill Taoist Jingru. Good, my wife's tone isn't small. The pressure on husband's shoulders is very heavy. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Right now, his cultivation was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his realm had just stabilized. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to those in the middle or late stage of Jindan. However, if he was truly compared to an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, there was still a big difference. Xiaohua was already unable to close his mouth from being able to easily escape from Taoist Jingru's hands. How could he dare to say that he could kill a nascent soul cultivator with a raise of his hand? Perhaps he would have to enter seclusion for 100 years to accomplish that. That's right, why can't this young master enter seclusion for 100 years? Suddenly, Xuehua himself was also stunned. He was free and unfettered on Jilei Peak. After being struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, not only did his Buddha Sarira make substantial progress, it was nearly 2.5 feet tall. Even the golden liquid inside it was filled with a lot. Moreover, his bone tempering technique was also slowly making progress. Although Xuehua himself couldn't see, the orange color in his bones was already more than 10%. Besides, his Phoenix Dharma body and Celestial body bestowment technique had also made progress. Moreover, his several primordial spirits each had their own responsibilities and were all comprehending. He only needed to enter seclusion for 100 years, and perhaps he could really break through to Jin Dan. If he entered seclusion for 1,000 years, could he also look forward to nascent soul and spirit severing stage? Should this young master go and inquire about the situation? And sneak in again? Xuehua stroked his chin and thought to himself, however, before entering seclusion, I still need to look for some medicinal pills. The earth crystal Yao milk is already not enough. It shouldn't be enough to support me until the core formation stage. Finished thinking, Xuehua sent a summoning talisman to Qian Di Hang and opened the restriction of his immortal's cave. He didn't go inside and directly flew towards the immortal's cave that faced the sun. Chapter 2198. Sure enough, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian were both in the abode. Even the annoying Cui Hongshan was there. However, when he saw Xuehua, Cui Hongshan only asked, "You're out." He didn't say anything more. After informing Xiangyang, he left without saying a word. Tisk, Xuehua curled his lips and said unhappily, "Why is this guy everywhere? Little brother just came out and was in a good mood. Then I met this guy and ruined my good mood for no reason." Xiangyang didn't seem to hear him. He looked Xuehua up and down and shook his head. "Little junior brother, why didn't you make any progress in your cultivation?" "What progress?" Yan Qinglian glared at Xiangyang and said quickly, "As long as junior brother Xiao stabilizes his realm, isn't having no hidden dangers better than anything else?" "Hee, thank you for your concern." Xuehua cupped his hands and said, "Little brother indeed didn't pay too much attention to cultivation. Little brother's realm has already stabilized, and the hidden dangers in my body have all been removed." "Great," Xiangyang said with a smile, "as long as your realm is stabilized, your cultivation can slowly improve. This is better than anything else." "Oh right, eldest senior brother. Little brother just met master. He said Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming are going to dual cultivate? Is there anything little brother can help with?" Xuehua hurriedly changed the topic. Seeing Xuehua calling out Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming like 3 years ago, Yan Qinglian could only smile bitterly. She looked at Xiangyang and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's dual cultivation ceremony has a fixed ceremony. When the time comes, we just need to follow Thunderclap Palace's rules and do it step by step. The most important thing now is to send the betrothal gift to Dui Qiming and get junior sister Dui's approval. As long as she receives the betrothal gift, this matter will be considered half done. However, according to junior brother Cui, junior sister Dui is fine, but her master doesn't think highly of our myriad Thunder Valley. Back then, junior brother Cui wanted to use that item as a betrothal gift to shut her master's mouth." Xiangyang smiled again and said, "Of course the item that junior brother Xiao took out after that was suitable for female cultivators. In my opinion, not to mention junior sister Dui's master, even martial aunt Dui Jie's mouth would not be a problem." "In other words, there's nothing little brother can do?" Xuehua was quite happy in his heart, but his face was cold. It seemed that he was not happy to be able to help Cui Hongshan. But how could Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian miss such a good opportunity to repair the relationship between Xuehua and Cui Hongshan? They said in unison, "How could that be? There are still many things that we need junior brother Zhao's help with. Don't worry." Just as they were talking, a transmission talisman flew over. It really was Xuehua. Xuehua received it and gave it a look, saying with a smile, "All right, eldest apprentice brother. Qian Diheng, that scoundrel, knows that this little brother has come out of seclusion and has brought a bunch of disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall over. Little brother is going to welcome them. Will eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law be coming as well? Let your eldest senior brother go over." Yan Qinglian pretended to be in a hurry. When you're done over there, hurry over and help.
Yes.
Xiaohua smiled and followed Xiangyang back to the cave. After a long while, Qian Diheng came. Not only did he come alone, a group of disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall indeed followed behind him. However, these disciples were far from the few that Xiaohua had imagined, but rather more than 10. Senior brother Qian, this is... Seeing Qian Diheng come over with more than 10 aura-refining disciples, Xiaohua was a bit stupefied. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion.
Oh, it's nothing.
Qian Diheng smiled slightly at Xiaohua, then turned his head and said to those disciples, "You all go and settle down. Just follow the arrangement of this Qian's cave and put whatever you need to put wherever you need to be." "Yes, we'll follow Martial Uncle's instructions," those disciples answered, then bowed towards Xiaohua and Xiangyang again before entering Xiaohua's cave like a swarm of bees. Hee. Junior brother Xiao. Senior brother is very kind, right? Qian Diheng said proudly, "I know that your cave is as poor as a church mouse, so I specially brought my disciples here today to help you tidy up your cave."
Haha, it's true.
Xiaohua saw the group of disciples fly into the immortal's cave in an orderly manner. They flew to different places and took out jade chairs, jade tables, decorations, and other things from their storage pouches to decorate the entire immortal's cave. In just a moment, the immortal's cave that was said to be desolate suddenly became lively and lively. "Many thanks, Senior brother Qian," Xiaohua said with a smile. "What about that thing?" Qian Diheng looked at Xiaohua anxiously. "You've been in closed-door training for 3 years. I've been anxiously waiting for you."
TCH.
Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a storage bag. He said with a smile, "Is there a need? It's as if you've never seen any spirit stones before." "Of course there's a need." Qian Diheng happily took it and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. "Don't look at me as a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's disciples also don't have many surplus stones. At the end, Qian Diheng cried out in astonishment, his eyes full of joy. "Tesquese, you seem to have never seen the world." Xiaohua mocked, "Is there a need?" Yes, there really isn't a need." Qian Diheng hurriedly received the storage bag and said with an apologetic smile, "I've been thinking for a long time, but I've never thought that I would get so many at once. This thing. I still have to carefully plan how to earn even more spirit stones." "What other plans do you have?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Speaking of this, junior brother Xiao doesn't understand." Qian Diheng said mysteriously, "1 spirit stone is naturally precious, but if 100 suddenly appear, perhaps it's also precious. But what about 1,000? Wouldn't the amount of spirit stones be a lot less all of a sudden?" Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua was also a petty person, so how could he not understand what Qian Diheng said? Raising his thumb, he said, "Senior brother Qian is so awesome." "Of course." Qian Diheng smiled. "Don't you know what kind of person I am?" "What kind of person?" Xiaohua said with a beaming smile. "This little brother doesn't care who you are. You took something. Shouldn't you give me the spirit stones first?" "This." Qian Diheng smiled bitterly and stretched out his hands, saying helplessly, "This brother thought that the gift I brought was enough, and you might not be able to open your mouth. But I didn't expect you to take out so much. This brother didn't prepare enough." "What gift?" "Just these? These are all this young master's own spirit stones." Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then his heart ached and he hurriedly said, Stop. This young master's own spirit stones. Why are you still bowing? Just give me some random stones. In any case, this young master didn't make them himself." "Junior brother Xiao." Xiangyang frowned and scolded. "This is junior brother Qian's kind intentions, and these things are also worth a lot of spirit stones. Besides, taking 10,000 steps back, this immortal cave of yours will be decorated sooner or later, so spending some spirit stones is nothing." "But," Xiaohua was anxious, "Senior brother, you don't know what this guy took from this little brother. So much." Cough, junior brother Xiao. Didn't you hear what senior brother said? Sooner or later, it's going to be decorated. So who doesn't benefit from you? Why not let this brother benefit? Besides, this brother also didn't say that I won't give you spirit stones. Just wait for a few days." Qian Diheng said in all seriousness, and took a few steps closer to Xiangyang. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This young master has traveled to so many places in Xiaoyu continent, but there really isn't one that can compare to you. Reporting to Martial Uncle, everything has been arranged. Just as Xiaohua and Qian Diheng were talking, the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace had already arranged the entire immortal cave, and they all came out to report.
And good.
Qian Diheng nodded in satisfaction and said to Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao, this brother still has some matters to attend to in the palace, so I won't stay here any longer." After saying that, Qian Diheng cupped his hands towards Xiangyang, turned around and was about to fly away. "Damn it, you want to run away? Come back here." How could Xiaohua let him go? With a flick of his robe, Qian Diheng was immediately restrained by Qian Diheng's sleeve technique. Seeing that Qian Diheng was restrained by Xiaohua without any strength to fight back, Xiangyang and the people of Heavenly Thunder Palace were all smiles, thinking that Qian Diheng simply didn't have any strength to resist. But Qian Diheng himself was endlessly shocked. He was very clear in his heart that Xiaohua, who he hadn't seen for several years, was a lot more powerful than the last time he went out for experience with him. "Hee, junior brother Xiao, what do you think?" Qian Diheng didn't expose this matter, and only said with a smile, "Today, this brother only took an empty storage pouch, and didn't take any magic tools, magic treasures and the like. There wasn't even a single spirit stone. If you like it, take this protective armor of this brother's."
You.
Xiaohua stretched out his hand, and sure enough, there wasn't even a single spirit stone in Qian Diheng's storage pouch. It was really empty.
Really shameless, ah.
Xiaohua was really helpless, and took that storage pouch, saying, "I'll give you a storage pouch. This storage pouch is naturally left for me." Immediately after, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve again, and withdrew the magic. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted a few words to Qian Diheng. When Qian Diheng heard this, a trace of divine light appeared in his eyes, and soon after, he shook his head with a bitter smile, and also transmitted a message. "Junior brother Xiao, it's not that this brother doesn't want to help you. That face-retaining pill's pill formula is nothing but Reliance Lotus Pill, Science Spirit Pill, and other late-stage foundation establishment pills really. It's impossible for this brother to get the pill formula." Immediately after, Qian Diheng smiled apologetically again, saying, "What? Junior brother Xiao, this Science Spirit Pill, are you going to take it yourself, or give it to your master? I heard that you were very unhappy in front of master. Why do you care so much?" Xiaohua glared at him, saying, "You can't even get the pill formula of Science Spirit Pill, and you still call yourself a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace." Qian Diheng also didn't explain much, and asked again, "If you want, this brother can get you the Science Spirit Pill, but you have to exchange it with your spirit stones." Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua shook his head, saying, "Forget it, this younger brother just wants to flatter master. If you don't have it, then forget it."
All right.
Qian Diheng didn't seem to believe what Xiaohua said, and cupped his hands, saying, "Junior brother Xiao, if there's nothing else, this brother will leave first.
And let's go."
"Let's go, this younger brother doesn't keep food here." Xiaohua unhappily waved his hand and said, "Don't look at how calm Qian Diheng's face was, as if he was beaten by Xiaohua, but in his heart, he was mad with joy. The face-retaining pills that Xiaohua gave him in his storage pouch were really many, and it was really enough for him to be busy. Besides, Qian Diheng never felt that it was abnormal to be beaten by Xiaohua. Calm to vote for recommendation. Monthly votes. Chapter 2199. Hee, let's go. Let me take a look at your cave. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua's dejected expression and didn't ask what he said to Qian Diheng. He sent a message to Yan Qinglian and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, please." Xiaohua looked at Xiangyang's rare expression of schadenfreude and said with a shrug, "Oh my god." Although Xiangyang was already prepared, after walking in, he still almost stuck his tongue in his mouth. Although it was generally the decoration of an immortal's cave, the details and things inside were indeed completely different. Xiaohua's immortal's cave was much more gorgeous than his own, and even his own immortal's cave. Looking at Xiaohua again, his face was full of bitterness, as if he was about to cry. "How many spirit stones is this? That goddamn Qian Diheng, this is robbery." Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. "Oh, junior brother, this is really a big deal." Not long after, Yan Qinglian came over as well. She looked around happily and said, "Your cave abode is even more luxurious than your eldest senior brother's, junior brother Chui's, and even master's. Senior sister. These are all spirit stones." Xiaohua finally found a soulmate. "Tiskeske, where did you get so many spirit stones?" Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and asked with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's all from Qian Diheng." "Sigh, forget it, let's not talk about it." Xiaohua invited Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian to take a seat. Seeing that the jade table next to the jade chair was already filled with spiritual tea and other things, Xiangyang didn't stand on ceremony. He poured himself a cup, took a sip and said with a smile, "This spiritual tea is not bad. Senior brother, you don't have to be polite. If you like it, just take it." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Now this cave belongs to me. You don't have to be polite with me." Hee. Xiangyang curled his lips and put the spirit tea on the jade table. He felt that if he took it, the stingy Xiaohua would definitely be distressed. But he was still wrong. Xiaohua could even take out the Thunder Beast's core. What was this spirit tea? The three chatted for a while. Yan Qinglian repeatedly pulled the topic to Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation, but Xiaohua always avoided it and deliberately avoided it. Just as Yan Qinglian was thinking of a way, Xiangyang's message came. "Let's go. Master has something to tell us." Xiangyang glanced at them and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's about junior brother Chui's dual cultivation arrangement." "All right," Xiaohua helplessly ordered. He didn't dare to disobey. When Xiaohua and Xiangyang arrived at the Immortal's Cave, everyone in the Myriad Thunder Valley was there. Xiaohua greeted Zhuo Minghui and answered a few questions. Without hesitation, he sat down next to Yan Qinglian, facing Cui Hongshan and Xiangyang. Helplessly, his face darkened again. However, he glanced at Zhuo Minghui, who was signaling him with her eyes, and asked plainly, "Xiangyang, how's the matter with your second junior brother? It's about time for the agreement with the converted Thunder Palace." "All right. Teacher understands. Everything is ready. We just need to wait for junior brother Cui to bring the list of betrothal gifts over and for Martial Uncle Dui to nod his head. Then, we can report to the deafening Thunder Palace and begin the dual cultivation ceremony." Helplessly. He nodded in satisfaction. "This old man has many matters to attend to. So I'll have to trouble you." "I don't dare," Xiangyang hurriedly said modestly. He looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "We should let junior brother Cui make a trip to the converted Thunder Palace and see how junior sister Dui will break it down. If possible, we can send the betrothal gifts at any time." Sai helplessly waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, "Don't be anxious. Who knows if there will be any changes?" "Teacher, what do you mean?" Cui Hongshan was a little anxious when he heard this and stood up. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he became happy. He laughed inwardly. Could it be that Dui Qiming has a change of heart? "Hongshan, don't be anxious," helplessly waved his hand and repeated Zhan Shichao's words. He frowned and said, "This martial Uncle Zhen's words are indeed a little difficult to understand. This old man also doesn't know. Teacher, why do you care about them?" "We only care about the betrothal gifts," Cui Hongshan hurriedly said before helplessly could finish. Helplessly nodded as though he had already made a decision. He said to Xiangyang, "It wasn't supposed to be a date, but there seems to be some unforeseen circumstances. It's better to bring it forward. Make the preparations. When Hongshan returns from Dui Thunder Palace, immediately bring him to Seismic Thunder Palace to report." "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiangyang hurriedly stood up. "This disciple will go make the preparations now." "Good." Helplessly waved his hand and indicated for his disciples to leave. However, at this moment, a purple-red light flew past, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. 100,000 fire urgent thunder note talisman? Helplessly was shocked. He hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and respectfully reached out to receive it. Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master's voice came from the Thunder Note Talisman. "All disciples of Seismic Thunder Palace, stop everything and head to Seismic Thunder Palace." "Yes, this disciple understands." Helplessly bowed and turned to Xiangyang. "You don't make the preparations first. Wait for this old man to return." Helplessly, he flew up and left the cave. The people of Myriad Thunder Valley looked at each other, and Cui Hongshan was even more disappointed. He understood that something big must have happened in Imperial Thunder Sect, and that was why Zhen Shichao said those words. Teacher's wife, what happened? Xiao Hua was gloating and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Zhua Minghui shook her head slightly.
I don't know either.
Immediately after, she thought for a while and said, in my memory, it seems that Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master only issued a Thunder Note talisman that all disciples of Seismic Thunder Palace must gather at the beginning of the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley. Xiao Hua asked curiously. There seems to be a long time until the next Battle of Imperial Demon Valley?
Yes, so I don't know.
Zhua Minghui nodded and comforted. Don't panic, you are just Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even if it's the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley, it's not your turn to participate.
Yes, this disciple understands.
Xiao Hua nodded. At this moment, Cui Hongshan couldn't sit still anymore. After thinking for a while he said, Teacher's wife, this disciple wants to send a message talisman to Qiming and ask her what happened.
Yes, send it.
Zhua Minghui smiled. Perhaps Converted Thunder Palace has some news. However, not long after, Dui Qiming replied with a message talisman. She also didn't know what happened. Xiao Hua originally didn't want to inquire, but seeing Cui Hongshan's disappointment, he smiled and said, Teacher's wife, this disciple will also send a message talisman. How could Zhua Minghui not know Xiao Hua's narrow-mindedness? Originally, she didn't want him to send it, but seeing Cui Hongshan's restless appearance, she smiled and said, then send it. Not long after, Chen Diheng's message talisman came back. Seeing it, Xiao Hua unconsciously jumped down from his chair and said in surprise, Ah? Huan country's sword cultivators are attacking?
What?
Sword cultivators? Zhua Minghui and the others were shocked when they heard it. Why did sword cultivators come to make trouble? A battle of swords. It seems like it hasn't happened for tens of thousands of years, right? Chapter 2200. Is your information accurate? Cui Hongshan's face turned cold as he asked, Don't spout nonsense.
Believe it or not.
Xiao Hua raised his summoning talisman and said, Heavenly Thunder Palace is definitely more well-informed than Exchanged Thunder Palace. Then he glanced at him and said, But don't panic. According to Chen Diheng, my Imperial Thunder Sect is going to send disciples to fight with sword cultivators. These disciples are also very particular. Those who haven't broken through for a long time are the first choice. Qi refinement. There are also many disciples above the 10th layer of Qi refinement. There are very few disciples like my Myriad Thunder Valley, so disciples who have just broken through won't be chosen.
Oh, so it's like that.
Cui Hongshan sighed in relief. Of course, Myriad Thunder Valley only had 3 disciples, which was very few. Moreover, one of the eldest disciples had just advanced to the middle stage of Foundation establishment 10 years ago, and the other 2 disciples had just advanced to the early stage of Foundation establishment. It was impossible to choose the Myriad Thunder Valley's disciples. Qi Meng is also a famous disciple of Exchanged Thunder Palace, so I'm afraid she won't be chosen either. Zhua Minghui's heart also relaxed, and she said to Cui Hongshan with a smile, Zhen Shi, Martial Uncle Chao Zhen's intention should be to postpone your dual cultivation ceremony until these disciples set off. Hongshan, you shouldn't worry about personal gains and losses. Disciple understands. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, his face clear up. Why do Qi refinement disciples also have to go? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Their cultivation levels are low. Humph, what do you know? Cui Hongshan sneered. When the sword sect attacks, every sect and even every cultivation sect will send disciples to participate. However, who would send out their elite disciples? Those disciples with potential who can develop are all hidden in the sect, and only those disciples who have no hope of advancing are sent out. Moreover, every sect cares about the number of people, so who knows what the cultivation levels of the disciples you send out are like? Aren't those Qi refinement disciples just there to make up the numbers? Besides, they can't even reach Foundation establishment, so it's better for them to fight with sword cultivators. Maybe they can comprehend something during the battle, and maybe even reach Foundation establishment. Xiao Hua knew what Cui Hongshan said was the truth. He smiled wryly and shook his head. In that case, not only will the disciples we send be in danger, even those aura-refining disciples most likely won't be able to return alive?
Yes, that's right.
Cui Hongshan nodded. The 10th layer of qi refining is already a threshold. Any lower, and I won't be able to bring it out. Let other sects look down on my Imperial Thunder sect. But if they were to fight against a sword cultivator, there would be a price to pay. Besides, not all sword cultivators are high-level swordsmen. They also have low-level swordsmen. Aren't these aura refining disciples going to fight against them?
Yes.
Xiao Hua was silent. After all, the majority of low-level cultivators on the Daybreak continent were low-level cultivators. When sword cultivators and Dao sect cultivators fought, although those high-level cultivators had a decisive effect, they couldn't be completely relied on. Sometimes, low-level cultivators were also chess pieces that could win by surprise on the battlefield.
Io Xueqi.
Xiao Hua suddenly thought, but then he smiled again. Qian Diheng wasn't flustered at all. He naturally wouldn't be chosen. His jade slip also didn't mention Xueqi, so she naturally wouldn't be in danger. Besides, Xueqi's master was Sun Ming, an early-stage Aurus core cultivator. She also had some status in Sunlei Palace, so she could protect Xueqi from being sent out. Besides, Xueqi had just built her foundation and was in closed-door cultivation. Sunlei Palace wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Right, master's wife. What's Martial Uncle Sun Ming's cultivation level now? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Oh, it said that he just advanced to the middle stage of Aurus Core 2 years ago. Zhua Minghui smiled and said, no need to worry about Xueqi. A middle-stage Aurus Core disciple won't be easily sent out. Then what about late-stage foundation-building cultivators with many disciples? Xiao Hua glanced at Cui Hongshan and said faintly, probably not. Zhua Minghui saw Cui Hongshan's expression change slightly, so she hurriedly answered, Humph, now that you have some free time, you'd better worry about your own cultivation. Cui Hongshan snorted coldly. Fortunately you built your foundation. Otherwise, you'd definitely have a share this time. If you go, my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples will wither even more. Cui Hongshan, if I go, I'll also be going to fight sword cultivators. How do you know I won't be able to return? Xiao Hua retorted sarcastically. I definitely won't let you be alone. I'll definitely be able to return safely. Whether you return or not depends on the sword cultivator's flying sword, not your mouth. Cui Hongshan also said coldly. With your early-stage foundation-building cultivation, you haven't made any progress in 10 years. Going out to fight sword cultivators is just one word. There won't be any other result. Hee, if I'm like this, what about you? Xiao Hua curled his lips even more. You can't be that strong either. AI, it's still all right. Xiangyang also wiped his forehead and said rejoicingly. Little junior brother built his foundation at the beginning of his experiential learning. Thunderous Palace also didn't know, otherwise. Otherwise what? A helpless voice sounded. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent out? Master! Xiangyang and the others hurriedly got up and went over. However, they saw Helpless' extremely gloomy face and he flew somewhat slowly. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart thumped. Not good. As expected, Helpless first glanced at Xiao Hua with a complicated expression. Without even entering the cave he asked, how do you know my Dao sect is going to fight sword cultivators? Yes, Master knows. It's a message talisman sent by Qian Diheng of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua said honestly. And then, Qian Diheng, Martial Uncle Qian owes you a favor. Helpless nodded. You should send a message talisman to Qian Diheng and see if Martial Uncle Qian can speak up for you, ah? It can't be. Xiao Hua stared blankly puzzled. You really have disciples? I just advanced to early-stage foundation building. Moreover, my myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. You're sending them out just like that? Is there a need for this? Helpless smiled bitterly. My myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. This time, we're sending out 2 at once. Me? Cui Hongshan stared blankly, his mouth almost half open. He felt that it was inconceivable. Xiao Hua was sent out because he hadn't been able to advance for many years. On the other hand, his own cultivation had been steadily increasing all this time. Yes. Helpless, he took out a jade archive and waved it in front of his eyes. It's you and Xiao Hua, 2 disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley who just advanced to early-stage foundation building. Husband. Zhua Minghui said anxiously. Is there a mistake?
You should explain too.
Lei Meng Zhenren. Our myriad Thunder Valley has few disciples, and they just advanced to foundation building. How can we send them out? Hee. Do you think your husband doesn't want to explain?
Helpless. He smiled bitterly and stepped into the cave.
Your husband only received this jade archive. I didn't even see anyone's face. I heard that Lei Meng Zhenren already closed his palace and didn't want to see anyone. The list of people to be sent out has already been confirmed. There's no possibility of changing it.
Helpless. He looked at Xiaohua and said,
if Senior Gantian can speak, Xiaohua might have a chance.
Sigh.
Xiaohua sighed. When Gantian got Zhongyao's milk, he had already given him the spiritual armor and the jade scroll.
He had already returned the favor.
If he sent a message to Qian Diheng, it wouldn't make things difficult for him, but if Gantian saw it, would he speak up for him? Even if he spoke up, he had no choice. Even Lei Meng Zhenren had closed his palace. How could Gantian speak up? It was best not to send such a message. Xiaohua sighed. Cui Hongshan's face turned even more ashen. He knew clearly that Dao sect was at a disadvantage against sword cultivators. As an early-stage foundation building cultivator, he only had a little more confidence than an energy refining disciple. Speaking of which, high-level swordsmen might not attack energy refining disciples, but against foundation building disciples, they definitely wouldn't show mercy. He had a higher chance of dying than energy refining disciples. Sigh, I don't know if that child Qiming. Zhua Minghui also felt that something was wrong. Wait a moment. Helpless, he waved his hand. There will be news soon. Right now there is chaos everywhere.
Asking more will only make things more troublesome.
After saying that, he looks at Xiaohua's indifferent appearance. Feeling both helpless and angry, he scolds. Xiaohua, you little brat, your second martial brother doesn't have any connections and there's no other way. You have the Heavenly Thunder Palace's connections. Why don't you try? Do you want to anger me to death? You want me to accept another disciple?
Forget it,
Zhua Minghui said in a low voice. It's better to ask for help than to ask for help. It's hard to ask for help, and you have to look at other people's faces. If Xiaohua doesn't ask for help, then forget it. Ask for help? How can he ask for help? This time, he was lucky that Zhenren Jingxi didn't kill him, so he saved his life. Helpless, he almost jumped up. How can there be such a good thing in the Sword Catacomb? If he leaves the Imperial Thunder Sect, there will be no other path. He will definitely be buried in the Sword Catacomb.
Master, you want me to die in the Sword Catacomb so much?
Xiaohua smiled bitterly.
You think I want to?
I'm willing to go in your place.
Helpless said angrily.
But I can't go.
Damn it.
I haven't condensed my core yet. I'm not a gold core cultivator. I'm not a direct disciple of the Thunder Palace. Helpless suddenly stood up and roared. I'm going to use my lightning core. I'm going to condense my core. I don't have to wait in the Thunder Palace to see if there's any chance to keep you two disappointing disciples in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. I can't even protect two good-for-nothing disciples.
After saying that, Helpless suddenly flew up and headed out of the cave.
Ah! Master. Xiaohua was stunned, Cui Hongshan was stunned, and Xiangyang was also stunned. Zhua Minghui woke up quickly.
She hurriedly flew up and chased after him, shouting, "Old man!
Why are you running?" Watching Zhua Minghui and Helpless leave, Xiaohua looked at Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan also looked at Xiangyang, and the three of them looked at each other. Helpless. A peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivator actually revealed his feelings in front of so many disciples. This was indeed because he was forced into helplessness in the Thunder Palace. There was no way to not reveal the true feelings in his heart. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2201. Why aren't you sending a message, Talisman? Cui Hongshan said coldly, if you can stay, perhaps Master's mood will be better. Why should I send a message, Talisman? Xiaohua said coldly, I'm not a spineless person who is afraid of sword cultivators. I also want to let Master know that myriad Thunder Valley disciples are not afraid of being schemed against. Myriad Thunder Valley disciples can live well under other people's schemes. Even if Xiaohua had the intention to send a message, Talisman,
Seeing Master's helpless expression, he would never send it out.
Humph. You only know how to make Master angry. Cui Hongshan rebuked angrily. What else can you do? What spineless person, if spineless Master can? At this moment, another message talisman flew in and landed in Cui Hongshan's hand. Cui Hongshan's expression changed greatly, and when he finished reading the message talisman, he looked as if he had lost his parents. What's wrong? Junior brother Cui. Yan Qinglian said anxiously, is it Qiming? Cui Hongshan said with a gloomy face, Qiming she was also sent out. 4 of them have been chosen. Alas, Yan Qinglian sighed, feeling bitter in her heart. She knew that Dui Qiming had encountered the same situation as Cui Hongshan. Then what about your dual cultivation? Yan Qinglian probed again. Qiming already said in the Jade Slip that from today onwards, all disciples of the Thunder Palace can't go into seclusion and can't do anything unrelated to preparation. Cui Hongshan said bitterly, the dual cultivation ceremony can't be held either. Shouldn't you at least give a betrothal gift first? Xiangyang suggested. Alas, senior brother. Why talk about betrothal gifts at this time? Wait until we come back alive. Cui Hongshan clapped his hands, took out 2 jade boxes, and handed them to Xiangyang. Senior brother, you should keep this thunder pill. When we go out, I'm afraid we will die. It's safer to leave this thing in Myriad Thunder Valley. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua, obviously wanting Xiao Hua to take out the thunder pill. However, Xiao Hua didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed on the outside of the cave. Xiangyang also looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't move, he hurriedly blocked with his hand and said, Junior brother Cui, this is your thing. You should take it with you. What if you can take the inner core during this period? Wouldn't that be an additional life-saving asset? How is that possible? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, I know myself well, unlike some people. I've only just reached the early stage of foundation establishment, so I won't be able to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment in a short period of time. Even if I do, I won't be able to take such a strong inner core. Leaving this thing with me will only benefit a sword cultivator. It's better to leave it to a descendant of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Seeing that Cui Hongshan's attitude was extremely firm, Xiangyang was also helpless. He took it and said with a forced smile, this? I'll take it for the time being. Let's wait for Master to come back first. I won't take it anymore. Cui Hongshan sighed and quickly walked out of the cave. Seeing that there was no one in the cave, Xiangyang glanced at Yan Qinglian, as if asking for her opinion. Yan Qinglian nodded slightly, and Xiangyang waved his hand, and a silencing restriction appeared. Eldest senior brother. What are you doing? Xiao Hua was releasing his Buddhist sense and quietly looking into the distance. Helplessly, he sat on a pine tree and looked at the dark clouds in the distance with extreme helplessness. Zhua Minghui accompanied him like a little bird, leaning her head on helpless Li's shoulder. Seeing Xiangyang like this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Junior brother Xiao. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to ask you. Xiangyang said in a low voice, you have to tell me honestly, your cultivation. What level has it reached? You can't tell Master, but you can tell me. Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it to you. Even if Master asks, I won't say. Haha, Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand, using the heaven and earth in the sleeve to easily break the silencing restriction. He also walked out of the cave. Is this very important? Junior brother Xiao, wait. Xiangyang hurriedly chased after Xiao Hua and shouted, of course this is very important. I don't think so. As Xiao Hua spoke, his figure had already left the cave, and he didn't intend to look back. How could he not know what Xiangyang was thinking? Since the 2 disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley went out together, one of them had to protect the other. Needless to say, Xiangyang wanted him to protect Cui Hongshan. Xiao Hua just didn't like Cui Hongshan, so how could he agree to this? Husband. Yan Qinglian hurriedly pulled Xiangyang's sleeve and said, don't chase after him. What? Xiangyang was a bit anxious. Xiao Hua is too insensible. Even now, he still hasn't explained his background to us clearly. Alas, husband. You're really too anxious. Yan Qinglian stretched out her hand and used the silencing restriction, saying, why don't you break this concubine's restriction? How can your husband? Xiangyang frowned and reprimanded her, but then he came to a realization and said, "Wife, you mean?" "Nonsense." Yan Qinglian felt exasperated at her husband's failure to live up to her expectations. She lowered her voice and said, "Husband, junior martial brother Xiao was able to fight against 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators before he even built his foundation, and even killed one of them. After he built his foundation, he became even more powerful. He even broke the lightning beast's blood seal. How can you and I not know how strong he is? Why do you have to make him admit it?" Moreover, he didn't even worry about Xueqi when he met a nascent soul cultivator in Xueqi. Naturally, he has confidence in Xiao Hua's strength. What do you think Xiao Hua's current strength is? No. It can't be. Xiangyang didn't dare to voice out his doubts at this time. Xiao Hua's cultivation can't be comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, right? Hee, that's impossible. Yan Qinglian shook her head. But as for Xiao Hua's cultivation, you and I already talked about it before. There's no point in talking about it now. You don't have to say anything, especially about Xiao Hua's cultivation. Now go to Xiao Hua's cave and tell him about junior brother Cui. Don't worry, although Xiao Hua is angry with junior brother Cui, if it really reaches the point of life and death, Xiao Hua definitely won't stand by and watch. So you're saying that your husband doesn't even need to go? Xiangyang rolled his eyes. You're the eldest senior brother. You have to treat everyone equally. Words still need to be said, and things still need to be done. Yan Qinglian said with a smile. All right. Xiangyang nodded helplessly. You should open the restriction. Your husband isn't Xiao Hua. How can I casually open this restriction? Pfft. Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and laughed. She punched Xiangyang's shoulder and said, "Why aren't you going?" Hearing Xiangyang's persuasion, Xiao Hua didn't respond. He said indifferently, "Ever since little brother Cui Hongshan built his foundation, I've already called him senior. His life and death has nothing to do with little brother." Chapter 2202. Junior Brother Xiao. Just as Xiangyang was about to earnestly advise him, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Master has already gone back. Eldest senior brother should also hurry back. See if master has anything else to say. Little brother is also vexed right now and wants some peace and quiet." Alas, all right. Xiangyang looked at his little junior brother who had always been obedient in front of him. He didn't know why Xiao Hua lost his obedience when Cui Hongshan was mentioned. With a sigh, he solemnly placed the 2 jade boxes on the jade table and left with his head lowered. Big. Xiao Hua raised his hand to stop Xiangyang, but when he saw Xiangyang's frown, he retracted his hand. Looking at Xiangyang's back gradually disappearing, he also frowned. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua still flicked his sleeves and kept the 2 jade boxes in his space. Immediately after, he sent out the 2 messaging talismans. However, just as the 2 messaging talismans flew out, another messaging talisman came. Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman and looked at it. It was from Sun Shu, asking if he was selected to be sent to fight with sword cultivators. A trace of hesitation appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he honestly said it and sent out the other messaging talisman. In less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng once again rushed over. As soon as Qian Diheng saw Xiao Hua, he shouted, "Junior martial brother Xiao, this is really unreasonable. Your myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. How could you be chosen? Besides, you just built your foundation." "Humph, not only me." Xiao Hua sneered. Cui Hongshan was also selected. "Damn it." Qian Diheng laughed and slapped his forehead. "I'm afraid someone is scheming against your myriad Thunder Valley." "And that's right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Fortunately, eldest senior brother wasn't selected." "That's very fortunate." "It's impossible for senior brother Xiang to be selected." Qian Diheng shook his head. "I heard that senior brother Xiang's son is very talented. Senior brother Xiang's husband is noble because of his son. He definitely won't be sent out." "Both of you weren't selected?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Alas, junior brother Xiao knows." Sun Shu sighed. "None of master's disciples were selected. Junior sister Xue is in seclusion and won't be selected." "Don't worry. It's really unfair." Xiao Hua shook his head again. "Fair. Qian Diheng sneered. Where is the fairness in this world?
If there was fairness, Kuan Fian's matter would have been exposed long ago.
Humph, of course. Sun Shu also sneered. There are only 3 disciples in the myriad Thunder Valley. Now, 2 disciples who have just built their foundation have been kicked out. Where is the fairness? Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng once again spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner. This father had allowed you to enter my heavenly Thunder Palace in the past, but look at you now. I can't stop you even if I want to. It is said that Thunder Meng Daoist has already sealed himself in his palace and will not meet anyone. You have to go. It's not just Reverend Lei Meng, all the palace masters are in seclusion, and even the sect masters are not showing their faces. Sun Shu said with a wry smile. It seems that all the seniors have their own difficulties. I don't have anything good to give you. Qian Diheng passes a storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Take these first. There's still half a year left. This elder brother will help you take a look to see if there's anything else. Half a year? Xiao Hua was slightly startled. Why is there still half a year left? We're only selecting disciples now. There's still half a year before we head to the border with Hung Country. Our Dao sect has already started a war with Hung Country's sword cultivators, but Meng Country, Lian Country and other countries are also participating. They and the sects in the north of Shi Country have already sent their disciples over. Our Imperial Thunder sect can join the war after half a year. Sun Shu explained and also handed over a storage pouch, smiling apologetically. This concubine can't compare to junior brother Qian. This is also concubine's daily accumulation. Junior brother, please keep it. In another half a year, this concubine will also have these. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This is Sun Shu's kind intention. He can't reject it no matter what. Xiao Hua looked at Qian Diheng again and didn't accept it. Instead, he said, You'd better help me find those pills. The things in this storage pouch, I don't think this little brother will be interested in them. You. Qian Diheng's eyes rolled, somewhat astonished, but he tactfully shut his mouth and nodded. This elder brother understands. This elder brother will go and collect them. There's still half a year left. At that time, I'll give you some more things. Xiao Hua nodded. Good. Qian Diheng turned around and left without hesitation. Sun Shu listened to the two of them talking about things she didn't understand, but she didn't seem to be angry. Her pair of beautiful eyes only looked at Xiao Hua. After Qian Diheng left, Sun Shu said in a soft voice, Xiao Hua, actually, there are some words this concubine shouldn't say. But, if I don't say it, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say it. Xiao Hua acted as if he didn't hear it and said, By the way, senior sister Sun, when will Xueqi come out of seclusion? Hearing this, Sun Shu secretly sighed in her heart. Knowing that Xiao Hua didn't give her a chance to speak, she could only say, at least 1 year, at most 4 years. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and said word by word, This Xiao won't leave her any message talisman, but I ask senior sister Sun to tell her that this Xiao will definitely return safely. Sun Shu nodded sadly and said, Okay, junior brother Xiao trusts this concubine so much, how can this concubine dare not to obey? Since that's the case, this Xiao also needs to make some preparations. Xiao Hua stood up and said. Sun Shu knew that Xiao Hua wanted to see them off, so she also said with a smile, This concubine will go back now. When you leave the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine will come to see you off. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. After a day, he helplessly called Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan to his cave residence and handed them 2 storage pouches. He said with a forced smile, This is what Master can give you. You can keep it. I'm afraid that the Thunder Palace's reward will only be given when you go to war. Many thanks, Master. At this time, Cui Hongshan seemed to have thought it through and calmly received it. Xiao Hua took the storage pouch and tied it to his waist without even looking at it. He asked, Master, there's still more than half a year before we go to Huan Country. Can we leave the Imperial Thunder sect? What do you want to do? Xiao Hua frowned helplessly. This disciple knows that this trip is dangerous and wants to take advantage of the time before we leave the Imperial Thunder sect to go somewhere else to do some things. In addition, I also want to make some preparations and go to the auction to find some medicinal pills. Xiao Hua said without hiding anything. You want to use this as an excuse to escape. Cui Hongshan didn't hold back his disdain and said coldly, Loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Junior brother Cui. Xiangyang was shocked. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he immediately scolded. Xiaohua is your senior brother from the same sect. How can you say that to him? Humph, he clearly knows that all the selected disciples are grounded and can't even go into seclusion, but he still wants to leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If he's not running away, what else can he do? Cui Hongshan didn't understand why Xiangyang suddenly scolded him and defended himself. You shut up, Xiangyang said anxiously. How can I not know what kind of person Xiaohua is? If he says he has something to do, then he must have something to do. Yes, Cui Hongshan saw that Xiangyang was so angry. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he didn't dare to talk back in front of Xiaohua. And Xiaohua ignored the two and stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Then he said word by word, Xiaohua, tell me, where are you going and what are you going to do? Xiaohua raised his head. His eyes were bright and he didn't seem to be afraid. He said word by word, this is disciple's secret. It's not convenient to tell master. Ah? Cui Hongshan saw this and almost wanted to stomp his feet again. But when he saw Xiangyang looking at him from the side, he clenched his teeth and his cheeks bulged. In the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at Xiaohua helplessly. It seemed that he was trying to distinguish whether Xiaohua was telling the truth or not. But just from Xiaohua's eyes, he couldn't see anything. Zhua Minghui also hesitated on the side, not knowing how to explain. Forget it. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to have made a decision. He seemed to have aged a few years. He clapped his hands and took out a keepsake. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, when you entered this old man's sect, this old man almost didn't give you any pointers. The few things I taught you were taught by your senior brother on behalf of this old man. You have always been biting off more than you can chew. The things your senior brother taught you may not be worthy of your attention. You are indeed wronged under this old man's sect. Moreover, you have just reported to the Jade Archive Hall. According to the usual practice, you will definitely not be selected. This is also this old man's fault for implicating you. This old man will bear this responsibility. This is this old man's keepsake. You can use this to enter and leave the Imperial Thunder sect. You can go now. Master. Cui Hongshan shouted anxiously. Disciple has already heard from Qi Meng that all the selected disciples can't enter or leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If there is a special situation and they can't go out, then the disciple must use the teacher's keepsake to go out. The teacher who gave the disciple the keepsake must bear the responsibility. If the disciple doesn't know how to do it, then half a year later, when all the disciples go out, it will be when the disciple's teacher dies. Hearing that there was such a rule, even Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, who were very confident in Xiaohua, were shocked. They both looked at Xiaohua. Go. As if he didn't hear Cui Hongshan's words, he said to Xiaohua in a low voice, if you have something to do, then go quickly. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He took the keepsake, turned around, and left the cave. He didn't even return to his own cave and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. Master. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't even return to his cave, Cui Hongshan became even angrier and shouted. Xiaohua clearly has the intention to leave. Alas, the sky wants to rain, the mother wants to marry. Let him be. Xiaohua sat on the jade chair. His eyes were a little blank as he looked at the place where Xiaohua disappeared and sighed. Alas, Cui Hongshan stomped his feet and walked out with the storage pouch in his hand. His face was full of anger. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian wanted to say something, but they didn't know where to start. They waved their hands helplessly. You two can go back too. Master wants some peace and quiet. Yes, disciple understands. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian took their leave. Just as they took a few steps, a helpless voice came from behind. Xiangyang, you have to remember, only when your fist is hard will it be the truth. You and Qinglian still have to cultivate properly. You two also have to take care of him. It must be like what you said. My myriad Thunder Valley must produce a spirit-severing cultivator. Chapter 2203. Disciple. Disciple understands. Xiangyang's heart ached, and he almost shed tears. Helplessly, these words seemed to have a hint of his last words. Helplessness, helplessness. He actually still didn't have confidence in Xueqi. Xueqi didn't even return to his immortal's cave. He activated his flying technique and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. Sure enough, as Cui Hongshan said, the entire Sky Thunder Peak was already guarded by Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. On the mountain path, in the air, several Foundation building disciples were standing guard, and dozens of aura refining disciples were constantly patrolling. They didn't have the freedom they had before. Seeing Xueqi fly over, a late-stage Foundation building old man scanned with his divine sense and flew over. He scolded, "Which Thunder Palace disciple is this? Where are you going on business? Do you have a token from Thunder Palace?" Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He stopped in midair and respectfully took out his token and Helplessness's token. He handed them over and said with an apologetic smile, "Disciple is Xueqi from Thunder Palace. I have an urgent matter to attend to and have to leave the sect. Senior Martial Brother, please check." The old man took the two items and scanned them with his divine sense. He asked curiously, "Your token?" Immediately, the old man seemed to realize something and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother Qian, please come here." "Junior Martial Brother Can, what's the matter?" A thin old man about the same age as the old man flew over. "Please use the discrimination chime," Junior Martial Brother Can said with a smile. This disciple was selected? Senior Martial Brother Qian was surprised. He clapped his hand and took out a magic tool that looked like a chime jar. Senior Martial Brother Qian activated his magic power, and a cyan flame shot out from the chime jar. It was 3 feet tall. Junior Martial Brother Qian threw Xueqi's command tablet into the magic tool. With a thunderous boom, a purple lightning bolt flashed out of the jar and struck Xueqi's command tablet out of the jar. As expected, Senior Martial Brother Qian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xueqi and said, "This disciple was selected to go to Huan Country. This is his master's token." Junior Martial Brother Qian waved Helplessness's token in front of Senior Martial Brother Qian and also threw it into the magic tool. Unlike Xueqi's token, Helplessness's token didn't have any abnormalities. Senior Martial Brother Qian waved his hand and took out Helplessness's token. He scanned it with his divine perception and said in a low voice, "Oh, Deafening Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley." With a wave of his hand, Junior Martial Brother Can sent out a message talisman. "Why did you leave the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Junior Brother Can turned his head and asked Xueqi. Xueqi didn't want to deceive the two of them. He said, "Disciple met an alchemist in Jingbo City last time. Disciple gave him spirit stones and ordered some early-stage Foundation establishment pills. If I don't go now, the spirit stones will be wasted." Hee. Senior Brother Qian laughed and glanced at Junior Brother Kansas. "Junior Brother Can, how many times have you heard these words today? If not 1,000, then at least 800. Junior Brother Can said with a smile, "There are even more bizarre reasons than this." Xueqi's expression didn't change. He just stood there quietly. He didn't reply. "What? You look quite calm." Senior Martial Brother Qian pointed at him and said, "You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. You're a member of the Imperial Thunder Sect in life and a ghost of the Imperial Thunder Sect in death. My Imperial Thunder Sect nurtured you from the first level of the aura refining realm to the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. We've never mistreated you with spiritual pills, spirit stones, and so on. Now that my Imperial Thunder Sect has a use for you, you actually want to run away. Do you think you're worthy of my Imperial Thunder Sect?" Although Xueqi frowned slightly, he was already impatient. He was pressed for time and had no choice but to delay here and be humiliated. However, after thinking for a moment, Xueqi boasted that he didn't dare to oppose the Imperial Thunder Sect. He bowed and said, "Senior Martial Brothers, you're overthinking. Since I have the Master's token in my hand, I'll definitely take the Master's safety to heart. How can I be as unbearable as you two say? Alas, you can't judge a book by its cover." Junior Martial Brother Can looked distressed. "If that's really the case, you should obediently stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. Wait for half a year before setting off. At that time, it won't be too late for you to go to Jingbo City. Why are you in such a hurry?" "But, this Xiao only has a little more than a month left," Xueqi said with a bitter smile. "It's only a few spirit stones. If you don't go, your master will compensate you. Senior Marshal Brother Chen said again, still unwilling to let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua became impatient and said with a smile, "Does this Xiao meet the requirements of leaving the sect?" Senior Marshal Brother Chen glanced at Junior Marshal Brother Can and nodded helplessly.
You do. Very good.
Xiaohua cupped his hands and said,
"Many thanks." After saying that, he was about to fly away.
"Wait."
Senior Marshal Brother Chen shouted, "Xiaohua, this old man still has one last thing to say to you.
It's true that you meet the requirements of leaving the sect, and you're also the first disciple to leave the sect. Although your master trusts you, this old man and the others don't. This old man advises you, don't take half a step out of Sky Thunder Peak with evil intentions."
I know.
Xiaohua was about to leave again.
Did this old man and the others allow you to leave?
Junior Marshal Brother Can coldly shouted. Xiaohua was very helpless as he turned around and asked, "What else do you two Senior Marshal Brothers want?" "Wait until your master's life is confirmed. Then you can leave." "All right." Xiaohua understood what kind of summoning talisman Junior Brother Can sent out just now. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, a communication talisman flew back. Junior Marshal Brother Can looked at it and nodded. Jade Archive Hall replied, "Myriad Thunder Valley's Helpless Life Tablet is fine. Go." Senior Marshal Brother Chen looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and waved his hand. Xiaohua's token was thrown to Xiaohua, but Helpless token was left behind. This old man will leave Helpless token. When you return to the sect, you can ask this old man for it. Otherwise, Xiaohua took the token. This time he didn't cup his hands. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew towards the mountain path of Sky Thunder Peak. When his figure landed, he hurriedly flew down. "AI, this Helpless." Senior Marshal Brother Chen looked at the token in his hand and threw it into the jar with a wave of his hand. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well." "Humph, who can you blame? It's just that his ears are soft." Junior Marshal Brother Can sneered. This Can really didn't expect that there would actually be a master who would put his own life in the hands of his own disciple. Xiaohua flew down the mountain. When he could fly, he immediately flew into the air and swept out his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that there was no one nearby, he immediately activated the bright thunder escape. True essence flowed around his body and the two invisible dots in his dantian faintly emitted crackling lightning. The rumbling sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's magic power. His figure was extremely fast to the limit of the bright thunder escape. "I'll take advantage of this opportunity to see if I can master the Imperial Thunder Escape." Xiaohua's eyes slightly flashed as he looked towards the direction of Yellow Flower Ridge. Chapter 2204. This young master originally wanted to wait until after the core condensation stage before going to 100 Herb sect. However, since there's a battle with sword cultivators, this young master is not afraid. But Senior Brother is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this young master were to have an accident in the battle with the sword cultivators, then wouldn't my master's revenge be impossible? Now that this young master's cultivation is close to the middle stage of gold core, there's absolutely no problem for me to face Jiang Jiantong alone. However, I'm afraid of being surrounded by the disciples of 100 Herb sect and the formation of Yellow Flower Ridge. 100 Herb sect has been in my Shang Huaming's hands for dozens of years. I'm afraid that they have already changed their formation. Previously, Shang Huaming's formation could not even be broken by a foundation establishment cultivator in the hands of 3 Qi refining disciples. With the reinforcement of 100 Herb sect and the support of a foundation establishment cultivator, this young master is afraid that this young master will not be able to easily break in. This way, killing Jiang Jiantong will be a bit difficult. As Xiaohua flew, he secretly pondered, actually, this young master is most troubled by senior sister. This is probably one of the reasons why this young master has not dared to face 100 Herb sect. AI, senior sister. I wonder how you're doing in 100 Herb sect? Now that you're in foundation establishment, you shouldn't be too patient. After this young brother kills Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan and avenges my master, I'll hand Shang Huaming over to you. Let Shang Huaming revive once again and let Shang Huaming's name shake the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously felt his blood boil. The lightning around his body became more rapid, and the bright thunder escape faintly felt that it had transformed from thunder calm to thunder movement. Not to mention Xiao Hua rushing to Yellow Flower Ridge, in the endless hills in the north of the country of Xi. There was also a rainbow-like ray of light streaking across the sky, shooting into the distance. Its speed did not seem to be any slower than Xiao Hua's. At this moment, the ray of light suddenly stopped, and the figures of two female cultivators appeared. The one in front was the graceful and luxurious 10,000 Demon Realm Empress, and the one in her hand was the lovely Dyer. Empress, why did you stop? Dyer lowered her head and looked at the lifeless hills that looked exactly the same. She said strangely, "There's no trace of human habitation here." The Empress didn't answer. Instead, she just stood there. The hurricane in the air blew past, but it couldn't move the light protecting her body in the slightest. Her furrowed brows didn't lose out to her peerless beauty. Instead, it made people frown and feel pity for her. Unfortunately, it was so desolate. How could anyone have seen it? There seems to be some aura here. The Empress slowly spoke as her figure slowly descended. Her divine sense was scanning the area 100 miles in front of her. Oh, did you find it? Dyer's face was filled with joy. Her small hands were slightly clasped together, and she appeared to be both excited and nervous. I don't know either. The Empress frowned slightly and spread out her divine sense to search the area inch by inch. After searching for more than half a day, the Empress raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. She pointed with her hand and said, "There seems to be some reaction there. But it's different from what I thought." "Is it true or not?" Dyer said anxiously. "The Empress has been searching for dozens of years and has spent a lot of magic power. But there's no progress at all. I didn't expect to find it here. I'm afraid it's the same as before. It's an empty joy." The Empress smiled and touched Dyer's forehead with her hand. She said, "Didn't you feel it a few times before? But after searching carefully, it's just some remains of the 10,000 Demon Realm. How can it be what I'm looking for?" "Hee, Empress. If this lowly servant says it's better to go to the west, isn't there the strong aura of the 10,000 Demon Realm that Empress said? Maybe he's there." Dyer's big eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. "Say, he likes to be quiet and doesn't like to move. The Million Meng Mountains in the Xiaoyu continent have the aura of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Maybe there are traces of him, but I believe he will never stay there." The Empress sighed. "Moreover, I have used the secret technique of my phone clan. The Million Meng Mountains are our nemesis. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger." Nemesis? Dyer stuck out her tongue and looked scared. "What's that? Even Empress is afraid of it? Didn't Empress say it before? The cultivators on the Xiaoyu continent are different from our 10,000 Demon Realm. Even if Empress's strength can't defeat them, it's absolutely no problem for you to escape, right? You little girl. There's nothing absolute in this world." The Empress looked disappointed. She looked up 100 miles away and said, "Back then, I also believed in my own determination. I believed that this heaven and earth were decorations that I wanted to conquer. I believed that my fate was in my own hands. What a pity. Don't talk about the heaven, don't talk about the earth, even people. I can't force them. Even if it's me. I can't control my body and heart." The willows return to the pond. The mandarin ducks leave the pond. The green duckweed breaks the lotus boat's path. The bees and butterflies fall in love with the fragrance, and the red dress gets rid of the bitterness of the heart. The sunset welcomes the tide, and the clouds carry the rain. The gentle and coquettish words. Back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind. Dyer blurted out and said, "Empress, is it this inexplicable poem?" The Empress's face flushed red. She pretended to be angry and said, "Dyer, how can you say this word so casually?" "Yes, Empress, this servant knows her mistake." Dyer stuck out her tongue and said anxiously, "This servant won't dare to do it again." The Empress nodded. "I'll only listen to it this time. If there's a next time, I'll make sure your soul scatters." Yes. Dyer was so scared that her face turned green. "Let's go. I'll wait." The Empress put away her cold face and quickly descended. However, there were hundreds of thoughts in her heart. The poem back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind, indeed flashed in her mind for no reason. Who is it? Suddenly, A wisp of light green smoke flashed high up in the sky and disappeared. How could this be hidden from the Empress? She scolded softly, and her spiritual sense quickly scanned the place where the smoke was. However, the light green smoke disappeared without a trace, like a spring dream. How could she find it? Let's go. The Empress saw this and suddenly stopped. Without hesitation, she rushed to the sky. However, at this moment, about 10 feet above the Empress's body, a light green brilliance like a fishing net suddenly appeared. It was as if it had been there for a long time. Pang! The Empress's protective brilliance touched the brilliance and immediately broke the brilliance. The Empress's body only paused for a moment before she rushed up again. Swish! There was a faint sound. About 10 feet away, another light green fishing net appeared and blocked the Empress's head. At this time, the Empress had already released her spiritual sense. She already understood that the light green color of the fishing net was not a simple luster. It was formed by many small talismans. She was also very familiar with these talismans. They were the green seal script of the 10,000 demon realm. Break! The Empress pointed her hand. On her finger, a spot of pure white light appeared and turned into a light pillar that rushed up to the brilliance. Sure enough, the light green brilliance dissipated upon contact and broke a large hole. The Empress's body flew out of the hole casually. The brilliance that was broken through also disappeared immediately. However, it was also at this time that another light green brilliance appeared about 10 feet above her head. Not only that, when the Empress stretched out her finger again, layer after layer of light green net that seemed to have been hidden in space long ago gradually revealed itself like layers upon layers of pavilions. They densely covered an area of several thousand feet above the Empress' head. Moreover, these light green brilliances were extremely large. The Empress's spiritual sense could tell that they were more than 100 miles long. Humph! Seeing this, the Empress was not nervous at all. Her stretched-out finger trembled slightly and a fist-sized white brilliance appeared. It turned into a palm-sized feather and shot straight into the sky like an arrow. Pang, pang, pang! A series of sounds rang out. Rays of light were torn apart and the Empress' body flew up along with the feather. Only after flying up 1,000 feet did the feather finally run out of energy and slowly disappear into the air. Go! The Empress did not hesitate and pointed her finger again. The same brilliance appeared and attacked again. However, this time, the feather only flew for a few hundred feet before it disappeared. Obviously, the strength of the light green brilliance was more than twice as strong. The Empress's eyes narrowed and her face showed a dignified expression. Once again, she stretched out her snow-white hand and patted her forehead. Once again, a palm-sized pure white feather grew out. This feather shone with a holy brilliance, and within it, there was a faint jade-like brilliance that was rotating. Go! The Empress did not hesitate to open her cherry lips. A hurricane was formed and the feather whistled in the whirlwind and rushed into the layers of light green nets in the sky. Bang, bang, bang! The impact this time was clearly not comparable to the previous one. However, this feather only traveled a distance of 1,000 feet compared to the first one before it let out a wail and disappeared in mid-air. However, after the mournful wail, hundreds and thousands of light nets were born in the sky. Slowly, they pressed down like snowflakes falling from the sky. Empress Dai-er, who was holding the Empress's hand, was a little anxious. Finally, she could not help but whisper, "Hurry up and fly away. Don't worry about this servant." Shut up! The Empress snorted coldly and her body suddenly descended. This world was very strange. As long as the Empress flew downwards, the light green brilliance did not seem to obstruct her. In fact, it did not even appear. When the Empress flew down and was about 100 feet away, the brilliance immediately flashed and blocked the Empress's head. Wang! A huge gust of wind blew. The Empress's body was like the eye of the wind. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi were sucked into her body. However, as the heaven and earth spiritual qi was sucked in, the Empress's body gradually shrank. In just a few breaths, all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within 100 miles was sucked into the Empress's body. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi outside 100 miles was blocked by the light green brilliance and could not penetrate at all. Chapter 2205. The instant the spiritual energy of heaven and earth came to a standstill, the Empress figure suddenly turned faint. The faint figure twisted within the hurricane, and a layer of faint figure appeared. The Empress seemed to want to merge with the wind, and floated to the edge of the green brilliance. Unfortunately, no matter how the Empress cast the spell, her figure could only turn faint, and could not disappear. This couldn't help but cause a trace of surprise to flash through the Empress' calm eyes. This was naturally the wind escape technique that the Empress gave to Xueqi. At this moment, when the Empress used it, it was an earth-shattering difference. In just the blink of an eye, the Empress flew more than 10 li away. In just a few breaths of time, the Empress had already flown to the edge of the green net. However, at this moment, the Empress figure could no longer maintain the previous state of invisibility. After a series of ripples, her figure gradually became visible, and her face that was originally white as snow became even whiter. And her eyes were filled with doubt and regret. It seemed that the wind escape technique's speed and effect were far from what she had expected. Rumble! With a series of earth-shaking rumbles, dark green pillars of light that were as thick as bowls appeared in front of the Empress like heavenly pillars that could shake the heavens and earth. They shot up from the ground and pierced straight into the sky, fusing together with the light green brilliance. The Empress knew that this was a crucial moment, and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She tossed her hand, and a fist-sized jade seagull appeared in her hand. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the jade seagull immediately became alive. It flapped its wings, and those scissor-like wings streaked across the sky, leaving behind traces of cracks. Transform. As the jade seagull flew in front of her, the Empress figure floated up again. The jade seagull cut through hundreds of light pillars, and the Empress also flew more than 100 zhang. Like the net of light, the light pillars became more and more solid as they approached the outer layer. That jade seagull that could tear space finally crashed into a light pillar, and stopped. It let out a mournful cry like a feather, and its brilliance faded away. It retreated back into a magic treasure and fell into the Empress' hand. Rise! A cold glint flashed through the Empress' eyes. She pointed her finger again, and a burst of pure white light flashed from her body. 2 illusory figures emerged from the Empress' back. They were actually a pair of wings that were over 100 feet in size. Whoosh! The wings on the Empress' back flapped, and the Empress flew up once more. With a series of loud bangs, she broke through the dozen or so light pillars in front of her once more. However, the Empress' protective brilliance flickered repeatedly. Clearly, it couldn't hold on any longer. When the pillars of light collapsed, the Empress stopped in midair. She looked at the sparse pillars of light in front of her. Her eyes widened slightly, and the black pupils in her eyes almost covered her entire eyes. Go! The Empress scolded softly and shook her left hand. The jade seagull floated in the air. The Empress threw it with her right hand and Er's body involuntarily fell into the jade seagull. Then, another figure separated from the Empress and landed in the jade seagull. The jade seagull instantly emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance and disappeared on the spot. Ha ha! A hoarse voice echoed in the air. A dark green brilliance quickly appeared and hit the pillars of light. Ripples appeared in the gaps between the pillars of light, and then a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The pure white jade seagull's body was faintly discernible. It only appeared for a moment before the jade seagull disappeared again. With a strange sound, fellow cultivator Dong Shan appeared in the void wearing a cloak. A strange sound came from within the cloak. It was the strange green seal text. Suddenly, it seemed to be pulled by a mysterious hand. At the end of the pillar of light, the void rapidly swelled like boiling water. Bubbles rushed out one after another. Rather than saying that the jade seagull came out with the bubbles, it was more accurate to say that it was squeezed out. However, at the same time the jade seagull appeared, the Empress figure also broke free from the jade seagull. She also formed a seal and the jade seagull rushed into the distance again. Ha ha ha, Xian Wan. You even left your avatar behind. You still want to let the little girl escape? The strange green seal text was emitted once again, but the light pillars near the Empress avatar collapsed and came crashing down. The Empress avatar did not dare to be careless, and at the same time the light exploded, her figure suddenly flew downwards. With a loud bang, several pillars of light hit the jade seagull first. The sturdy jade seagull actually cracked and stopped in midair. Then, the pillars of light smashed towards the Empress avatar. It seemed to want to separate the avatar from the Empress. But how could the Empress dare to let fellow cultivator Dong Shan's plan succeed? She closed her eyes and slowly emitted a milky white brilliance, gradually filling the entire sky. The Empress avatar quickly dodged the pillars of light and used the 5 elements escape technique to rush underground. You want to take back your avatar? Xian Wan, your imagination is too wonderful. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan's hoarse voice sounded again. This seat set up the array for a long time. Not only did it isolate the world's spiritual energy, but it also restricted magic power and divine sense. But it still let you break through here. Your Wind Clan's divine ability is indeed powerful. The Empress didn't answer. Her beautiful, slender neck slightly bent, and her phoenix eyes closed even more. Her long eyelashes trembled, and the milky white brilliance on her body became even more flourishing. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan naturally knew that the Empress was accumulating power. The hands hidden in his Taoist robe stretched out, and a light green brilliance flashed in his black hairy palms. Pillars of light formed between the Empress avatar and her main body. At this moment, the light green brilliance in the air like a fishing net also fell, surrounding the Empress like an inescapable net. Wang wang wang. A rumbling sound came from the ground beneath the Empress' feet. With a loud bang, it was as if the world was collapsing. Countless ink-green brilliance splashed everywhere like ink. The Empress avatar rushed out from the ground and without any suspense, rushed into the Empress' main body. At the same time the avatar rushed into the main body, the milky white brilliance around the Empress was as brilliant as the sun. It suddenly expanded, and a pure white swan that was over 1,000 feet in length stretched out its beautiful body in the sun. As the swan straightened her slender neck, her wings also spread open. The halo of her wings was actually over 100 feet white. At this moment, the flapping of her wings wasn't an ordinary hurricane, but a mysterious fluctuation. Following the fluctuation, the surrounding green brilliance began to revolve. From time to time, it would collapse, and a black and white pattern would strangely appear in the air. With a sound, the swan stretched out her neck and let out a long cry. Her graceful body rushed into the black and white pattern. The swan's brilliance gradually disappeared, and her body also disappeared into the black and white. Go! Fellow Taoist East Mountain, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. An equally mysterious ripple surged around him, and the ripple seemed to cause the surrounding space to collapse. Fellow Taoist East Mountain's cloak also disappeared, and a huge black wolf appeared in midair. Chapter 2206. The black wolf raised its head and howled. At this time, the moon was already high up in the sky. As the black wolf howled, countless rays of moonlight poured into the black wolf's body. Woo! A strange sound accompanied the dark green seal text rushing into the black and white lines where the swan was. Clearly, there was a layer of restriction around the swan's light. The fluctuations were easily blocked. However, the green seal text was like a worm. It first stuck to the surface, then burrowed into it. Once the green seal text burrowed in, the black wolf standing in midair immediately stopped howling. It actually raised its head, its black eyes flashing with cruelty and calmness. Sure enough, the swan's light was still dim, but the pure white body within the light began to tremble. At first, it was like an itch, then like a ripple, and finally, it trembled violently. The swan that had disappeared long ago reappeared in the black and white lines. Immediately, the black and white lines began to tremble as well. Black and white were no longer clearly separated, but gradually blurred and turned gray. Pang! Another loud sound rang out from afar. Oh! Hei Lang raised his head in confusion, only to see the jade gull that was previously suspended in mid-air suddenly explode. Dyer, who was inside the jade gull, rushed out of the dark green light pillar like an arrow under the protection of a pure white brilliance. Hee, do you think you can escape? The black wolf spoke in human language, but his voice was still hoarse. He slightly opened his mouth, and a dark green pillar of light suddenly appeared in midair, piercing through the pure white light. Ah, with a scream, Dyer could no longer maintain her human form. A pale yellow, duck-like demon beast appeared, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared in her neck. However, the pure white light was not over yet. It continued to fly forward. Just as the black wolf was about to attack again, a clear cry rang out. The swan's body had completely retreated into the black wolf's formation. But following the swan's cry, an extremely pure white light appeared and shot straight at the black wolf. Ha ha ha! The black wolf looked up to the sky and laughed. Xian Wan, you're a cornered beast. You've been hit by the heavenly heart erosion. Can your innate holy light last? As expected, The white light was pure and holy when it first appeared around the swan, but after flying a few feet, it immediately turned into a pitch-black spot. As it flew further away, the pitch-black spot continued to expand. By the time it reached the black wolf, most of it was pitch-black. The black wolf howled at the black and white radiance, and all of the radiance dissipated.
Ah! A heavenly sound rose from the swan.
The swan's body shook a little, and very elegantly stretched its neck, gradually transforming into a human form. However, this human form was several times taller than the previous queen's body, and had a pair of pure white wings on its back. Of course, there were now some pitch-black spots of light on his wings. Dong Shan Yi. You've chased me from the demon realm all the way to Xiaoyu continent. In the end, I still fell into your trap. Xianwan, 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 dang, Xianwan, dang.
Xianwan.
The black wolf named Dong Shani roared, as if he was very unhappy with Xianwan's safety. At this time, he was also in human form, but different from Xianwan. He was about the same height as Xianwan, but his head was that of a black wolf. However, from the looks of it, he was also a female. Seeing Dong Shani so angry, Xianwan was still calm. Dong Shani, do you have any questions? Why did you imprison me? Hee, you finally asked. Dong Shani sneered. I thought you were always high up, always indifferent to everything. You're always looking up. Xianwan's eyes were like water, looking at Dong Shani pitifully, as if she was the ruler of the scene. You're not running anymore? Dong Shani was very dissatisfied with Xianwan's reaction and mocked. Why should I run? Xianwan laughed. Now, there's only you from the demon realm in Xiaoyu continent. If I go, who will you talk to? You can really run. Dong Shani was still mocking. Isn't your Feng clan born with the ability to travel through the void? Why don't you try again? Since I've failed once, why try again? Xianwan actually used her hand to comb her ink-black hair and said with a smile. Xianwan, are you always so calm? Did you not get angry when you found out you were trapped? Did you not have any doubts when you found out about the array of the demon realm? Did you find that you can't escape, that you're in danger of your body being destroyed, that your primordial spirit dissipating, that you can't enter reincarnation? You didn't panic? Dong Shanyi's voice was stern. I did. Xianwan continued unhurriedly. However, this matter is not under this consort's control, so what can this consort do? You. Dong Shanyi's eyes flashed with malice. Don't worry, since you've fallen into my hands, I will make you beg for death. That's your idea. Xianwan stretched, as if she was relieved.
But it has nothing to do with me.
Woo! Dong Shanyi opened her mouth and a strange sound came out. Hundreds of thin green threads were born from the array and wrapped around Xianwan. Xianwan was not nervous at all. The wings on her back spread out slightly and white light pierced the air like flying swords. She completely blocked the green threads 10 feet away. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. Black spots like rust and mold appeared on the light swords and quickly spread throughout the light swords. The light swords then collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. Then, all the green threads fell on Xianwan's body and gradually disappeared. A painful expression appeared on Xianwan's slightly raised lips. A kind of pitiful pain appeared on her eyebrows. Seeing Xianwan's incomparable elegance, Dong Shanyi's anger could not help but burn. Her body began to tremble. Layers of small green seal text appeared from her mouth and followed the path of the green threads into Xianwan's body. Ouch! Xianwan could not help but moan. Her body trembled and fell down. Her pure white wings trembled and protected her body. How is it? The pain of the heart is not something that anyone can endure. Do you still want to endure in front of me? Dong Shani smiled coldly. Her body also began to tremble because of the frequent use of green seal text. However, this trembling was far from the jealousy in her heart. It was also far from the pleasure of seeing Xianwan moan. Unfortunately, Xianwan did not care at all. Her entire body continued to tremble. The pure white brilliance flickered several times, just like her trembling eyelashes. Ha ha ha, Xianwan, what else do you have to say? Do you think you're stronger than me? Dong Shani laughed again. Her ferocious wolf head was especially ugly under the moonlight. How did you come to the Dawn Rain continent? A faint, still elegant voice that was obviously enduring pain sounded. My 10,000 demon realms demon race cannot come to the Dawn Rain continent with their true bodies. How did you do it?
Jie.
Dong Shani laughed proudly. I thought you were the ice lotus on the ice mountain, proud and aloof for 10,000 years. It turns out you have curiosity too. I just want to hear it. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. Xian Wan still replied indifferently. Humph, if your true body can come, why can't I? Dong Shani sneered. You were following me? Xian Wan was stunned. You also noticed that short space crack? Why didn't I see your aura? More than just following. Dong Shani laughed. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the dream-changing water's ability? Oh, since you used the lizard race's secret treasure, it's normal that I couldn't find it. Xian Wan's indifferent tone made Dong Shani's anger rise again. Don't you want to know how you were hit by my heavenly heart erosion? Dong Shani sneered. Yes, I am indeed surprised. It seems like my holy light has always been protecting my body. How did your heavenly heart erosion get in? Hee, do you still need to say it? Naturally, it's time for your avatar to come out. Dong Shani pointed proudly and laughed. Why don't you take a look? Isn't your holy light corroded enough here? Xie Yu's eyes widened. Sure enough, where her body touched the ground, the pure white brilliance began to shrink. The black spots on the brilliance began to emit fine lines that extended towards the ground. It was clear that the ground was covered in heavenly heart erosion. Dong Shan-yi, you've really been scheming. Xian Wan sighed. You set up arrays in the air and all around to prevent me from escaping. There were also faint magic power fluctuations on the ground that seemed to be even stronger than the ones in the air. You made it so that I didn't dare to rashly fly down. When my avatar came out and wanted to forcibly escape, I deliberately left it with a chance of survival. Then you prevented it from merging with my true body. However, my avatar was already tainted with a trace of heavenly heart erosion the moment it entered the ground. If my avatar didn't merge, your heavenly heart erosion wouldn't have been able to invade my holy light, right? So much so that you were certain you could kill this queen's avatar? Keek. Dong Shani laughed. Exactly. Although your avatar is powerful, this is not the 10,000 demon realm. It's already good that you can use 10% of your magic power. My formation is also used to restrict your divine ability, so it's not difficult for me to kill your divine incarnation. If you discover the heavenly heart erosion, I will naturally kill your avatar. Xian Wan without her avatar is even less of a match for me. If I'm hit by the heavenly heart erosion, won't I fall into your trap? Xian Wan sighed. What do you want to do? My Wind clan and your Dongshan clan don't seem to have any deep hatred. I've only met you a few times. There are many demon clans in the 10,000 demon realm. Which demon clan doesn't have hatred between them? Although the Wind clan is a higher clan, they're not friends with my Dongshan clan. Dong Shani sneered. I have my own plans for capturing you. I just don't know if you'll cooperate. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Come. Chapter 2207. How do you want me to cooperate? Xian Wan asked. If I agree, will you let me go? Dong Shanyi's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed strangely. Xian Wan, this doesn't seem to be your style. You're actually proposing conditions to me? There's a saying in Dawn Rain Continent, how can a person not bow under the eaves? Xian Wan said softly, since I'm here, I naturally have to seek survival. If you have anything to say, just say it. Good, straightforward. Dong Shani nodded. As long as you agree to my request, I'll make a blood oath to let you go. Well, say it. I don't need you to make a blood oath. In Dawn Rain Continent, your blood oath might not be useful. You have to answer 3 questions. Dong Shani said impatiently. Hearing Dong Shani's question, Xian Wan's trembling eyelashes suddenly rose, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The pupils in these beautiful eyes were actually slightly yellow, a kind of pure gold color. The first question is, why did you come to Dawn Rain Continent alone? Dong Shani asked. I saw you step into the space crack without hesitation, and your face seemed to be filled with joy. I'm here for a private matter. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Xian Wan shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't ask. Good. Dong Shani nodded. This is not what I wanted to ask, but since you answered so honestly, I'm satisfied. What about the second question? Hee. The second question is naturally the heavenly feather sacred world. Dongshan laughed. Where is the sacred object of your wind clan, the heavenly pure feather? You. Why are you coveting my heavenly feather sacred world? Xian Wan was shocked and asked curiously. That's a place only people of my upper clan can go. Why are you going there? You don't need to ask where I'm going. You just need to tell me where the heavenly pure feather is. Dongshan grinned. Xian Wan shook her head. Although I'm the previous saintess of the Wind Clan, after marrying Mo Sa, I lost the qualification of saintess. I don't know where this heavenly pure feather is. Humph. Don't think that I don't know anything. Dongshan sneered. The heavenly pure feather is the Wind Clan saintess' natal spiritual feather. You were the previous saintess. How could you not know where it is? Hee, since you know the origin of the pure sky feather, you naturally know the purity of the pure sky feather. How do you explain this? Why must you force this consort to answer? The smile on Xian Wan's face was like 100 flowers blooming. Why would I ask you if I knew? Dongshan spat out the strange green seal script syllables again. Xian Wan frowned in pain again. His shy smile was gone, and all that was left was pain. Dongshan the heavenly pure feather is the saintess' holy purity. As long as yang qi enters the body, the heavenly pure feather will immediately be tainted and lose the qualifications to enter the heavenly feather sacred world. Xie Ying smiled bitterly. I've been in Qin Shui Palace for many years, so how can I still have the heavenly pure feather? Otherwise, wouldn't my Wind Clan have many heavenly pure feathers? So that's how it is. Dongshan suddenly understood, but a look of regret appeared on his face. Oh, I understand. Xian Wan seemed to have only just realized. You risked your body to cultivate the green seal script to this level. You want to go to the heavenly feather sacred world. Ha, that's right. Dongshan laughed. Don't you think the green seal script is very powerful? Whether it's the 10,000 demon realm or the Dawn Rain continent, there are unfathomable powerful beings. If I go to the heavenly feather sacred world and eliminate the hidden dangers of the green seal script, wouldn't I be able to dominate the 10,000 demon realm? Difficult. Xian Wan shook her head again. Although I've never been to the heavenly feather sacred world, I know that the green seal script is listed as a forbidden technique in the 10,000 demon realm. Even powerful beings don't dare to try it. Even if you go to the heavenly feather sacred world, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Then what about Demon King Mo Sa's Void Sea Primordial Water? Dongshan asked immediately. Ha. Xian Wan laughed when she heard this. It was a rare laugh. I finally know your plan. I also know why you're so scheming. That's right, that's my plan. Dongshan answered without hesitation. Since you know, you'd better answer honestly. But Xian Wan stopped laughing and covered her heaving chest with her hand. She shook her head and said, the Void Sea Primordial Water is naturally in the Mo Sa Palace's treasury. This consort will naturally be able to answer you. Humph. Don't try to play tricks with me. Dongshan sneered. Anyone who has eyes and ears in the 10,000 demon realm knows about Demon King Mo Sa's Mo Sa Palace. But who knows where the treasury is and how to enter it? As Demon King Mo Sa's most beloved concubine, you should know this secret. Of course I know. Xian Wan nodded. But why should I tell you? If Mo Sa knows that I revealed the secret of the treasury, do you think I'll be better off than this? Not necessarily. Dongshan tempted. Who knows if it was you who leaked it? I only need a drop of primordial water. You're daydreaming. Xian Wan shook her head again. It's not like you don't know Mo Sa's methods. Hee. Wouldn't it be fine if I just search your soul? Yes, if you can search my soul, why are you wasting time with me? Xian Wan answered indifferently. Sigh. Dongshan shook her head. Looks like you won't tell me even if I break my mouth. Then I can only tell you the truth. Tell me what? Xian Wan raised her eyebrows. I know about the dark flower. And I know it's in the Dawn Rain continent. Dongshan eyes were bright as she stared at Xian Wan. Ah! Xian Wan couldn't help but exclaim. How do you know? There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. No news can be hidden from others. Even if Demon King Mo Sa doesn't know, others might know. Dongshan clearly knew what Xian Wan wanted to ask. She said proudly, if there are only a few people who know about you and the dark flower, I'm one of them. What? If you tell me the location of the treasure trove, and even give me the primordial water, I'll tell you about the dark flower. Xian Wan's eyes moved, but they were hazy like water for a moment. She immediately shook her head and said, "Now is now, and then is then. I have a clear conscience. Even if Mo-san knows, I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid of your coercion? Who is the dark flower? If he's in the Dawn Rain continent, how could he let you know?" "Yes." Dong Shan-yi nodded. "You're indeed an ice beauty. Even someone as strong as the dark flower can't escape your beautiful eyes. You really can't be moved by this news. However, since I want you to have a clear understanding of what I'm doing, I'll tell you. I'll reveal a little to you. That dark flower founded a sect in the Dawn Rain continent." Chapter 2208. Founded. Ming? Xian Wan said she didn't care, but she couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the dark flower, this sect was actually founded? "Yes, indeed this sect has been destroyed." Dong Shan-yi nodded. "It was a very small sect. Not many people on the Dawn Rain continent have heard of it." Xian Wan nodded slightly. Hee. Dong Shan-yi laughed. The beloved concubine of the Demon Realm's Demon King Mo traveled the Dawn Rain continent for decades just to find the dark flower. If this were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Xian Wan didn't answer. "Don't you want to know the name of that sect?" Dong Shan-yi laughed. "No." Xian Wan shook her head. "That has nothing to do with me." "All right, this information will be a gift." Dong Shan-yi laughed again. "That sect is called Death Flower Ming." Sigh, what a strange name, I thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Ha ha, Xian Wan laughed happily, her bright wings trembling violently. "What are you laughing at?" Dong Shan-yi was stunned by Xian Wan's incomparable happiness. "I'm laughing at you. You don't have any information about the dark flower. You're just relying on the name of a destroyed sect." Xian Wan exposed the truth. "Humph." Dong Shan-yi was unmoved and coldly said, "If you want to deceive me about the whereabouts of the dark flower, then you're underestimating me. Forget it. I'm not going to talk about this with you. I said that I'm just casually telling you because I want you to know that what I know and what I want to do is not something you can stop." I know, go ahead." A rare smile appeared on Xian Wan's face. Dong Shan-yi's eyes widened and she pointed. "Do you know what formation you're in now?" "Of course I didn't know, but I can see that you used a forbidden technique and vaguely know. This is probably some 8 desolation imprisonment formation, right?" Xian Wan said with a smile. "That's right. You really are the holy maiden of the Wind Clan, Demon King Mo-sa's beloved concubine." Dong Shan-yi clapped. "You even know about this ancient formation." "I'm flattered," Xian Wan said with a smile. "It's a pity that it's too late otherwise. There's no need to say anything else." Dong Shan-yi waved his hand. "This seat knows of your Wind Clan's wind escape secret technique. I've long sealed off the wind here." As he spoke, he pointed his hand. Below the hill in the distance, a hazy green ring of light supported a yellow bead. "Sigh, no wonder. You actually got the air-frozen bead of the mountain tribe. No wonder this queen couldn't fully display her wind escape technique." Xian Wan exclaimed in realization. "It seems you've been planning this for a long time." "Not bad." Dong Shan-yi laughed coldly. "I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that this isn't all I have. This 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array is far from the 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array that you think it is. It's the Universal Spirit Exchange Array. Universe Spirit Exchange Array." Xian Wan was a little confused. "What's the difference?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Dong Shan-yi laughed loudly, his body trembling. That strange mouth looked especially strange under the full moon. "Strange." Xian Wan shook his head slightly. "Xian Wan, think about it. If your holy body had a filthy primordial spirit, the primordial spirit of a prostitute, the primordial spirit of a promiscuous woman, think about it. Your pure white body being trampled on by the filthy Dawn Rain continent's lowly commoners. What are you thinking?" Dong Shan-yi's eyes flashed with a thoughtful cunningness, as well as the complacency of his scheme succeeding. You. Xian Wan really didn't expect Dong Shan-yi to have such a dark idea. He was truly shocked. His face also showed a panic that had never appeared before. How about it?
Think about it. A body that Demon King Masa coveted was actually trampled on by a lowly commoner of the mortal realm. A pair of lips that even Dark Flower lost itself in was actually tasted by a lowly commoner.
What a joke that is.
If Demon King Masa finds out about this, do you think your situation will be any worse than if he finds out that you leaked his treasury in order to preserve your loyalty to him? If you forced me to do this, even if you could return to Demon King Masa's side in the future, would you still have the face to live in this world? If that's the case, you might as well give me the Void Sea primordial water. Dong Shanyi's voice became more and more illusory, as if some faint green light was flying out.
Ha ha ha. Only at this moment did Xian Wan begin to laugh.
A holy brilliance emerged from her body and quickly spread out from her body. The sound of wind and thunder suddenly filled the air. Following the sound of wind and thunder, the light transformed into strands of light that quickly wrapped around Xian Wan.
Xian cocoon?
Dong Shanyi was shocked.
Demon King Masa actually gave this to you? You actually don't care about the price? Do you not want to live anymore? Sure and coquettish language.
Back then, I refused to marry the spring wind, but for no reason, I was misunderstood by the autumn wind.
A murmured song came out of Xian Wan's mouth. Her holy wings slowly retracted, wrapping around her body. Then, the cocoon of light returned to her body.
Xian Wan's eyes carried a look of unflinching death and a bit of attachment. The golden light in her eyes gradually dimmed, but in the dimness, it hid a scene from an unknown time ago. A figure as handsome as jade, standing between the heavens and earth. From afar, it looked abnormally shy, and its wings were like a frightened person. That small person's face was as red as the sun, and a low voice came.
This concubine's nickname is Shang. Only this concubine's deceased parents know.
You are the only one in this world who knows.
Xian Wan scolded Dong Shani, saying that Shang Huaming was just a fabrication by Dong Shani, but her heart was filled with sweetness.
It was as if every breath she took revealed her longing for that person, that demon, in that pure and holy light.
Want to die? Not so easy.
Dong Shani sneered, and the strange rhythm of the green seal script came out of her mouth again. The entire formation began to tremble, and threads of dark green light appeared out of thin air, embedding themselves into Xian Wan's body, blocking the light of the cocoon. However, at that moment, Dong Shanyi's body trembled violently, and an even darker green mist seeped out of her body.
Roar!
Incomparable pain, unbearable pain of the soul, arose from the depths of Dong Shanyi's body. Dong Shanyi couldn't help but raise her head and howl. That howl seemed to tear the space of the formation apart. Taking advantage of this gap, the cocoon quickly shrank, wrapping around Xian Wan into a large cocoon of light. The light of the cocoon of light gradually faded, and gradually became colorless. However, streaks of green light were faintly discernible within it, making it appear even more bizarre. Half of the night had passed, and the full moon had already set. An extremely bright star was twinkling in the sky as the first rays of dawn approached. Dong Shanyi had returned to her original cloaked appearance. Looking at the cocoon of light on the ground, Dong Shanyi's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "Xian Wan, you think you can seal yourself with a cocoon? If I want to do something, no one can stop me." As Dong Shanyi pointed with his finger, the green light seemed to come alive and slowly flowed. It was actually made up of tiny green seal characters.
Whoa.
In the void, the green net that had disappeared long ago reappeared, falling layer by layer on top of the cocoon of light. The surrounding light pillars also fell, and also smashed onto the green net. The cocoon of light gradually shrank into the ground, and not long after, there were no traces of last night's fierce battle, not even a trace of strange fluctuation. Even if Xian Wan passed by here again, she still couldn't detect the strangeness.
Xiaoyu continent.
It's still not the 10,000 demon realm. Dong Shani sighed. No wonder the demons can't pass through the spatial crack with their bodies. The spiritual energy here is very thin. As she spoke, her figure gradually disappeared, like water being splashed. Dong Shani naturally didn't know if Shang Huaming was created by Ming Hua, but it was just as Xian Wan thought. But was Xian Wan's idea just a delusion? Or was she the same as Dong Shanyi, who did business because of culture? Even Xian Wan herself couldn't explain it clearly. As for Shang Huaming, the two guests from the 10,000 demon realm were worried about. Just as Dong Shani said, He disappeared in a flash among the thousands of cultivation sects on the Xiaoyu continent. However, Yellow Flower Ridge was still there, and the legend of immortals was still there. The charming white fog was still there. However, today, under the scorching noon sun, a gust of wind blew through the mountain forest where the white fog was. A passage appeared in the white fog that never dissipated all year round. A beautiful middle-aged female cultivator floated out of the white fog. If it wasn't for the worried expression on her face and her brows furrowed, she would definitely look like an elegant fairy. This person was none other than Xiao Xianrui, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Xianrui left Yellow Flower Ridge and released her divine sense. After looking for a moment, she took out a communication talisman and a jade slip from her storage bag. After looking through them with her divine sense, she flew towards the back mountain of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was the place where Xiao Hua hid when he first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge. In the other direction of Yellow Flower Ridge, a communication talisman was secretly sent out. Just like Xiao Hua, Xiao Xianrui's figure landed in the wilderness. However, Xiao Xianrui didn't look for it with her eyes, but with her divine sense. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Xianrui's eyes lit up and she flew towards a cliff. She saw that this cliff was very steep, and there was a huge rock outside the protruding cliff. On top of the huge rock, there was a small green robe. Xiao Xianrui flew onto the huge rock and stretched out her hand. She held the green robe in her hand, but her eyes looked at the dark cave in front of her and hesitated. Then she gritted her teeth and slowly walked in. The inside of the cave was quite big, wide enough for several people. After walking for a while, it suddenly opened up, and a space like an immortal's cave was revealed. And this immortal's cave was very obvious. It should have just been opened. Yutsong, I am here, you can show yourself. Xiao Xianrui slowly walked to the center of the immortal's cave, looked around, and coldly called out. However, her voice only floated within 3 feet of the immortal's cave and didn't spread out at all. Xiao Xianrui seemed to be a little flustered and didn't notice at all. Ha ha ha, Sister Xiao, you finally came. You made me wait for so long. A burly cultivator who looked like a farmer suddenly appeared from a corner. Xiao Xianrui actually didn't see what kind of magic he used. Chapter 2209. Yutsong, Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she sneered. I am Zhang Fan's wife, and Zhang En's sister-in-law. You can call I sister-in-law, or you can call me fellow Taoist. This big sister is still irrelevant. He, Sister Xiao, isn't sister-in-law the sister? Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Yutsong's eyes showed a lascivious smile, and he rubbed his thick palms hard. Xiao Xianrui felt a chill run down her spine. I have come. You should give Lu Er to I. Xiao Xianrui asked helplessly. He, sister, don't you think that I called you here just to see you and say a few words to you? How about I call you sister? Yutsong's eyes were full of laughter, but his face was serious, as if he was saying something different. You. Xiao Xianrui's face flushed. What do you want? Do you still need to say it? Yutsong stretched out his hand, as if to hug her, and shrugged. Don't you know what a man wants? Haven't you done it with Zhang Fan? Is Zhang Luer someone else's child? Yutsong. Xiao Xianrui's face was even redder, but her eyes were about to spit fire. You harassed I again and again. I thought that you were Zhang En's husband, so I tolerated you again and again. But you? Why don't you give up your evil intentions? Zhang En is 100 times more beautiful than I. Why don't you be satisfied with her as your dual cultivation partner? Today, you did something that angered both men and gods, and took my Zhang Luer away. If my husband and Zhang Luer's grandfather knew about this, do you still have a way to live? Sister, how can you not know? Since I saw you, I was bewitched by you. Every day when I was dual cultivation with Zhang En, I only saw you. Besides, although Zhang En is beautiful, who doesn't get tired of it after a long time? You face Zhang Fan every day and night. Don't you get tired of it? Don't you want to try someone else? Yutsong looked innocent. This man is right in front of you. You only need to take a few steps forward and you can hold him in your arms. Don't you want that? Bah! Xiao Xianrui was ashamed and angry. She spat and said, I am not such a shameless female cultivator. You are wrong.
Hee hee, is that so? Sister Xiao, it seems that you don't care about Zhang Luer at all. As Yu Tsong spoke, she actually took 2 steps back and pointed at her. Could it be that Zhang Luer isn't your boy? Could it be that you've already forgotten about Zhang Fan who's on the sickbed? You. What exactly do you want? Where is my Zhang Luer? Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth. Yu Tsong shook his head slightly and said with a bitter expression, if you don't come over and hug me, I definitely won't say a single word. Moreover, I am a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex, not a benevolent person. If I am not satisfied after this moment, then Zhang Luer's life. Fine. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth again and said, You. Only want I to hug you? Yu Tsong shook his head vigorously again and took half a step back. This little one naturally doesn't have such simple thoughts. However, this little one still wants Big Sister to be completely willing. If Big Sister is willing to undress right now, this little one is also willing. Don't even think about it. Xiao Xianrui flatly refused. Sister can refuse, but you have to look at the green robe in your hand. Yu Tsong said coldly, if you don't want Zhang Luer to die, you have to listen to me. Then, Yu Tsong crossed his arms and said, Aren't you going to come over quickly? Okay. Xiao Xianrui's eyes widened and her face was filled with helplessness. She could only walk slowly to Yu Tsong step by step. She hesitantly stretched out her arms as if she wanted to hug Yu Tsong. But just as she stretched out her arms, Xiao Xianrui waved her hands and hit Yu Tsong with a confinement spell. On the other hand, Yu Tsong did not resist at all. Instead, there was a trace of a sinister smile in his eyes. Oh, why is that? Xiao Xianrui absolutely did not expect that she would succeed so easily. A few of her later plans were completely useless. Tell me, where is Zhang Luer? Xiao Xianrui stretched out her hand and grabbed Yu Tsong's throat, asking coldly, Save me! Save me! Yu Tsong suddenly cried out. Seeing that Yu Tsong was actually shouting, Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth and said, Yu Tsong, you definitely did not expect this day to come. If you call I boy out, I... However, before Xiao Xianrui, who was still flustered and exasperated, could finish her words, dozens of ice thorns emerged from the edge of the cave and shot towards the silent restriction spell that Yu Tsong had set up earlier. Walala, like raindrops falling on banana leaves, a burst of brilliance was annihilated, and the restriction spell in the cave disappeared. At the place where the ice thorns emerged, Jiang'an's figure gradually appeared, her eyes about to spit fire. However, what was faster than Jiang'an's figure was Jiang'an's scolding voice, Bitch! I knew it! You are coveting my Lang Jun. Just now, you lied to me, saying that you were going to Jingbua City to avoid my eyes and ears. Who knew? You were actually meeting him here. Wife, I'm innocent. Yu Tsong's voice sounded. When did you come? Didn't you see? I was forced by her. How could I leave you to meet someone else? You still have the nerve to say that. Jiang'an's figure had already flown to Xiao Xianrui and Yu Tsong's side as she spoke, and she shouted. Just now, you were sneaking around. Did you think I didn't know anything? I saw that you were doing something that you didn't want to see me do, so I secretly followed you. Slap, as Jiang'an spoke, she turned her hand and slapped Xiao Xianrui's face. Jiang'an was also in Foundation establishment at this time, but unfortunately, she was still no match for Xiao Xianrui, who raised her hand to block it. Xiao Xianrui's face was also extremely red, and she hurriedly said, Sister, listen to sister-in-law's explanation. Bitch, what's there to explain? Jiang'an clapped her hands, and several yellow talismans were taken out, and she was about to cast them with her magic power. You are having an affair behind my brother's back. How dare you explain it to me? If you want to explain it to my brother. I'll take you down now, you shameless bitch. Then the yellow talismans in Jiang'an's hand were thrown out, and all of them were thrown at Xiao Xianrui, and Yukong Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth, grabbed Yu Tsong with her left hand, and hurriedly retreated. With a wave of her right hand, a light flashed, and a round shield blocked in front of the yellow talismans. The ice thorns, fireballs, and other objects all hit the light and were gradually annihilated. Chapter 22:10. Bitch! How dare you say you have no affair with Yu Tsong? Jiang'an said angrily, If you have no affair with him, why are you protecting him? Let me kill him as well.
How could Xiao Xianrui let Yu Tsong die? She still wanted to save her boy from Yu Tsong. Sister, this is all a misunderstanding. Xiao Xianrui explained again. There is nothing between sister-in-law and Yu Tsong. Sister-in-law has no choice but to come here to see him because Lu Er is in Yu Tsong's hands. Nonsense. Jiang Yan clapped her hands again. This time, she was clearly anxious. It was actually a ring-shaped Dharma artifact. It emitted a faint green light, and under the activation of her transcendence energy, it suddenly enlarged. I saw it clearly just now. You forced Yu Tsong to retreat step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that you have something on him, how could he possibly have a private meeting with you again? What? Xiao Xianrui was shocked. At this time, she recalled again and suddenly realized that everything that Yu Tsong had done before was premeditated. If there was a mute restriction, others couldn't hear anything. Wouldn't it be a misunderstanding? Would he treat her as a prostitute? Immediately, Xiao Xianrui's face flushed red. At this time, Jiang Yan's magic weapon had been activated. It turned into a 5-foot circle of light, flying at the top of the cave, and was about to fall on Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui looked at Yu Tsong's pale face and anxious expression, and said angrily, Yu Tsong, I ask you, where is Zhang Lu'er? If you don't answer, I will immediately kill you. Sister-in-law, don't force me. I've said it 10,000 times. I only love my wife in this life. I will never have an affair with you. Yu Tsong was anxious. You threatened to hurt my wife's life to trick me here. Why are you slandering me for Lu Er's matter now? Hearing Yu Tsong's words, how could Xiao Xianrui not know that she had fallen into Yu Tsong's trap? However, she didn't care whether she had fallen into his trap or not. She just activated her magic power and said coldly, I will ask you again, where is Zhang Lu'er? Hee. Yu Tsong's face flushed red, looking anxious. This you really doesn't know. Even if you kill me, I won't know. You. Xiao Xianrui didn't expect that Yu Tsong wouldn't relent even at this moment. She would rather pinch him to death. However, could he really crush him to death? With a buzzing sound, Jiang Yan's ritual implement had already landed and covered Xiao Xianrui completely. Xiao Xianrui's magic tool had been shattered by Xiao Hua's magic hammer in Weeping Moon City. After returning to Yellow Flower Ridge, due to various reasons, she had never obtained another magic tool. At this time, seeing the halo falling, Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to cast a spell and retreat again. Unfortunately, this time, her defensive halo was instantly shattered by Zhang Lian's magic tool. The halo only paused for a moment before hitting Xiao Xianrui's right arm. Hiss! Xiao Xianrui sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a sharp pain. Her right arm had been broken. Blood seeped out of his Taoist robe. Good. Jiang'an was so angry that she laughed. I don't know how my husband attracted you. You would rather hurt yourself than let him go. I didn't believe it at first. But now, I have to believe it. As she spoke, Jiang'an pointed her finger and surged her magic power again, urging the ritual implement to hit Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to kick Yu Tsong's thigh. Yu Tsong's thigh flashed, and with a cracking sound, Yu Tsong's thigh was also broken. Yu Tsong couldn't help but scream. Yu Tsong, quickly tell me where Zhang Lu'er is. Otherwise, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Xiao Xianrui's face was also ferocious. Bitch! How dare you! Without waiting for Yu Tsong to speak, Jiang'an said angrily, How dare you kill my husband in front of me? I'll kill you! The ritual implement was covered in green light, and it smashed toward Xiao Xianrui again. Since you don't want to say it, you can go to hell. Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed coldly, and she lifted Yu Tsong's body to block in front of the ritual implement. Humph, I'll kill this guy first, then I'll take your life. Jiang'an didn't hesitate, and she didn't withdraw her ritual implement at all, directly attacking Yukong. Xiao Xianrui hated Yu Tsong, so of course, she wouldn't tolerate it. Yu Tsong was about to be killed by Jiang Yan's ritual implement. Stop. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Do you still want to wash your dirty linen in public? A slightly old voice sounded, and a sharp magic power came. Jiang Yan's ritual implement was immediately pulled back by the magic power, and it jumped in the air, the green light dimming. Seeing that the ritual implement was stopped, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked up at the cave entrance. Although Yu Tsong's back was facing the cave entrance, his face was pale, but he was obviously relaxed. After a trace of a smile flashed in his eyes, he actually landed on Xiao Xianrui's twin peaks. Father. Jiang'an heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but feel sad. She cried and said, "Didn't you see that bitch of the Xiao family seducing my husband? How will my face be? How will your face be? How will my face be?" Cough, cough. Before Jiang'an's voice fell, a weak voice full of hatred sounded, and a somewhat trembling figure appeared beside Jiang Zhentong, who was standing at the cave entrance. It was Xiao Xianrui's husband, Jiang Fan. "Husband. Why did you come out?" Xiao Xianrui's face was as white as paper, and she didn't know what to do with Yu Tsong in her hand. "If I didn't come out, how would I know what you've done? How would I know that you're so shameless?" Jiang Fan said coldly. "Husband, you've misunderstood." Xiao Xianrui hurriedly threw Yu Tsong to the ground and said, "I didn't see Zhang Luer today, and I received a message from this guy, saying that he brought Zhang Luer here. He asked me to come here alone, and I can't tell anyone, or he'll kill Zhang Luer. If he says I can't talk about it, then I can't." Jiang Fan said coldly, "Although I'm sick, I'm not dead. Zhang Luer is your boy. Isn't he my boy? Why didn't you tell me?" "Husband, what's your illness like? How would I dare to tell you?" Xiao Xianrui said anxiously. "Fan is sick. You don't have to tell me, but what about me?" Jiang Zhentong said coldly, "I'm the leader of the 100 Herbs Gate. Can't you tell me?" "Father." Xiao Xianrui defended herself. Yu Tsong said clearly on the message charm that if I tell anyone, he'll kill Zhang Luer. I don't dare to take the risk. Hee, you only remember that Zhang Luer is your boy, but you forget that he has a father. Xiao Xianrui. Do you think that I'm not his father? Jiang Fan suddenly sneered. "Husband, what do you mean?" Xiao Xianrui was stunned. However, Jiang Fan didn't say anything. Jiang Zhentong walked in front of Yu Tsong, pointed his finger, and released Yu Tsong's confinement technique. He said coldly, "Yu Tsong, tell me the cause of this matter." "Yes." Yu Tsong struggled to stand and said, "Father-in-law, I have never dared to tell father-in-law. Sister-in-law, she has always been flirting with me. I know what she's thinking, but I don't dare to tell father-in-law, and I don't even dare to tell my wife. I know that my wife is outspoken. Once I tell her, she'll definitely find sister-in-law. If she makes a fuss, Brother Fan will definitely know. With his current illness, it will definitely cause a big problem. Tell me about today." Jiang Zhentong saw Jiang Fan's face gradually change and asked lightly. "Yes, I received a message talisman today. It was from my sister-in-law. She said that she has something to discuss with me, and that it's related to Brother Fan's illness. She didn't let me tell anyone." Yu Tsong said again, "I didn't want to come. But since it's related to Brother Fan's illness, if sister-in-law has something to ask of my 10,000 Flower Valley, she would be embarrassed to say it in front of others, so she wanted to say it behind their backs, so I came. However, after I came, I didn't see sister-in-law. After waiting for a long time, she came over. After she came, she immediately used a silent restriction spell and talked to me crazily, saying something about Brother Fan's illness and that she couldn't bear it. In short, I found it hard to talk about it, and then she actually wanted to hug me. Of course, this son-in-law couldn't accept it and backed down again and again. Who knew that when she walked in front of this son-in-law, she suddenly used a confinement technique and restrained this son-in-law?" Yu Tsong said. "Father-in-law also knows that ever since sister-in-law built her foundation, her cultivation has improved greatly. Although I'm as strong as her, how could I fight her in such a short time? I was restrained by her in an instant. Then my wife appeared." "Xiao Xianrui, is what Yu Tsong said true?" Jiang Zhentong said coldly. Xiao Xianrui's face was pale. She didn't answer Jiang Zhentong's question, but looked at Yu Tsong and asked word by word, "Where is Zhang Luer?" "Sister-in-law, your question is strange." Yu Tsong shook his head and said, "How would I know where Zhang Luer is? Zhang Luer went to Medicine Farmer Peak with Lai Hong. They will return in the afternoon." Jiang Zhentong said indifferently, "Zhang Luer was playing at Lone Staff Peak. When she saw Lai Hong go out, she clamored to go with him. Lai Hong had no choice but to send me a message talisman." "Oh," Xiao Xianrui heard and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Husband, I'm telling the truth." If you don't believe me, you can see Yu Tsong's message talisman. With that, Xiao Xianrui took out a red message talisman and handed it to Jiang Zhentong. Jiang Zhentong took it with a cold face. He scanned it with his divine sense and threw it to Xiao Xianrui, saying angrily, "This is the message talisman you were talking about?" Xiao Xianrui was stunned. She picked up the message talisman from the ground and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face turned pale immediately. There was no magic power in the message talisman, and there was no sound at all. This. Xiao Xianrui stared at Yukong's sister-in-law. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to take out the message talisman. Yu Tsong smiled bitterly. He clapped his hands, took out a message talisman, and handed it to Jiang Zhentong. Jiang Zhentong scanned it with his divine sense and activated his magic power. Xiao Xianrui's voice sounded. It matched what Yu Tsong said. Chapter 22:11. No! Xiao Xianrui panicked. It's not from me. It was from half a year ago, when Yu Tsong was talking to me about my husband's illness. Shut up! Zhang Fan scolded. Bitch! How dare you defend yourself? Why can't you find someone else? How dare you find him? You're humiliating me. Brother, what's wrong with Yu Tsong? Although Yu Tsong looks dull, she's a foundation establishment cultivator after all. She's much better than you, bitch. Jiang An argued. I saw it clearly just now. It was this bitch who took the initiative. My husband kept retreating. If you're angry, you should ask her how she built her foundation and where she got the talisman. Is this Zhang Luer really your own flesh and blood? Shut up. Zhang Fan glared at Jiang En. He was about to speak, but then his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Husband. Xiao Xianrui was shocked and hurried to his side. Go back. Jiang Zhentong was faster. He flew to Zhang Fan's side and supported him. He waved his sleeve and sent Xiao Xianrui flying. Jiang Zhentong was already in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could Xiao Xianrui get close to him? She kept arguing and didn't take the pill. The blood on her arm was even thicker. Humph. Bitch. Jiang En carefully took out the pill and handed it to Yukong. Although her face was cold, her movements were gentle. When she walked past Xiao Xianrui with Yu Tsong, she couldn't help but spit on Xiao Xianrui's face and cursed. Xiao Xianrui looked wronged, but her eyes were unyielding. However, thinking of her boy, she tried to hide her unyielding look. She lowered her head and wiped Jiang and spit off her delicate face. She didn't say anything. Then, Xiao Xianrui looked at the empty cave and sighed. She took out a pill from her storage bag and swallowed it. When the pill dissolved, she got up and flew toward Yellow Flower Ridge. The fog of Yellow Flower Ridge was still easily opened by Xiao Xianrui. However, as soon as she passed through the fog and arrived at the welcoming pavilion, she was stopped by two elders in the early stage of Zhuji realm. The person in front was Lai Hong. Lai Hong cupped his hands with a cold expression and said, Young madam, my clan master has ordered you to pack up your things immediately. Take out all the items of my 100 Herbs Gate and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui ignored Lai Hong's cold face and asked anxiously, Where is Zhang Luer? Didn't he go to Medicine Farmer Peak with you? Why didn't you go? Where's Zhang Luer? Lai Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young madam, don't be anxious. Zhang Luer wanted to go to Medicine Farmer Peak with this old man, but this old man received a message from the sect and rushed back. Zhang Luer is now with the sect leader. All right. Xiao Xianrui heaved a huge sigh of relief and prepared to fly in the direction of Mincy Peak. But before she could fly, Lai Hong blocked her and said, Young madam, don't make things difficult for me. The sect leader has ordered you to pack up and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui begged, I can leave Yellow Flower Ridge, but I must see Zhang Luer first. That's my flesh and blood. Besides, without Zhang Luer, where can I go? I beg of Elder Lai. I only want to see Zhang Luer, and the sect leader wants to explain the matter clearly. It's all a misunderstanding. Lai Hong was in a difficult position. Looking at the other elder with a thin face, he said hesitantly, Elder Huang Ri, you see, humph. How can this old man dare to disobey the sect leader's orders? Young madam, you'd better leave Yellow Flower Ridge quickly. As for whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it has nothing to do with us. Huang Ri said coldly, although you're also an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with profound dermic powers, you're still no match for Elder Lion Eye. Don't force us to make a move here, it's not good for either of us. Swoosh! Xiao Xianrui suddenly took action. A large number of yellow talismans flew out, and dozens of fireball talismans enveloped Lai Hong and Huang Ri while she hurriedly flew towards Mincy Peak. Humph, this old man knew you had this idea. Huang Ri did not panic. With a clap of his hand, he took out a wooden staff-like magic tool. With a slight shake of his hand, a green vortex appeared, sucking in all the fireballs. A muffled rumbling sound could be heard. Rays of green brilliance splashed in all directions, annihilating all the fireballs. Young madam, stay here. Huang Ri raised his hand, and the wooden staff was like a green vine that rapidly extended and chased after Xiao Xianrui. It was about to strike Xiao Xianrui's bloodied right arm. With a light pang, Xiao Xianrui did not even turn around to resist. She only raised her right arm and blocked the wooden staff, while her left hand struck out several confinement spells. Huang Ri did not expect that Xiao Xianrui would rather injure herself to block his pursuit. Naturally, Lai Hong was also surprised, and he hurriedly struck out a spell to block in front of him. Their pursuit was blocked, but Huang Ri's wooden staff struck Xiao Xianrui's right arm. With a flash of light, the defensive yellow talisman was instantly shattered. Xiao Xianrui's right arm was instantly lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. Humph! Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. She did not care about her injuries and hurriedly flew towards Mincy Peak. How dare you! Huang Ri was enraged. He activated his dermic powers, and the wooden staff was like a green wooden snake that chased after Xiao Xianrui. However, Lai Hong tugged at his sleeve and said, Elder Huang, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, this is the young madam. If we can spare her, we should spare her. Elder Lai, you are wrong. Huang Ri flicked his sleeve and blocked Lai Hong, saying, In my eyes, the sect master's words are the heavens. I don't care about the young madam or young master. As long as the sect master says to let her go, then she must go. Hee hee. Hearing Huang Ri's words, Lai Hong retracted his hand and only smiled coldly. However, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew behind Huang Ri and chased after Xiao Xianrui. Although Xiao Xianrui had built her foundation later, she had received the soul accumulation talisman from Xiao Hua in Weeping Moon City. After building her foundation, her dermic powers and cultivation were not inferior to Lai Hong and Huang Ri's. She might not be able to compete with the two of them in a fight, but when she flew, she actually gained an advantage. Not long after, Xiao Xianrui flew up to Mincy Peak. She saw Jiang Jiantong in front of the guest hall, carrying a 3- or 4-year-old child in his arms. He was about to walk in. Beside him, there were a dozen Hundred Herbs clan disciples crowding around the already awakened Jiang Fan. Jiang Luer. Xiao Xianrui could not help but call out loudly. Mother. When the child heard this, he was overjoyed. He reached out his chubby little hand and grabbed at Xiao Xianrui. Chapter 22:12. Humph. Jiang Jiantong turned his head and snorted. Useless thing. However, since Xiao Xianrui had already flown to Mingli Peak, Jiang Jiantong could only wave his sleeve, and a surge of magic power gushed out, blocking Xiao Xianrui from approaching. Xiao Xianrui, what else do you want? Jiang Jiantong said coldly. This old man has given you enough face by allowing you to leave quietly. Could it be that you want this old man to announce your scandal to the public? Father. Xiao Xianrui landed on the ground and pleaded, I've been wronged. I really didn't do anything to let Brother Fan down. I'm not your father. Jiang Jiantong said coldly. Your father is Xiao Hongyue, and he was buried in Yellow Flower Ridge long ago. Don't call me father in the future. As for whether you were wronged, or whether you did it yourself, I'm not blind. I can see everything clearly, so I don't need you to explain. Xiao Xianrui looked at Jiang Fan and pleaded, Brother Fan, I've been with you for so many years, don't you know how I treat you? Don't tell me you don't trust me? I did want to believe you, Zhang Fan said through gritted teeth. But how can you make me believe you? You know that guy is a pervert, but you still keep in touch with him and stay alone with him. Isn't it just that you don't trust me? Today, Jiang Hong saw everything and caught the two of you on the spot. What can you quibble about? Since you have this idea, I'll help you. Why do you have to be entangled here? Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui still didn't want to give up and said, today's matter is obviously Yu Tsong's trap. How could Jiang Hong lie in the cave so early, and how could my husband and father arrive at that time? Isn't this very strange? Don't call me father. I have nothing to do with you, Jiang Zhentong said coldly again. I don't know why Fan was there. But I went out with Fan But when I saw you sneaking out of the maze of Yellow Flower Ridge, I became suspicious and went to check it out. Xiao Xianrui's heart was as cold as ice. Looking at Jiang Zhentong, she understood something. Maybe Jiang Zhentong didn't mean it, or maybe he did it on purpose. It was a piece of cake for him. Let's not talk about what happened today, Jiang said coldly. Where's the jasper saber I gave you? When I was here, you couldn't build your foundation, but when I left, you immediately did it. Or did he build his foundation when all the disciples were sacrificed and no one was around? How did you get the talisman? Sigh, Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui sighed and said, didn't I already say it? It was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes who smashed my jasper saber with a demonic hammer. The moment he killed me, I involuntarily entered foundation establishment. That's when that cultivator gave me the talisman. Ha ha ha. Zhang Fan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old boy? A demonic weapon. Who else could have a demonic weapon except for a demonic cultivator from the Heavenly Demon Sect? And what kind of cultivators are those from the Heavenly Demon Sect? What yin and yang dual cultivation? What female babies? What kind of dirty cultivation methods don't they have? You built your foundation under the hands of a demonic cultivator from the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could I not be suspicious? And why did the cultivator from the Thunder Control Sect give you a peacock doll? Why do you like peacock dolls so much? Do I need to say more? What's the talisman? It's something that even my father didn't get. My 100 Herbs sect can't even exchange for the talisman, but that cultivator gave it to you so easily. You think you're his disciple? If you didn't have an affair with him, he wouldn't have given you such an important thing. Xiao Xianrui's face turned pale. She was speechless. What she said was the truth, and it really happened. But in the eyes of others, there were so many flaws. There were thousands of pieces of evidence to prove her infidelity. Things in this world really couldn't stand up to scrutiny, especially in the eyes of those who wanted to see it. Do you want me to say more? Zhang Fan said coldly. Do you want to tear apart the last bit of face? Since you want to tear it apart, then let's tear it apart. Xiao Xianrui clenched her teeth and said, I'd like to see how shameless I can be. Good. Zhang Fan pointed at Zhang Luer and said, tell me what's wrong with Zhang Luer. Humph. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, so you've always been suspicious of Zhang Luer's identity. That's right. Zhang Fan said with a hideous smile. There was a problem with my body when I built my foundation. Originally, I couldn't have children. But I didn't expect that 3 years ago, you would get pregnant. Ha! Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Thinking back to that day, I'm afraid you've already planned it. Yes, that's right. I planned it. Xiao Xianrui nodded and said, Zhang Luer is not your son. Give him back to me, and I'll leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Ha ha ha, bitch, you finally admit it. Zhang Fan said with a hideous smile. In that case, what happened today was not a coincidence, and what we saw was not a misunderstanding. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, but I was forced to be with such a vulgar person, which really slandered me. But it doesn't matter now. You can say whatever you want. As long as you give Zhang Luer to me, I'll take all the responsibility. You want to take Zhang Luer away? You're really delusional. Zhang Zhentong sneered and said, Luer is the next leader of the 100 Herbs faction. If you take him away, won't my years of hard work be in vain? Father. Leader Zhang. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, I'll promise you anything. I'll accept all the dirty water, but Since Zhang Luer is not your son, why can't you give him back to me? Do I need to tell you the reason? Zhang Jiantong glared at Xiao Xianrui and said, Go. For Zhang Luer's sake, I won't take your life. But you want to take Zhang Luer away? That's absolutely impossible. Then Zhang Jiantong waved his hand and said, Are you all stupid? Drive this bitch out of Yellow Flower Ridge. As for himself, he was about to walk into the reception hall with Zhang Luer in his arms. Lu. Xiao Xianrui called out anxiously. Mother. Zhang Luer didn't understand what they were saying, but he listened obediently and didn't disturb the adults. But at this time, when he saw Xiao Xianrui's anxiety, he suddenly understood what his mother was thinking, so he hurriedly called out. That's not your mother. Your mother died a long time ago. Zhang Jiantong said with a smile. The mother in front of you is just the mother Grandpa found to feed you. No, my mother is Luer's mother. Zhang Luer didn't fall for the trick and struggled in Zhang Jiantong's arms. Luer. Xiao Xianrui flew out and rushed to Zhang Jiantong. Get lost. Zhang Jiantong waved his sleeve and a huge force surged out, shaking Xiao Xianrui more than 10 feet away. Xiao Xianrui fell down, and her injured right arm oozed blood again. Xiao Xianrui took a breath of cold air, got up and crawled to the ground, crying, Leader Zhang, I beg you, give Zhang Luer back to me. I can't live without Zhang Luer, and Zhang Luer can't live without his mother. Get lost. Zhang Jiantong still said only one word. Brother Fan, please do me a favor. Xiao Xianrui knelt on the ground again and said to Zhang Fan, who was surrounded by people, You know, I didn't have a mother since I was young, and I know the loneliness of not having a mother since I was young. When I gave birth to Zhang Luer, I secretly swore that I would never let him live without a mother again, and I would never let him repeat my mistakes. If I wasn't by his side, Zhang Luer would definitely cry. Please do me a favor and let me take Zhang Luer away. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Fan sneered. Zhang Luer is not my flesh and blood. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me. Mother. Zhang Luer seemed to understand something. He cried in a hoarse voice and stretched out his little hand with all his strength. Unfortunately, in Zhang Jiantong's hands, Zhang Luer was even less than a chicken. There was no chance for him to struggle at all. Xiao Xianrui felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife, and her whole body was being torn apart. The pain in her right arm was nothing at all at this time. Don't worry. Zhang Jiantong laughed. It's just a few days. Zhang Luer still has you in his heart. Tomorrow, this old man will find him a beautiful mother, and he will soon forget about you. He will never have a day without a mother. Moreover, Zhang Luer will be the young lord of 100 Herbs Gate in the future. What glory, wealth, mental cultivation methods, and panaceas can he not have? How can he compare with you and Xiao Yuehong? Thinking of Yu Tsong's trick, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly changed. She kowtowed and said, Leader Zhang, please let Zhang Luer go. He is still young and is not a chess piece in your game. If Zhang Luer follows me, he can live a few more years. If he stays in Yellow Flower Ridge, I'm afraid, bah, bitch. Zhang Jiantong was furious and scolded. You know so much. Get out of here. Leader Zhang. At this time, Xiao Xianrui no longer had the demeanor of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment. She only had the painstaking efforts of a loving mother and the love of holding a child in her arms. She had long forgotten about her cultivation and hoped that her pleading could move Zhang Jiantong. I won't leave even if I die. I want to stay by Zhang Luer's side. You won't leave? Zhang Jiantong rolled his eyes and nodded. You only need to agree to 3 of my conditions, and I will agree to them. Father. Zhang Fan said angrily, why do you want to keep such a shameless bitch? Don't you think this boy has lost a lot of face? Okay. Xiao Xianrui was afraid that Zhang Jiantong would go back on his word, so she quickly said, there is no need to say 3. I will agree to thousands of conditions, as long as I can stay by Zhang Luer's side. Zhang Jiantong ignored Zhang Fan and said with a smile, Xiao Xianrui, these 3 conditions are very simple. First, you can stay by Zhang Luer's side, but you can't say that you are his mother. You can only be his nanny. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.